What I like about the beer terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that. And it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually, with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allows us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on Front of Show and the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing one day cut shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements. It's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
Very good morning. Welcome to New Road, which is hot and sultry this morning as the umpires walk out to the middle for the final day of this championship match between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. It has been a slow-moving game, it's fair to say, but there is still life in it. Certainly, probably two results are possible. A Gloucestershire win is the least likely, not impossible, but improbable. A draw is the favourite, but Worcestershire will have ambitions of trying to secure their third win of the season. Gloucestershire resuming on 59-1 in their second innings. They lead by 40. Sorry, they trail by 40, I should say. Ed Seaborn, Clive Eakin. Ed Seaborn here. We're reckoning that Gloucestershire probably, if they come out at 4 o'clock after tea, still batting, then it's probably handshakes all around at 10 to 5 or 5 o'clock, depending who's in by then.
Yes, if they had, I mean, if they only had a couple of wickets to take Worcestershire at tea, it could be interesting. But yeah, I think unless they score. Probably at the same rate. Actually, they've not been going at 2 and over, but whether they'll accelerate a little bit, we'll see. But they can certainly make their lives easier, I suppose, by scoring runs. But they can't go searching for attacking shots on this pitch because nobody has come out and really timed the ball for any extended period of time. So it's going to be a lot of blocking today, I think.
Bayer Swanepoel has got the 1 wicket fall so far, 6 in the match. He comes right on over to Bancroft, who leaves that one. And it's collected by the Thomas. Bancroft, who scored a half-century in the first innings, is on 37. And Tommy Borman, the Cheltenham lad, is on 16, 59-1 Gloucestershire. Not too many in the ground so far. Hopefully a few more will pop up, particularly if it gets interesting. Worcestershire need wickets as soon as possible, obvious thing to say. Swanepoel is in, and that's solidly defended by Bancroft. But it has been very difficult to score runs quickly, and also very difficult to take wickets. And I think the bonus point situation illustrates that. Worcestershire getting 4 bonus points, Gloucestershire 3.
Yes, I mean, they scored 388, which could be enough for 3 bonus points, but only got 1 in the 110.
Swanepoel in, and that's driven by Bancroft. First runs of the final day. It won't go all the way. It'll be, in fact, it stops almost in front of the boundary. Oh, they debate a third. Goodness me. They were having a long discussion about that. They got there easy enough in the end, but for a moment they were having a committee meeting to decide whether to go for the third run or not.
I mean, there was always a third, but I think it was almost, if we're going to be here at 4 o'clock, are we going to regret having run that third? Because goodness, it's going to be hot work out there.
Well, Bancroft's on to 40. And Tommy Borman will face his first ball of the day. 2 slips in place. How can Worcestershire do what neither side will be able to do very much? Get a flurry of wickets. He's going to get a run there. Borman opens the face of the bat. Oohs and ahs, but he played it straight down to the ground. Down to third. Whether it was slightly more edgy than he intended or not doesn't really matter because there was never any danger there. He gets a single. He's on to 17, 63-1.
An outburst already. 4 runs in 4 balls.
Well, of course, the quicker Gloucestershire score, the sooner they get to safety. Swanepoel comes into bowl, and that one rears up a little bit at Bancroft. He plays it from high on the bat into the ground, dangerously close to his gloves. I don't think it hit his gloves. He's not. He's gone on walkabout, but if it did hurt his hand, he's not showing it. But that was a threatening delivery from Bayer Swanepoel, who took a fifer in the first innings. Only Worcestershire's second fifer of the season. He comes into bowl, that's left. And they've only had 1 century so far all season. Worcestershire. Miles Hammond's century for Gloucestershire was the 7th that Worcestershire have conceded, including a double century. Only Gareth Roderick has managed one for them. I don't think they'll get one today, because they won't be chasing that many if they're chasing at all. 63 for 1 Gloucestershire. They trail by 36.
It's going to be hard yakka, but there is the potential for somebody to become the third different Centurion for Gloucestershire this season, because only Miles Hammond and James Bracey have reached 3 figures. They've both got 2, and so far they're the only ones who've reached 3 figures. As I said yesterday, Bancroft's made a couple of 80s on incredibly tricky pitches where nobody else has really got in, so it's not as though, I suppose, if you could, which you can't, transfer the way he batted onto a different surface, he's probably been good for a couple of hundreds this season, but here's, I suppose, the chance for him, and he's going to have to bat a long period of time, but on 40 already, it's a chance for him to notch up some runs, and for Tommy Borman as well, having battled hard yesterday evening. They didn't offer up a chance, either of these two, and made it look relatively straightforward for the most part, but it was still a real battle to get through. Here's Ben Allison to Borman, who drives confidently through the covers for 4. So Allison just offering up a bit of width. It didn't look like a long half volley, but Borman saw it early, and it's a short boundary that side, but it's not come into play really, because timing the ball has been so difficult that we've even seen plenty of 2s to that side where the ball hasn't got to the boundary.
That's the side where the ladies' pavilion and the sponsors' marquee is.
67 for 1. Allison to Borman, tries him out with a short one, which doesn't get up very high, and Borman may have felt that one, just the wind passing just above his head. It wasn't far off.
It looks to me as if Gloucestershire has decided, without being reckless, that they want to push on now score runs, because we say they need to bat till tea to be safe. In fact, if they score at a decent rate, they might even be safe a bit before then. So that's presumably what they're trying to do.
Psychological effect as well if they can get ahead relatively early in the day. Allison into Borman, and that's defended away into the offside. Should describe the field really, because we've got the same field that they tried a little bit with Borman yesterday, because he was caught in really sharp fashion by Dan Latigan at backward point in the first innings, and there was a drive in this innings which fell just short of the backward point fielder they had then. So now they've got 2 close points, one behind square, one in front of square, and 2 slips as Allison bowls and Borman in behind and defending. So there's no cover or extra cover, and a wide-ish mid-off. It's relatively close mid-on, forward square leg, a third man and a long leg on the boundary. So plenty of gaps tempting Borman into attacking shots. Now, I think it is still the case that most wickets will fall to attacking shots as Borman lets that one go through, because even though we've seen plenty of turn and bounce, and even from Allison some uneven bounce from that Diglis end. There was a ball with a newer ball which hit the same spot that Graham van Buren was hitting, and it hit that and went past Cameron Bancroft's nose. If it had been a straight delivery, it would have been properly dangerous, but it was wider. But it's only been the odd one here or there that's done that. Allison bowls beating Borman. There's a bit of encouragement for Worcestershire at the end of the second over, with Gloucestershire at 67 for 1. But for the most part, the misbehaviours come quite slowly, so that as long as you're defending, the batters have tended to have time to either jam down on a delivery that keeps low, or if there's a bit of extra bounce, it's coming off slowly enough that the edge doesn't carry, or a catch doesn't pop up. 67 for 1, 2 overs in.
Remind you that if you want to follow what's going on in all the remaining county champ, quite a few finished on day 3, but as Swanepoel comes into bowl, it's defended, there's no run. Place to do so is on the live text page on BBC Online. You may already be on it. Just scroll down from where you are, depending on how you're listening to us. If not, if you go to the BBC Cricket page, you'll find it. Good morning to Glenn, Adam, Neil and Steve, especially which one of you is monitoring this match. They're in charge of it today.
Does that mean somebody's got 2 and the rest of them got 1?
Probably, yeah. You usually do 2 at a time, but obviously there's a fewer games today. That's pushed out to point. There's no run. You'll see from there, actually, that Surrey now got up to beyond the 400 mark, leading Glamorgan by 149. So that looks a really intriguing game. And 9 wickets down, Surrey. Can they save that game, or turn it around, I should say, in the First Division after being bowled out for 105 in the first innings? 409 for 9 they are now. Jordan Clark and Tom Laws, the last pair. Some interesting games going on. Say, a lot finished yesterday. Only one in the second division finished yesterday. Swanepoel comes into bowl, and that's played out towards third by Cameron Bancroft, and he trots through for a single, done to 41. Yeah, Derbyshire beating Lancashire yesterday, which I did think Derbyshire were underachieving somewhat in this division. Saw a bit of them against Worcestershire in the first game of the season, and we've seen what they did last season and who they've acquired this season. I thought they'd be right up there in the second division. They pushed up to third, beating Lancashire, who are in the lower ends of the table. Worcestershire will overtake Lancashire if they don't lose this game. Swanepoel into bowl, and that's turned round to square leg for 1 by Borman. Gloucestershire ticking the runs along here. So what we got today, we've got Kent against Middlesex. That's intriguing. Kent are 212 ahead with 3 wickets left. And we've got Northants Durham, where Northants are 259 ahead of the table toppers with 3 wickets left. And then there's this game. Swanepoel turns to bowl to Bancroft. And that one kept very low, goes past the outside edge, it's skittled along the ground. As Bancroft plays a forward defensive, it would have hit him very low on the bat if he'd got anything on it.
Might even have taken enough pace off it that it didn't carry.
Oh, definitely. I think if he'd got an edge, it probably would have landed straight beside him almost. It was that low.
I still feel Swanepoel, I said it yesterday, Swanepoel's the bowler with his type of bowling that I feel will be most dangerous with the uneven bounce.
He's in again. That one is solidly played by Bancroft. Someone behaves itself a little better, and it's fielded in the covers by Latigan, down Latigan, end of the over. So Gloucestershire negotiated 3 overs this morning. They've added 10 more runs to be 69 for 1 and take their deficit to 30.
So yeah, there are some really well poised games around, and in another world, maybe these 2 teams would have put their heads together and come up with something on this final day, with both kind of needing wins. But I think as Allison bowls to Borman, that's steered away to cover, where Libby comes across from his short cover point position to field, and there's no run. They sort of take the attitude that actually they need a draw.
I don't think you'd be able to agree a run chase on here, because the team chasing will say, well, we can't score at more than 3 and over, and the other team ain't going to set less than that, or that little. So I don't think even if they tried, I don't think they could have come up with that.
It's almost the amount of time as well, whether you'd believe that you could bowl a side out in 50 overs on this. Judging by the evidence we've seen, no. Left by Borman, wide of off stump. 7 wickets on day 1, 8 wickets on day 2, and 6 wickets yesterday. Doesn't immediately suggest that 10 wickets plus however many Gloucestershire would lose setting a game up is especially likely today.
I think it's a lot rarer these days anyway that teams set things up. It used to happen. Well, obviously I'm old enough to remember 3-day cricket, and you didn't. It's hardly worth turning up for the first 2 days because it all boiled down to what they agreed to set on the 3rd day.
Yes. Allison in and bowls Bournemouth forward and guiding away to point. There's no run. So I gather you're not especially nostalgic for 3-day cricket.
No, definitely not. And I think people forget. People who talk about go back to 3-day cricket forget what it was like.
Yeah.
And sometimes a team would get well on top and win the game naturally, but most of the time you ended up with contrived finishes one way or the other.
Uncovered pitches, that's the way forward. Uncovered pitches in 3-day cricket.
Am I with Jeff Boycott or what?
Bring back the slow bowlers. Here is Ben Allison. Tall action in bowls. Squares Bournemouth up a little bit, but he defends comfortably enough into the offside.
I mean, people criticise the championship. I actually think it's pretty decent this season in terms of positive results. First division so far, 24 positive results to 14 draws. Second division, it's 21-8. So more often than not, you are getting wins.
Yeah.
Usually they're natural rather than contrived.
Always weather's been dry enough, and now getting towards the stage, especially in September, you don't tend to get a huge number of draws in September. Allison bowls, bit of bounce there. Bournemouth rides it well. Hand off the bat, splice of the bat, but keeps it down. There's no short leg anyway. But in September, I mean, most teams are either looking for wins to launch themselves up the table or.
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of 8 points for a draw, but if I've been honest, it doesn't look to me, and the results we've had so far, that it's having too much of an adverse impact in terms of the number of draws that we're seeing.
I haven't seen a draw this season. This could be the first one.
Gloucestershire, the only team in the country who haven't drawn.
Gloucestershire have only won one match, but there's been a lot of exciting cricket. Allison in down the leg side. It will not have enough pace to go to the boundary. Taken something, maybe just leg pad. Yeah, here we go. There goes the leg of umpire Widdop, and 2 to the total. So 71 for 1 at the end of that over. We've had 4 overs in the day so far and 12 runs.
Yeah, no wickets. You just feel that Worcestershire needed an early wicket just to lift themselves really and persuade themselves that they're not necessarily just in for a very hot, frustrating day. Still there for them, of course, but Swanepoel will continue. Brett Oliveira hands on the ball, wearing number 8 in his back. 2 slips in place, he bowls, that's left, it's a good leave by Bancroft. He's on 41, that's 101st delivery he's faced. Again, he goes on walkabout, the Australian. And first target for Gloucestershire to get to that 99 that wipes out the first innings deficit.
Mr. Nick Friend is here today. From the Cricketer magazine, other publications are available.
In comes Swanepoel. And that one kept a bit low. It's comfortably enough defended by Bancroft, but it didn't get up at all.
So he had his pick of games around the country to go and turn up to, and he's thought, Worcestershire versus Gloucestershire, the basement battle's where I want to be.
Umpire just had a word with Bear Swanepoel there, whether it's his front foot getting dangerously close to the line or whether he's not happy with his follow through, I'm not sure. But he had a little word with him.
Have Worcestershire bowled a no ball in this match? Have a look.
Swanepoel bowls out left.
I don't remember one.
By Bancroft.
Oh no, they have. Swanepoel bowled 1 and Taylor bowled 1.
There have been good leaves here from Bancroft, but it's slightly risky leaving because of some are not getting up much. You need to be sure it's going to be wide of the stumps. You can't be confident it's going to go over the stumps.
Matthew Waite really felt he was going to get Bancroft leaving one onto his stumps last night, but didn't happen.
Solihull bowls. Showed good judgment so far. Bancroft, he plays at that one, plays it to point. And there's no run. 71 for 1 Gloucestershire. Hot sunny day, just a couple of wispy clouds in the sky. Remarkably, the cathedral's still there. It's amazing. Every day I turn up, that cathedral's still there, overlooking the ground, the other side of the river. It looks closer to the ground than it actually is, because there is a river between us and the cathedral. It looks splendid. Overlooking the ground, Solihull in, and again that one keeps quite low. It's played by Bancroft, lots of oohs and ahs and the slip Gordon. But Bancroft's judging well here. The ones he's left, he's been fine to leave, and he's played at ones that might have been risky to let go. And it is 71 for 1. Solihull looking for his 7th wicket of the match. Comes in to bowl, and again that's comfortably defended by Bancroft, and the game ticks along as it has been doing throughout the 3 and a bit days, with not too many runs scored but not many wickets taken either. And Gloucestershire are 71 for 1. They trail by 28.
Here's one for you. Which other grounds around the country can you see a cathedral from?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. You can see churches from quite a few, much like cathedrals.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a bit of a think round them. Where else you might? I don't know if you can see from the media centre at Derby. You might be able to see Derby Cathedral. Allison bangs one in short that loops on through to the keeper. It's got to be a horrible feeling for a bowler when you dig one in short and then it bounces before it gets to the wicketkeeper, which we've seen happen a couple of times. Matthew Waite, in his first 5 overs, or nearly 5 overs, the only run he conceded was from a short ball that was a wide on height over Bancroft's head, and it bounced halfway to Gareth Roderick. He still only went for 2 runs in his 6 overs. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 2. Allison is in, extra bounce, but Mormon pretty much just lets the ball hit the bat and it drops down into the offside. Harmlessly enough, no run. I don't know whether he extend it to outgrounds as well. I suspect you probably, I don't know, I've never been to Guildford, even though Gloucestershire played there in the 50
I have been to Guildford. I don't recall being able to see the cathedral,
no.
But I might be wrong.
My image of the ground doesn't include the cathedral. You've got the Cathedral Road end at Sophia Gardens, but I don't think you can see Llandaff Cathedral from there. Allison goes in and bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside, where Libby will allow Oliveira to field from mid-off. There we are. If that's got anybody. So my X account is still alive, but yeah, I'll have to get in touch that way. I've already had a suggestion of Durham, but you can't see Durham Cathedral from Chester Street.
See Lumley Castle, but I don't think you can see the cathedral.
I don't think so. And even high up, I don't think you. It's quite a way away. 71 for 1. Allison is in bowls. Always played a lovely inadvertent shot there as Tommy Portman down to Fateh Singh at deep third. He tried to leave it, but it was done so elegantly that you could almost believe that he'd meant that, which he didn't. It was a little moment of alarm, but it went along the ground and wide of the slip cordon, so he picks up a single.
I just wondered about Chelmsford actually, because it's right by the city centre.
That's a good shout. I suppose maybe from the
Gareth Roderick coming up to the stumps here.
Be interesting because you've got a bit of height at the river end at Chelmsford as Allison bowls beats Bancroft with a the keeper standing up. Roderick doesn't take it cleanly, but he did
Bowler,
beat him.
Bowler put head in hands there. Whether he thought there might have been a feather on it from the bat. Just brought Gareth Roderick up that ball. His reaction suggests that let's say he might have appealed if that had been clung on to by Roderick.
Canterbury, you're bound to be able to. Oh yeah, you can. In fact, you can see. You can see it out the back of that Cheeseman stand. You can see the cathedral at Canterbury, so that's definitely one. Allison in bowls, looped up into the leg side off pad. Maybe it's well short and wide of Libby at leg gully anyway. But again, just one or two things happening in that over. But it's tended to be this way really. 72 for 1 at the end of that over. We've seen an awful lot of, ooh, that's done a little bit, and nothing's actually happened. That's just been, we're kind of getting used to it now. It's just been how it's played out the last couple of days.
72 for 1. A couple of attacking shots this morning, but still fairly slow going. And let me just turn my sound off. There we go. Don't hear you twice.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say once is enough.
Anyway, it's Swanepoel. So the ball going down the leg side, well taken by Roderick. There is a stifled appeal from second slip, but no question. I don't mind seeing that one again in Matthew Waite's over. Because just his reaction made me wonder whether he thought there was a little edge. As Swanepoel walks back to his mark. Thundering in again, and that one is not timed by Borman. So dribbles to mid-on, and there is no run.
I wonder if you can see Leeds Cathedral from Headingley. You can see an awful lot of the city centre from there, but whether you know, another contender.
This next one goes past the outside edge. It's very difficult to see from the replay whether it looks as it might have just done a lot. The one that went past the outside edge and Waits over. Maybe that's why he had head in hands.
So I got the impression that behind, the slips didn't react, but yeah. Speaking of Canterbury, Kenton 9 down now against Middlesex, leading by 219.
So in comes Swanepoel, 2 slips still in place. That one is played well by Borman into the ground, and there's no run. These two came together on 10, and crucial they batted through to the close yesterday. I think Worcestershire got a couple more yesterday. They would have got high hopes coming in today, but they've put on 62 now, and they've been together since the 10th over. That's driven, that's going to be runs, and it might go all the way. It's been chased by Brett D'Oliveira, who will just get there, and they are going to run 3, second 3 of the morning, and Bournemouth on to 26. So they've been together now for the best part of 28 overs, adding 65 runs in that time, and taking Gloucestershire closer to safety. You have to say safety. Gloucestershire, their chances of winning this game just because of the time left in it. If it was a timeless match, they'd still have a good chance, but
thank goodness it isn't.
Yeah, this next one is played to mid-off. There's no run. They stopped timeless test matches, didn't they, when England started missing boats home in South Africa. 75 for 1.
Records in terms of number of balls bowled in a test match that'll never be beaten. That game.
So today has gone pretty much the way that the match has gone. There'll be 1 or 2 balls have done a bit, but no great alarms. So Gloucestershire have ticked along, adding 16 runs this morning so far.
And in a way, it almost feels fast moving this morning compared to what we've had at times, given that they've scored 16 runs in 7 overs. That's probably about the rate they were scoring in the first innings. But
yeah, they scored at 2.6 in the first innings. Yeah. Sorry, Worcestershire scored at 2.6 in the first innings. Gloucestershire scored at 2.7.
Yeah, it's just been the rate, pretty much. Gloucestershire went a bit slower last night, but then they were very much going to be batting for the close.
What's happening here? Are we getting a helmet? Someone's going to go in close. Some lucky fielders putting some padding on and a helmet these days. This always causes a delay because you're no longer allowed to just put someone in there for a ball or two and then put the gear on. I used to always worry when I covered Warwickshire for Varun Chopra when he was captain, because he had a habit, last ball of an over, putting himself very close and not bothering with the helmet because it was only one ball, but you thought, crikey.
And also they can't take them off either until there's a break. So if you get the call to field at short leg on a sunny day where it's meant to get above 30, God, no.
Well, it's Dan Latigan who's put on some shin pads and now a helmet. And he is going to field at short leg. They'd already put a leg slip in previously in Alison's over, but now they've got a short leg.
Youngest member of the side, as Tommy Borman was fielding at short leg when the Gloucestershire were in the field, although Bancroft does like to field at short leg. Allison into Borman, and that's defended straight back.
I was going to say, in these days of rather more professional attitude, surely there's a more scientific way of deciding who fields in that position than the youngest player in the team.
Joe Phillips had to do it, and I think now the baton's been passed to Tommy Borman, and then before that it was Ben Charlesworth, and what Ben Charlesworth did, I think quite cleverly, was make it very clear with his body language that he didn't really want to be there.
You do a bad job there, that'll get you out of there for future. That's just drop a few and then you want to back in.
I don't remember him dropping a catch, but he certainly, yes, certainly did well there, I think. That's pushed away offside, no run. Whereas, say, Bancroft seems to enjoy fielding there, but of late, especially with, I think if Ollie Price were fit, Bancroft might field at short leg, but because Ollie Price is injured, Bancroft had been fielding at slip, and then they need somebody else to go in at short leg.
Short leg might be getting in the umpire's way because he's just switched to the offside.
Also needs to keep an eye on that deep square leg fielder so he doesn't, well, both deep square and short legs, not three behind square, as that's defended into the offside. 2 runs could make all the difference. Yeah, stay hot on these things. But yes, there is a long leg and a deep square. I think actually they've only got one behind square on the leg side. He says, leaning to make sure there's no leg gully hiding behind the pillar, which there isn't. But yeah, just stray a little foot the other side of that crease line.
I think I might try and remove that pillar at lunchtime. I'm sure the stand will stay upright.
Allison, well, that's a bit of a quicker short delivery, but Borman sees it well and ducks underneath it without too much bother.
I remember when that construction was built, just above the press area, commentary box. He and both of them was a Worcestershire player there, and I think he set himself the target to be the first to clear. I don't know whether he succeeded in the end or not, but he was certainly keen to be the first to clear that new building and put the ball into the new road.
I thought you were going to say to be the first to knock a pillar down.
No. Yes, it's developed a lot, new road over the years, but it's still splendid ground. Of course, there's issues about how much Worcestershire can stay here because of the flooding.
Silly mid-off rather than short leg now, as Allison bowls a slower ball outside the off stump, and Borman probably has a bit of a grin about that. Allison doesn't play a shot.
I heard Dave Townsend I hope you won't mind me saying, slightly rant about the issue about Worcestershire
Has he made it
potentially
over here,
moving from Europe. No, he was actually doing it while he was commentating at, where was he? Scarborough, I think he was.
But he has made it over to the shores then. Not commentating remotely from Thailand.
Oh no, he was.
Alison Bowles, and that's just opening the face and taking a single down to deep third. So Borman will keep the strike. He's got 27, Bancroft 41, Gloucestershire 76 for 1, trailing by 23.
I mean, the issue is the flooding. And there's if you ever come to New Road, if you go around the back of the stand opposite us, there is actually a sort of montage there explaining when floods have happened over the years, and I can't remember the exact stat, but it shows how much more common the flooding has become in the last 20 years or so, and that's the issue. And of course we are at the only county headquarters that doesn't have floodlights, and they cannot put permanent floodlights in here for various reasons, not least the flooding. So that's the issue. I think from what I understand it, what Worcestershire are contemplating is not moving away from here completely, but having an alternative venue that they can stage some of their games at. As Swanepoel comes into bowl, and that's left, and it goes to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Is there any steer on where?
There may be. I'm not aware of where they're talking about. I think we are talking about Worcester. At the moment, they'd have to sort of hightail it to Kidderminster if the ground is not fit for use due to flooding, or occasionally even Himley. But they'd like a venue, I think, that they could actually schedule games at in the difficult periods. Swanepoel comes to the ball, and that's played on the onside, there's no run. And then people say, oh, well, surely that's more expensive. Well, I think you can trust that whatever Worcestershire decide to do, it will be cost effective. That's why they're doing it. We know counties, of course, are under great financial pressure. I don't think Worcestershire, well, I'm sure that Worcestershire weren't down on the critical list among the counties. There was that list, wasn't there? But I don't think they're hovering that far above it because of the costs these days. Swanepoel into bowl with a short leg, and that's a play back into the offside by Borman. There's no run. Said that once or twice in the last 3 days, haven't you? There's no run. It's a phrase that's been repeated.
We could almost just decide for everybody to just take it ready.
Yes. You probably could do that these days. Yeah. Just get a button on your laptop.
Careful. We were talking about AI match reports in the next door before the start. AI commentary would just be just one person pressing a button soon.
In comes Swanepoel the ball, and that's played right off. There's no run. 76 for 1, Gloucestershire, so no breakthrough for Worcestershire, who need 9 wickets, probably by tea, if they're to set themselves some sort of realistic run chase to try and win this game. Whatever the result, actually, as long as they don't lose, they will climb 1 place in the table. They'll overtake Lancashire into 6th, but if they can get a win, they'll also close the gap, particularly on whoever loses between Kent and Middlesex. If someone does. Swanepoel bowls, and that's defended out to the offside. There's no run. And it is a tight second division table, so a win would be very valuable, but it's going to be hard work to get it.
I think one of Kent or Middlesex will win it.
All out,
Canterbury, Middlesex set 231 to win.
I think Middlesex will be favourites, but we shall see. And in comes Swanepoel to bowl, and that's defended the offside. There's no run. Craig Overton's completed a century as Somerset's 7th wicket pair continue to frustrate Warwickshire.
Warwickshire might not take another wicket.
76 for 1. No wicket for Worcestershire so far in the second division contest.
Crazy that. I mean, it's just 220 runs Thomas Ruan and Craig Overton have put on from effectively 26 for 6.
So 78, 6 for 1. This clash between 2 of the counties involved in the Three Choirs Festival, Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. And we're going to see spin for the first time today.
Perhaps if they are able to. shake hands at even 10-5, then can settle it with a singing contest. I'm not sure that I'm not sure there's too many in the Gloucestershire lineup that I'd pay to listen sing. We're going to see spin for the first time. Fateh Singh is into the attack. 5 overs for 15. When he got it right yesterday evening, he bowled a couple of beauties. Tended to be at least one short ball and over, but he's on the money to start with. It's Bancroft forward to defend first ball.
Yeah, just back after a spell on the sidelines with injury.
Should get a fairly lengthy bowl today, you think. Round the wicket he comes, and there's a good one which turns and bounces, and Bancroft, not sure how much he played at that, whether he started to play and then withdrew in time or not, but in any case, as so often, the ball turns and bounces too much to take the edge. That one stays down a little bit and skids on, but sliding into leg stump and allowing Bancroft to turn a single through the leg side to deep square.
Fateh Singh's injury resulted in Worcestershire signing George Giselle for one match.
Giselle from Brazil.
Played in the match against Lancashire at Southport. Did all right.
Round the wicket, Singh, allowing Bourman to rock onto the back foot and play it back to the bowler. Not a genuine short ball, but when Van Buren bowled, and he did bowl beautifully, as Frank was saying last night, that's more where it was. Full and straight, and Bourman defends back. The number of the proportion of deliveries that were played off the front foot from Van Buren incredibly high. Singh quite a lot played off the back foot, but this has been a good first over, just guided off to backward point off a controlled outer part of the bat, and yeah, good start from Fateh Singh. Got a little bit of turn and bounce in the over, just the single from it. 77 for 1.
I would suggest that George Giselle's a player that one or two teams might be looking at, because he can't get into the Durham side. I noticed he took 6 for in a second 11 game for them earlier this month, but there's one game for Worcestershire against Lancashire's his one championship appearance this season. We're going to see Matthew Waite join the attack,
just to stem the flow of runs, I think.
From the New Road end. Slightly eccentric run up. Having a great season with the bat. Here's Matthew Waite. He's got a slip in a gully and a shortish mid-wicket. Ben Allison has placed himself about 2 pitches away at mid-wicket. As in comes Waite, and one keeps a bit low. It's played to Harry Darley, I notice, is on the field of play. I assume he's a substitute fielder, because he did rock up actually as a substitute player in the last match against Middlesex. Ended up coming on for Matthew Waite, actually. Oh no, it wasn't. It was for Adam Finch, I beg your pardon. Got an injury, and Harry Darley came into the team and was bowling almost as soon as he got onto the field.
Still haven't seen Tom Taylor in this innings.
Yeah, there might be an issue there. That's left, there's no run. I wonder if he's on the field, Tom Taylor.
Who's down at fine leg?
That is fine leg.
Fateh Singh.
Yeah, Fateh Singh.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's out there. He's tended to be either down there or at mid off or mid on.
So maybe Darley's on for Tom Taylor. I don't say. I'm sure we would have been told. You'd like to think we'd have been told if there'd been a full-on replacement.
He made a brief appearance yesterday evening in the field, but he was off the field for the majority of yesterday evening, and batted at 11 below Fateh Singh as well.
Waite is in, and that's defended. There's no run. Worcestershire's top wicket taker, so they'll miss him. I hope he might be fit in time for Friday when they look to complete the double over their neighbours Warwickshire. I happily can now call them Warwickshire in the T20.
Phew.
At Edgbaston on Friday. That'll be a cracking night, that will be.
Gloucestershire will be at Taunton, hoping to do the double over their local rivals as well. And it has tended to be the case that has happened. It would break a trend going back 8 years for the two teams to split the meetings between the two teams in the same year.
Ben Allison's now gone to leg slip, and that's come off an inside edge. He was moving across the stumps before the ball was bowled, Bancroft, and it just gets an inside edge on that. It goes down towards the backward point boundary, and he's through for a single. Bancroft onto 43, 78 for 1.
There was 1 year where there was a washout in the other fixture, but then 2 years ago, of course, rather famously, Gloucestershire beat Somerset 3 times in the same year, including the final.
Matthew Way has a word with Brett D'Oliveira as D'Oliveira gives him the ball. Leg slip, it's only in for 1 ball for 4 Bancroft, and that one just hurries Bournemouth up a little bit, nips back at him, but he plays it away safely enough to the offside, then rehearses the shot a couple of times. So yes, he didn't execute it absolutely perfectly, but safe enough. The leg slip has gone back to that mid-wicket position for Bournemouth, so we've got a slip and a gully and then a shortish mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, up. Just a fielder on the back of square leg boundary. Waite comes in and bowls, and there's a slashing shot there from Bournemouth, but he doesn't get through the covers, and there's no run. Just maybe showing slight signs of frustration, because the slower Gloucestershire score, the more time Worcestershire, even though they haven't got a wicket so far, they still have time because the runs are not coming, which has been the pattern for the whole match. And it's 78 for 1 as the batters have a chat out in the middle. It was Jake Libby who half stopped. That was a hit at full power. I think Libby might have stung his hand a little bit as he half stopped it, and that allowed Brett D'Oliveira to complete the fielding.
Rare opportunity really to have a good hard go at one. It's got to be, but it's got to be there. It's got to be just the perfect half volley for you to trust that you can have a go at it. Silly mid-off slip for Bancroft, who gets a full ball and kills it back to the bowler. So 4 others saving the single on the offside, a deep cover and a deep square. Bancroft drives, finds the gap in the covers, jogs through for 1. Moves his score up to 44, 79 for 1. So 20 runs behind Gloucestershire.
I'll rattle through some of the scores. Some interesting games going on. Perhaps I'll wait till the next over actually, because there's a bit more time in the next over, isn't there?
Singh to Bournemouth, rocks back, pushes away, wants a single, one-handed pick up and throw at the non-striker's end. Good athletic work from Ethan Brooks, but I don't think he really had a shot at running out Tommy Bournemouth at the non-striker's end, but he came as close as he could have done.
He was a bit slow out of the blocks, Bournemouth there.
Just,
a direct hit would have been tight, I think. But anyway,
he just couldn't quite get enough power behind the cross body throw, but it was a fine piece of fielding. 80 for 1. Singh to Bancroft, rocks back and works this one through the vacant mid-wicket. Again, it just doesn't go very far, and you just pretty much got to content yourself with a single unless it's an absolutely rank delivery, which Bancroft did get a couple of yesterday evening, which he gratefully slapped to the mid-wicket boundary, but even those shots I don't think would have felt that great. So off the back foot, trying to play it off your ankles. Oh, that stayed down, he's gone, LBW! The first wicket of the morning, and it was a real grubber, that one. Bournemouth going back, but it stayed too low for him to get back down on, and he goes for 28. He's batted well there as Bournemouth, and well, I'm not sure there's an enormous amount he could have done about that. It's 81 for 2.
Yeah, nothing at all. That was just unplayable, that. Keeping very low. So he's done a decent job. 43rd over, came in the 10th. So 33 overs that pair lasted out for. But they are still behind by 18 runs. So we should get 1 or 2 more. in that time, they will still have hope. Having said that, they'll look at that and think it's going to be difficult to chase anything really on here. Let's quickly go through the other games. There's only 2 first division matches which are still on, and Surrey are continuing to resist. Their last wicket pair are now 441 for 9 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Following on, they lead by 188, and Somerset's 7th wicket pair continue 371 for 6, 249 ahead of Warwickshire. In the second division, we mentioned Middlesex has just started, chasing 231 to beat Kent. And Northants are hanging on, so a draw is still a possibility in that match. Northants 243 for 9 now lead Durham by 288 at Chester Street. So there we are. That's games in progress currently. I don't think there are any games in the Women's World Cup today.
No.
There'll be lots of football matches in the Football World Cup. I've been trying to record it. It's impossible to keep track. I'm looking to watch games to record, and there's games at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I've missed that one. Been some good games though. To be fair, I think there have been some quite entertaining games. Cape Verde were involved in a great game.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a terrific game. They got a 2-2 draw. They've been the stars, I think, so far of Cape Verde, having held Spain to a 0-0.
This was about 135% possession, but for Spain.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if you don't score. So Miles Hammond is out in the middle again, having been unbeaten in the first innings for his 139 not out, and first ball he goes back and defends back to the bowler. I'm sure Hammond will play him off the back foot. He'll still trust that he can make the adjustment if the ball stays down, but there's the first wicket, and Fatih Singh is, you figure, is going to need to take quite a few of them if Worcestershire are going to get a rattle of wickets going here. 81 for 2.
Well, that kept low again. Last wicket partnership's past 100 now, which is they did use 2 night watches earlier, so it's not number 10 and 11 actually.
So Tom Laws is not a number 11, but
still,
yeah.
It's, I expect the record books will be being checked soon. Matthew Waite to continue the ball to Bancroft, who really does want to hold the innings together a bit now. There's a leg slip in place again for him. A slip, a gully, and Waite right arm over bowls, and that's solidly defended once again by Bancroft, who's defended well, left well so far this morning. Hit the occasional shot in anger, but his priority is to stay out there, and he's done it very effectively so far.
These are big ones now. Bancroft, Hammond, Bracey coming in next. You know, they'd want those 3 to do the bulk of the work here, Gloucestershire.
Wait in. Oh, that's come off an inside edge. Goes towards mid-wicket where Dan Latigan fields. There's a couple that Waite has managed to maybe get nipped back at Bancroft a bit and found the inside edge. And as a result of that, the gully is moving now to a shortish mid-wicket position. Oh no, he's not. He was Adam Hose, but now he's been. Well, he is. He's sort of between mid-wicket and square leg, if that makes sense. About 4 pitches away, and Matthew Waite is moving him still further. So he's now pretty much at square leg, looking for that inside edge again. And Waite is in, and that's left, oohs and ahs, but Bancroft has judged the lead as well. As I say, got to be careful not to leave on height on this pitch, but he was confident that was wide of off stump, and although it nipped back a bit, it was a safe leave.
So we've seen spin, we haven't seen, and we have seen in this over a couple of times, we haven't seen much really go sideways off the pitch. I mean, sideways, I mean lateral movement. Not seen much of that.
Wait, if he wanted to turn it back, comes in now to bowl. Leans back as he comes in, and that one comes off the inside of the bat. A bit more solidly this time from Bancroft, plays it out to mid-wicket for no run. Trying to get one through there, Matthew Waite. Worcestershire should get one more before Gloucestershire wiped out the first innings deficit. They'll still believe they're in the game. They'll know it's very hard work. And the odds are still stacked against either side winning this match, but Worcestershire do at least have the possibility still. Anyway, Gloucestershire would win it, I suppose, would be if Worcestershire find themselves with some sort of run chase and make a real mess of it.
Yes, they've got to get bowled out now to win the game.
Well, Harry Darley's now gone very close in. He's on an adjacent pitch at mid-on, and the non-striker batter, Miles Hammond, has to move. Oh, that one's got through. It's an appeal from Waite. Looked quite high from here. And umpire says not out.
Yes, height even through the head of Miles Hammond was my first thought, but I'm sure we'll get a second look.
Let's have a look. Well, might have been on the back. They might have been outside the line of off stump. Just hit him on the back leg, on the thigh pad. So it might not have been height. It might have been line that the umpire indicated was not. I tell you what, it's not a bad shot. It might have been height. It's. I bet they would have reviewed it, and it probably would have been umpire's call. That might have been review lost. We'll never know. Waite comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. I'm not a great believer. I know. I suppose you could argue it's sort of our job to do it. But I'm not a great believer in analysing umpire's decisions by constantly looking at the replays and commenting on them. The umpire doesn't get that luxury, so it's not out because he says so. 81 for 2 is the Gloucestershire score, so they're still 18 runs behind. But just the one wicket for Worcestershire so far this morning, that of Tommy Borman, LBW to Fateh Singh from an unplayable grubber. He went for 28.
And people will also ask you if you're on commentary about caught behinds, and about 95% of the time, no idea. we don't have Snicko in the commentary box. Singh to Hammond down the pitch, and he's caught and bowled. Well, Hammond is staying there. I'm not sure. Does he think this might have been a bump?
Oh well, the umpires are going to have a discussion here. Worcestershire are convinced, as you say, Miles Hammond is staying put.
Well, if you tell anything from the replay,
Yeah, he's given out. He doesn't like it. He's still standing there, even though the finger's gone up. He's in danger of getting himself into trouble if he doesn't walk off soon. But he clearly feels that was a bump ball. Worcestershire had no doubts. I mean, they went up straight away. If I can see the replay again. He's still walking off very slowly. He's got to be a little bit careful. He'll be obviously very disappointed if he's convinced it wasn't out. And it's a massive wicket, but match referee might be making some notes. Second wicket for Singh, though, and a big one.
Yes, really big. And first innings, unbeaten 139. And second innings, it's a second ball duck for Hammond, who's still. they're not going to call him back. They will not call him back now.
I have to say, it doesn't look on the replay. Miles Hammond will know better than me, but it doesn't look like a bump ball when you see the replay. I've no doubt he's absolutely convinced it is. That would be a remarkably good act if he didn't. But it doesn't look like it to me, and obviously didn't look like it to the square leg umpire either, because it's him ultimately that gave him out.
I've no idea, because live I've got no clue, because Hammond's body's in the way of the ball, and I've not seen a replay, and if you say there's nothing that can be told from it, then there's
this is it here.
Trying to peer through my sunglasses with reflection.
But it doesn't look like a bump ball. Just to say,
almost the way it went to Singh. I didn't think that the way that the ball was behaving in the air looked like a bump ball, but I wouldn't like to say. But what we can say is that Hammond coming down the pitch and
it was a straight shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was not the way that he played in the first innings. Admittedly, it wasn't turning this much in the first innings, but it was something that wasn't part of his method when he got that 100 in the first innings, and now, well,
he was looking, and I know as he's walking off, he's looking at the Worcestershire fielders, whether he was hoping that somehow Worcestershire might withdraw the appeal.
Well, I think that's
but
what
that was never
hoping.
going to happen.
But they clearly weren't. Even after the first two looks, they weren't going to do that.
No.
So, well, a Worcestershire. Well, I don't know where is it now in terms of the win predictor.
Well, I hate that thing. I think they've obviously got a chance, but
got a very big
I would
chance.
think Gloucestershire would back themselves to be able to dig in with a partnership. But obviously that's a massive wicket, as you mentioned beforehand, to get Miles Hammond out first ball.
And now a really big partnership. Singh to Bracey, full toss, on driven and stopped by Matthew Waite. Even loose deliveries are just not easy to put away here.
Yeah, that was, he probably missed out there a little bit. On the other hand, he'd be grateful that he didn't hit it straight to the mid-on fielder. That would have been a real sickener.
Well, now Singh should be really full of confidence. 2 wickets and nearly a third as that pops off something to leg gully, turn and bounce. I don't know, maybe it didn't come off bat or glove, maybe just his side, but easily just something that you could have gloved to leg slip. Next delivery is turned into the onside, this time comfortably enough by Bracey for no run. And they need a sort of rearguard innings such as Bracey produced in the last match against Northamptonshire. He made 148 not out. He won't score as quickly as he did in that innings. He goes across, turns it to leg. He fielded it backward square for no run. But 2 wickets now in the first hour, and Worcestershire will know. I mean, to be honest, he's still got a chance, even one more before lunch. Just break this partnership in the next hour. They've still got a chance. Turned away into the leg side, and there's no run to complete the over. 81 for 3, and you know this partnership represents a significant chunk of the sort of recent first-class runs remaining in this Gloucestershire batting lineup. So yeah, this morning has taken a very different turn after that double strike. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Fateh Singh, 81 for 3, and still trailing by 18 runs.
So first hour done, 22 for 2. Worcestershire would have taken that. 2 wickets, a success of Fateh Singh overs. Tommy Borman 28, an unplayable one, and Miles Hammond a controversial one. He was out first ball. Off from a caught and bowled. And Waite in now with a slip, a leg slip, and field shortage at mid-on as that's turned round. It's passed by Bancroft, who's holding things together. He's dug in this morning. Hit an aggressive shot in the first over, but for the most part, he's just been keeping the ball out. And a couple of inside edges, but nothing to suggest that he's going to get out anytime soon. And it's crucial for Gloucestershire that he doesn't.
There's a couple of major developments elsewhere. Northamptonshire have been bowled out, so Durham require 296 to win, and Surrey all out for 447, so Glamorgan need 195 to win at Cardiff.
Surrey will be perilously close to the relegation zone if they do lose that. The wins yesterday for Hampshire and Leicestershire will have caused a few alarms to the other counties, because those two looked as if they were drifting away from the rest, but both got a win yesterday, which has put them right back up, breathing down the necks of teams above them. Yorkshire will be concerned as well. Matthew Waite just tinkering with this field here. He's got a shortish mid-off. He's got a short leg, shortish, two pitches away, and a leg slip. He's trying everything he can to get this third wicket and to get rid of Bancroft, and that one goes through. Bancroft hits him in the midriff and he crouches down. That would have, might have been about the stomach area. He's gone on walkabout. I think he's okay, but It would have been an uncomfortable moment. And Craig Overton's finally out for 111 for Somerset.
Jack Leach, Archie Vaughan, final day there. Might almost be a bad thing. Somerset could be an exciting finish, that.
Wait, right arm over, Bowles. Oh, that was in the air off the inside edge and just flashed past short leg. There's a plan here for Matthew Waite, and it almost came off there. Latigan couldn't quite reach it at short leg. The previous inside edges have gone very safely to ground fairly quickly, but that was in the air for a bit. Bancroft has a chat now with James Bracey. Probably the closest he's been to getting out this morning there, Bancroft. He's on to 46.
Everything happening all of a sudden. It's amazing how it happens. Very little happening in the first, 45 minutes or so.
Well, it's easy to say sitting here, but Gloucestershire need to get ahead, because once they get ahead, you've got the factor that Worcestershire still got to get those runs, which might not be easy at all. If they're chasing 130 even.
It's just so hard to play shots.
Wait. In. And that's gone past. It was a bit of a sort of tentative prod at it by Bracey. It's whistled past his waist through to Gareth Roderick.
It was also, to start with, trying to play across the line into the onside, I thought, and then decided that almost had a bit of a push at it. Glamorgan have lost a wicket off the fourth ball. Billy Root has been run out by Tom Laws, so they're 0 for 1, still needing 195.
Not such a leg side field for the left-hander Brace. He has got a short leg, but there's no leg slip and no one close at mid-wicket. 2 orthodox slips in place as he leaves that one. He's got to be careful not to leave on height, but that one goes past the off stump. It didn't bounce much, but it was wide. And it remains 82 for 3, the deficit now 17.
I think the issue is if you took the attitude of going out and having a bit of a dart.
Yeah.
Swanepoel was the only one who's done that so far. He made 13 off 16 and then ran past one. I don't see it coming off for a long period of time.
I don't know whether that was Miles Hammond's plan. He came charging down the pitch, didn't he? Unfortunately for him, played straight back to the bowler. That one's defended resolutely by Bracey. Another overseen off. We've got 80 scheduled left in the day. Gloucestershire 82 for 3. Match still very much alive. They trail by 17. Kent have lost an early wicket, so I don't want to suggest all these other matches are exciting because I don't want you to leave us and listen to them. I mean, if you want to, go to the BBC Cricket page and you'll find them, but stick with us because this one could be interesting as well.
Well, I assume if you've already chosen us of the matches, then there's no real reason to leave.
I don't know, I go through them while I'm listening, so, you know, I'm going to listen. Well, I'll listen to this one for a bit. Oh, it's there, I'll switch off. No.
Sing bowls. And that's defended to silly mid-off. You should already have known that it was me and not switched on in the first place. Bancroft waiting on 46. Sing into him, and he tries to run that one into the leg side and too close to mid-on, so we're going to run.
It's quite fun going from game to game. Usually listen when I'm doing the washing up or something.
Well, I'm not sure if I should admit this, but I'm going to. Sing round the wicket, bowls reaching for that Bancroft, but prodding down into the ground to backward point. I will, of course, I tend to have one commentary on, which I'll usually stick with, and then flip between the TV pictures from elsewhere on my rounds off.
That's dedication. I'm usually doing something else when I'm listening.
Sing in short enough to cut away. Ethan Brooks' sun hat's gone flying off almost in anticipation of him fielding the ball. It's a sort of release valve, and off went the hat straight to the fielder, and no run, and even a shorter ball there. Having seen a couple of wickets, Bancroft just knows he can't go too hard at it. Sing is in, there's some bounce, but he rides it well. Just Bancroft just drops it out behind square with a flick of the wrist and takes 1. So 83 for 3, crawling forward now with the deficit of 16. And 2 top order wickets, Borman and Hammond, and now Bracey against the man who's caused the damage. Fateh Singh over the wicket bowls to Bracey, who's well forward, getting close enough to the pitch of it that there wasn't going to be anything in terms of misbehaviour off the pitch. Turned it into the onside, and that completes the latest over. 83 for 3. I noticed they've corrected the clock on the scoreboard today. Well, I say corrected, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but the first 3 days it's been about 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the general digital clocks everywhere else, but it's bang up with them today.
It's like the olden days, and different cities at different times, isn't they? The trains put paid to that eventually. Matthew Waite is to continue. Brent Oliveira tosses them all. There's life in all the matches that are currently in progress. Again, great county championship cricket. I do get fed up at the detractors of the county championship. I think the second division is as strong as I've known the second division to be. Anyway, Matthew Waite comes in to bowl. Right arm over. 2 slips and a leg gully. That's pushed out to mid-off. There's no run. The field is short at mid-on. Close at mid-off. They've all been good games. This has been probably the slowest game, but it's got some life on the final day, for sure. Well, we're preaching to the converted, aren't we? Because you all love championship cricket, that's why you're listening. But there are others who don't quite understand the values of it.
Well, they might be forced to if they need cricket today. Test match finished, no Women's World Cup.
Waite comes in to bowl, and that's off an inside edge again. It goes down just to the right of Latigan at short leg. I don't think it would have carried to him, and he couldn't quite reach it anyway. But it's a little bit of a peril for Bancroft. These ones that are nipping back at him, finding the inside edge, and just flying dangerously close to short leg, who I wonder whether he needs to be brave and getting a bit closer. It's easy for me to say. I'm not in that position, but just wonder. Although the only thing about getting closer, of course, is that the ball's more likely to whiz past him then. More likely to carry, but also more likely to go past him.
Or yes, or even if it's into him, does he have the reactions to then catch it? I don't know if the Worcestershire coaching staff will be bringing up a helmet for you.
I wouldn't if I were them, because even if I did go there, it wouldn't do them any good. Waite is in. He's still at short leg now for Bracey, the left-hand. He wasn't there earlier, but this time he is, as Bracey just pushes that one back to the bowler. 2 slips in place. And it's 84 for 3. Intriguing stuff. People in the crowd are all trying to find a bit of shade. There's not a huge amount of shade in this ground. Probably the best area of shade is where we are here in the commentary box just to our left. Stands covered there. Otherwise you have to find various nooks and crannies to get a bit of shade. In comes Waite. Oh, he's padded up, he's out! Not offering a shot, Bracey! Well, I did say it's dangerous to leave on height, and that one didn't get up. Bracey not offering a shot, is hit on the pads and is given out, and that's the 3rd wicket this morning, and Gloucestershire are in some peril now.
Yes, I think you'd have to say Worcestershire at this point are favourites, given that it's Bracey now gone, Bancroft still there, okay, but now you're into that middle order, and the way that 3 wickets have fallen in such quick succession as well. There'll be that scramble on in the dressing room, and Gloucestershire need a sizable, in terms of time, partnership now to arrest the momentum.
3 wickets for 3 runs in 6 overs and 2 ducks, 1 a golden duck. Things have changed.
Still behind, and as I say, you could, if you take the attitude of right, we'll think about runs now rather than staying there, you could just make things worse. So it really is just going to be a case of somebody just coming out and digging in for a very long period of time now, and And again, because of the scoring rate, they're going to have to bat. I think now they are going to have to bat into the evening, because they've only scored 25 runs in an hour and a quarter. Keep going at that pace and they won't be much ahead.
It's a strange thing, cricket. That third innings is always such a tricky one in matches. Often is such a tricky one. The third innings of a match, however the first two have gone, that third innings is so often an area of peril. I mean, Gloucestershire would have started their third innings probably knowing they had very little chance of winning and only really a chance of losing. And that's not an easy position to be in. Makes balancing how much you attack and defend quite difficult. But it is maybe the sort of ground where once a partnership can dig in, it can start to look easier, isn't it? And
just need to take the sting out of it.
Yeah.
Get to lunch and then hope that there's another period. Like, I mean, first up this morning there was not much happening, but as soon as you give the fielding side just that one moment to get into things, then so often you can see something like this where you get three quick ones.
Let's see, Ball and Clive Eakin with you this morning at New Road. Thanks to Frank Watson for the first 3 days. He had the 3 tough days. I'm getting the good one at the moment. Waite comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Waite his head in hand. Didn't seem anything obvious there that got the bowler excited, but he's reacting as if he can't believe it wasn't out.
So we've seen a firmer forward defensive shot all morning, but it's just how it's going to be now. And this is an extraordinary field for a seam bowler to have a short leg and a forward short leg and a short mid wicket. We're going to get a short mid on, short straight mid on. It's remarkable, this field.
Well, Van Buren may have a big part to play later in the day. I mean, you'll hope not, but he's not with the ball. I hope he won't have to. That one is pitched up slightly over pitch, and Van Buren has played it away through long on, and that's going to be 4 precious runs for Gloucestershire. And Van Buren is on a 200% strike rate. He scored 4 of his first 2 balls, 88 for 4. It takes a deficit down to 11.
Very pleasantly played, and the first boundary that Matthew Waite has conceded in 10 overs. Well, he's almost gone for as many in that one ball, isn't his first 9.5?
Or third of the morning? I haven't been keeping count, but there's been many boundaries this morning, have there?
9.5 overs, 1 for 5, and then he goes for 4 in a ball. Yeah, Borman had that cover drive early on.
Yes.
Bancroft.
There were a couple of threes, weren't there? They didn't quite reach to the boundary.
I'm not sure if Bancroft's got a boundary today.
No, he may not have.
Well, now he's got to really lead this from here. Bancroft. Singh continuing. Oh, that's a full toss. That's a generous offering for Bancroft. He might well get 4 for this, just whipping it away down to long on, and he will. Ball crosses the boundary rope, and that is 50 for Cameron Bancroft. And understandably slightly muted raise of the bat. A bit of a hand clap from Van Buren, but he's very much going to take the attitude of getting down to business here. It is 50s in both innings. Fairly similar paces as well. 52 from 130 he was out for in the first innings, and this innings 52 off 136.
It was his 6th 4, that was.
Reaches forward, gets a inside edge which is soft enough that it goes on the bounce to short leg, but he was playing outside that one, whether it just carried on with the arm. Silly point, short leg and slip as he reaches forward and pokes this one to Libby at backward point. And having sort of ambled through the first hour really in terms of overs, and he got through about 14 in the first hour as that steered off to backward point, Worcestershire may think about starting to accelerate in terms of the overs now. Now they've started taking wickets, the more overs they can get in, the better. 92 for 4. Singh around the wicket to Bancroft, who straightens up and blocks this one straight down into the ground. And so really, unless it's a rank long hop with the ball keeping low, you've just got to be in defence mode. Last ball of the over, there is the rank long hop, and it's powered away through cover for 4. And I don't think Ethan Brooks saw that at cover. He's getting some real stares from some of his teammates because he ran away from it. It looked as if it was hit almost straight to him, and then he ran to his left and the ball went to his right, and it's off to the boundary for 4. So 96 for 4, Gloucestershire trail by 3.
Frustrating for Fatih Singh. He's got the 2 wickets, but 2 really poor balls in that over have both gone to the boundary, and suddenly Gloucestershire are only 3 runs away from wiping out that first innings deficit. Maybe just getting a little overexcited perhaps, Fatih Singh there after his 2 wickets. Just needs to calm down and get the ball in the right spot. Again, it's a very easy game to play when you're sitting here, but Brett D'Oliveira ran past him a little bit, maybe just saying that to him. Just get it in the right place, don't try and be too clever. Matthew Waite to continue, and Dan Latigan again is putting all sorts of pads and things on. I mean, if I had to feel there, I'd probably put a suit of armour on. But,
I'm sure it would help your agility.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got much of that anyway. It's actually, it's not him that's putting that on. It's Ben Allison who's now joining Latigan and going just back of square leg. Latigan's already there at square leg.
That is a rarity, a seam bowler at short leg.
Waite comes into bowl right arm over. And that one again kept low, but he got plenty of bath on it to Van Buren, and he sprints to the other end to claim a single. He's on to 5, 97 for 4. And the important psychological moment is within striking range now of Gloucestershire. Start putting on runs that Worcestershire will have to get if they get the opportunity. So Waite will persist with trying to get Bancroft's inside edge and get a catch on that leg side. He has got 1 orthodox slip, but 4 fielders in catching positions on the leg side. And that one comes out of the middle of the bat onto the offside for no run. Jake Libby fields. More clouds in the air now. I don't know what it's like outside heat-wise, but so must be pretty hot there. The crowd are all sort of gathered around shaded spots. There's not many who are sitting out fully in the open.
Forecast suggests it should be about 26, 27, somewhere around there.
It's going to get hot in the next couple of days. I was hearing on BBC Everton Worcester's forecast with warnings for the next 2 days. By the end of the week it cools down a bit, which is good news, but a couple of very hot nights for our weather forecaster was saying. Yeah. Not great news. That one's, I think, off inside edge onto pad. It's a front pad. A fair way down from Bancroft. There was no appeal. There was a bit of shouting, but no appeal. So that probably came off the inside edge.
Yeah, when it's 20 degrees, 21 at night, it just can't.
Yeah.
You just can't.
You
Your
might as well
body's
stay
not
up and watch
built
that 5 o'clock World Cup match.
Your body's just not built for sleeping in those temperatures.
Matthew Waite, number 6 on his back, leans forward, comes in. 1 success for him this morning. That one, he doesn't get up much, but it's solidly defended by Cameron Bancroft, who's keeping his side in it at the moment. His would be a really prized wicket if Worcestershire could get that now. Waite just changes field almost after every ball. He's now asked Swanepoel to move from mid-on to mid-off, and he's dropping mid-wicket a bit further back. So there's only 2 catches on the leg side, 2 on the offside, including a slip. That's the way it comes into bowl. Oh, that's an inside edge. He's caught at short leg. It's worked. It's Ben Allison who takes it, and being a tall fielder, he was able to take it in front of his face, and Bancroft is gone, and Worcestershire now sense a real chance of victory. Well,
it was coming in terms of a couple of deliveries quite close to those fielders, but well, that's great captaincy from D'Oliveira and planning from Worcestershire to put not only the fielder on square but the fielder behind square, so it really popped up as well. Quite a sharp delivery rising up off the inside edge. Wasn't easy to catch, but the plan was there, and Bancroft, well, he got a good delivery, and now, well, the sort of most obvious rock around which this innings could be built has gone, and Gloucestershire are still not in the lead.
Now then, we've got two batters coming out now. New tactic. Let's have two batters. But obviously, we're getting a runner. So Jack Taylor will be batting, and Joe Phillips, who was out yesterday, will be doing the running. It's always entertaining. We're out of a runner. No idea why they decided to abolish those in international cricket. Happily, we still have them in domestic cricket. They're always good fun.
Well, it's extremely concerning for Gloucestershire, the fact that Jack Taylor is coming out with a runner. His knee was heavily strapped when he was warming up, but I say warming up, I mean the rest of his teammates were kicking the football about and he wasn't, and Gloucestershire's white ball skipper, with a matter of days to go until the next T20 match, this day could turn from bad to worse. If,
I suppose there's one of two things. Either they know he's going to need some treatment, whether it be surgery or whatever, on it, and so therefore wouldn't be able to play on Friday anyway, or the more optimistic line to take is they don't think he can do any more damage and that he might not be too badly off. Anyway, in comes away. The run is miles away as that's defended. There's no run. He's practically in Kidderminster, the runner. He was about 12 pitches away. Wasn't needed on that occasion. Waite gets the applause for the wicket in that over. And Gloucestershire are still behind, 97 for 5. They trail by 2. They have a runner on for Jack Taylor. These are testing times for Gloucestershire, who are seeking their first draw of the season.
4 wickets in what, just over half an hour, and now no member of the top 5 in for Gloucestershire. It's up to the all-rounders: Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Christian Clark, Daz Ahmed, and then the bowlers Will Williams and Luke Charlesworth, stretching forward. Van Buren defending back to the bowler. I don't know whether, especially now you've got Jack Taylor out there with the runner, does he almost think, well, we're now almost looking as though it's more likely to say, let's set 100, try and set 140 or something, and think about runs. Cutting, Van Buren won't pierce the offside field. Latigan was taking cover at silly point. It wasn't hit that hard, and backward point cuts it off.
It's a very difficult balance for them to get that, isn't it? I mean, one way would be to get a partnership that lasts a long time and takes enough time out of the match.
Singh into Van Buren, left alone, wide of the off stump.
As you say, if they think they're going to get bowled out, then get as many runs as they can and make the run chases difficult as possible. You know that if Worcestershire chasing more than 3 and over, it will be tricky. Gareth Roderick's obviously come up with some idea. He's run all the way to the bowler's end, have a chat with Fateh Singh.
Yeah, just really imaginative captaincy from D'Oliveira to prize out Bancroft as Singh bowls and forward to defend. And it's been a mixture of three things really. Well, in fact, having said that, I think we've had almost every different type of dismissal in the 4 this morning. As Singh bowls, and that's chopped away by Van Buren. He wants a single and will get it. Brooks needlessly hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and last thing you want as a spinner is to get one of those half volleys like that whacks into your fingertips. But They take a single. It's 98 for 5, so the deficit is 1. But Borman got an unplayable shooter along the floor. Hammond coming down and you have to say a fairly soft dismissal the way it played out, just chipping it back to the bowler as Jack Taylor that is, on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run, completes the over at 98 for 5. Bracey leaving a ball which, and from over the wicket from Matthew Waite, to get a batter to pad up and then have it be out is something. For it to pitch in line and then go on to hit off stump, and then Bancroft just prized out with a really good piece of planning.
Yeah, Waite to bowl. It looks like Van Buren is intent on trying to be reasonably positive. Hit a boundary early in his innings. Admittedly not a great ball, but he's looked to at least get singles, keep the scoreboard ticking. And different batter, but not much change in the field. Still a strongly leg side field from Matthew Waite. Got 2 fielders around, sort of square leg, close in. And another one a little bit further back at mid wicket. Slip. There's a cover fairly close as well, and that's run down nicely down towards the vacant third area by Van Buren. He's able to scamper through for a single as the ball's chased down, and it's 1 run, so we are all square. Worcestershire will have to bat again should they bowl Gloucestershire out. .99 for 5. They've wiped out the first innings deficit, but they've lost 5 wickets in the process, 4 of them this morning. Brett D'Oliveira having a long chat with Matthew Waite. Still half an hour for Worcestershire to try and make more inroads before lunch. Jack Taylor, obviously not 100%. He's got a runner. He's ready to face. And right time over, and that's defended to that shortage mid-off solidly by Taylor.
He's not completely immobile there,
no.
Jack Taylor. I did see him obviously limping at the end of play yesterday, but you just never know whether it's a sort of, an ongoing thing that he has to manage, and maybe he wakes up feeling a bit better or something. But yeah, his footwork shouldn't be too encumbered, but then he may have to bat for a long time. We'll see what it's like this afternoon.
Do you recall as the Waite comes into bowl, and that's played neatly by Taylor for no run. I do recall a test match. I can't remember who the teams were involved, who the players were involved. I do remember it was umpire David Shepherd, and the batter had come out with a runner and obviously forgot that he had a runner and played the ball out to the covers or something and started sprinting for it. And David Shepherd immediately sent the runner off. Said, "You're perfectly all right. You can right. Well, if you run halfway down the pitch there, you don't need a runner." So he sent the runner away.
And the fielding side should have just run him out.
Well, I think he did get back. I think he realised. Okay. Although there was a famous T20, wasn't there?
The final, the Hampshire Somerset final at the.
A lack of knowledge of the rules cost them.
2010, I think that was.
Waite comes into bowl. Oh, that kept low, goes past the outside edge of Taylor. Roderick takes it, tumbling.
Dan Christian, it was an Australian all-rounder who had the runner.
And they forgot they only have to run one of them out. They could run either out.
As soon as Christian leaves his ground, all you've got to do is take the bails off at the striker's end. But they didn't do that. They didn't know.
Anyway, Swanepoel has now moved into a mid-wicket position. So there's 3 there, setting the trap again. Waite bowls. Oh, that's left. My goodness, that kept low. And Roderick just uses his body to stop it. He has no chance of getting gloves on it. That was incredibly low. It's a good job that was off target from Taylor's point of view. You'd have no chance of keeping that out if it hadn't been. If it had been, rather.
Especially if your knee's not feeling the greatest, and trying to jam down late on a ball that keeps low, it's not what he needs.
So 99 for 5. The scores are level. Here to Sunbait New Road. Matthew Wake bowls. That one is played again out to the offside by Taylor, who's faced 7 balls without scoring so far. End of the over, 99 for 5. 75 overs minimum of scheduled to be bowled today. And Worcestershire need 5 more wickets to set up a run chase for themselves.
Well, I think even if they don't break this partnership before lunch, it's there for the taking for Worcestershire. But Van Buren and Jack Taylor here to lead a stubborn amount of resistance here. This is turned away towards mid-on. He wants a single here. That's well placed by Graham Van Buren. It's always slightly dodgy going for those singles with a runner there, but it's easier with Phillips at the non-striker's end because he can just pretend he's batting with Phillips. If Jack Taylor goes for that run, then things start to get far trickier. The 100 is up for Gloucestershire to a rapturous reception, and Jack Taylor gets a short ball which he has obliterated over mid-wicket, and it's just, I think, bounced inside the boundary rope and gone for 4. That was what he was after. There's not much risk in having a go at that either, because even if you miscue it, there's only mid-on and a square leg there was before that ball, so really not much danger of anything untoward. So 4 more to the total, and ball already back in Singh's hand. It's short and wide and carved away into the offside by Jack Taylor, and Phillips off almost on the edge of the square towards the river side of the ground will run through along with Van Buren for the single.
100 took 313 balls. It's been slow going for both teams with the bat.
Singh into Van Buren again. It's short, and he gets away with this one as it's cut away, although it's misfielded by Brooks at cover, bouncing off the edge of the square. And to be honest, the ball deserved to go for something. I'm not sure that's what Ethan Brooks thought, but it's 1 more run.
I'm sure short cover enjoyed that.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of Ben Allison to try and hit as well. Allison in there, and short leg as well. They've bowled him. Jack Taylor goes, 3rd wicket for Fateh Singh, and the subsidence continues. It's 106 for 6, and Jack Taylor, having seen several short deliveries which were able to be put away for runs, that one was
goodness,
that's what happens when he gets it right.
Yeah, just played down the wrong line because it turned, and turned so much it missed the outside edge and knocked over off stump. Good ball.
106 for 6 from 81 for 1.
Yeah, this is going very nicely from Worcestershire's point of view. Jack Taylor brave to go out there and bat when he's clearly not fit, but he wasn't able to hold them up for long. Just lasted 10 balls.
I think at least it was the right move to, if he was going to go out there at any point with the runner, I don't think there's any point really in sending him out there at 11.
No.
At least give him a chance to make an impact in the game, and if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. And now it's Christian Clark in the middle, who is on a pair.
Yes. Poor old James Bracey only managed 1 run of the match.
After such a good game at Northamptonshire, 72 and 148 not out there. And now, well, Clark, his last act, well, maybe not quite his last act in a Gloucestershire shirt, because Worcestershire will have to bat again, so he might have some fielding and bowling to do later on, but potentially his last chance to make a massive contribution here. 6 wickets in his first innings with the ball, but now in his last innings with the bat, he's going to need to bat all afternoon here. And it's Fateh Singh, 3 for 36. He's round the wicket and bowling into him, and he gets onto the back foot, just steers it, doesn't really cut it or drive it. He's only looking for the gap because he knows it's just going to be a single, so he's off the mark straight away. It's 107 for 6. More applause from those present for another over that has contained a wicket. And in 10 overs, Gloucestershire have lost 5 for 25.
Yeah, so good spell from Matthew Waite, but that's come to an end because Ben Allison is going to take over, and Waite has claimed the wickets of James Bracey for a duck and Cameron Bancroft for 56. So, didn't get any wickets in the first innings, Matthew Waite, but contributed in the second. Ben Allison have got 2 in the first innings. Bowling from the New Road end. They're still persisting with this leg side field. Square leg. Almost 2 square legs really, and a mid wicket, a slip and a gully now as well. As Allison comes into bowl, that's a bouncer which Clark takes evasive action for, what probably didn't need to because it wasn't going to hit him anyway. He goes down the leg side, Roderick takes it. And Matthew Waite just checking whether the umpire's had a word with him. He's just checking his front foot line there. 107 for 6, the lead is 8. Gloucestershire need to eke out as many runs and take up as many overs as they can for these last 4 wickets. But they've been up against it today, losing 5. First real flurry of wickets we've had in the match. Allison comes into bowl, and that's defended to mid-off for no run. I mean, you've been here throughout the match. We've had sort of 2 wickets fall in fairly quick succession once or twice, but nothing like this.
Yep, that's trying to look and see, I suppose. Yeah, I'm trying to think. You know, I'm looking through. No, we haven't really had 3, as you say. Never mind 5 in this sort of period.
Allison is in to bowl, and that's played down. There's no run. I was rather pleased with the headline I did when I was on that live cricket text page for Worcestershire's last game against Middlesex. You're probably too young to appreciate this, but Ben Allison bowled one straight right onto the stumps, and I put the headline, Allison's aim is true. I was quite pleased with that. It's way over your head, yeah.
Sadly, no.
Too young. I think Elvis Costello or possibly even Linda Ronstadt. Both before your time. That one is a full toss, I think, which has been played down to fine leg by Clark, and you'll get a boundary there. Got that one wrong, Ben Allison. And Clark takes full advantage for 4 precious runs. He's on to 5, 111 for 6, the lead is 12.
Not sure what he was trying there. He was trying the leg stump Yorker. He's been so accurate that I think he must have been trying something. He's barely bowled a loose ball in this match.
Number 65 on his back, he comes into bowl. And that's defended. It's a better delivery, but it's defended by Clark for no run.
2 for 54 in 22 overs in the first innings. Yeah, that's got his economy rate for this innings above 2.
Middlesex are in a spot of bother, chasing 231. They've lost 3 early wickets against Kent, 35 for 3. Middlesex were always just a bit ahead in the game in the last round of championship matches when they played here. Got the victory. And that's a good delivery. That's a pitched in short, and it whistles past the gloves of Clark to the wicket-keeper and then dips fairly dramatically. No, but Middlesex came here and Worcestershire were never completely out of the game, but you always felt Middlesex were ahead, and they duly won it in the end on the final day. It was a good performance from them, but they're up against it a little bit at Canterbury now.
Yeah, I think you'd probably have said that they were ahead in that game for for the majority of it, albeit it was looking like it might be slow moving enough that it was going to be a tricky task for them to try and get a win. But now, Geddes, Robson, Holden all dismissed, 2 for Milnes and 1 for Dudgeon. Singh round the wicket, full toss, flicked away to mid-wicket. There could be a run out here, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses. 1 stump to aim at. He played that straight to the fielder, really, Graham van Buren, and I think that he would have been a goner if that had hit.
I think so. It had to be a direct hit. Swanepoel only 1 stump to aim at. Difficult to tell from here how close he was. It was well backed up in the end because it could easily have gone for overthrows, but it was definitely worth having a go.
Yeah. 112 for 6. Singh to Clark. Dropped it short. Huge top edge. Easy as caught and bowled. And there it is. 7 down. And Fateh Singh has 4 for 38. Short ball into the pitch. Clark threw the shot early. Huge. Either top, leading edge, whichever you like, because he was trying to flick it whichever way you want to put it. Way up into the air, but just lobbing down. It was the simplest of catches for Fateh Singh, who's got 2 caught and bowled, and dare I say we might even be taking the extra half hour before lunch, and there's still 15 minutes to go before that.
The lunch has arrived. The press box will go cold. Yeah, I didn't even see where the ball had gone. It's only because you said it was going to be a caught and bowl that I realised it was heading in that direction. I was looking at Swanepoel at mid-wicket. A strange dismissal, but Worcestershire will take them. And Gloucestershire in danger of actually being rattled away, and we could get an early finish at this rate. One partnership changes it, but at the moment, just seeing the replay of the run out, by the way, it would have been out if it had been a direct hit, but that was a big if. There's only 1 stump to aim at from a fair distance away.
Right, so even Van Buren could have been dismissed now. It is not easy out there, but then even so, 6 for 31 now since Borman was out, and first 45 minutes, it was 11, nearly 12 overs of the day. So there was a bit happening, but it felt like yesterday. It didn't feel, even when Borman got out, that was going to really be a massive moment. But they've not looked back, Worcestershire, and now it's Ahmed in the middle to number 9. Very much has batting ability, and they need some of his fight from Northampton on the final day there. This is off the back foot and driven back towards the bowler.
I don't know what happened with that Christian Clark delivery, really. Did it stop on him?
I think it did, yeah. But Singh is in left by Ahmed. I think it was into the pitch, and I think the eyes just lit up and it just held on him, and he was through the shot too early and just straight up in the air and almost played it with the leading edge. Singh in, bowls full, and Ahmed over the top of that and pushing away. So Ahmed 40 off 87 in the last match.
Well, it's only his 4th first-class match, and it's already his first 4-wicket haul.
Singh in, back of a length, and that's well played by Ahmed. There is a sweeper out on the leg side, so didn't have a full-blooded go at that, and just settled for the single off the back foot, working it away. So 113 for 7. The lead is 14, and just those 3 wickets to play with now. Surely thinking really in terms of how many runs can they try and set Worcestershire something at least meaningful, at least put some doubt in their minds. They're going to need this partnership to do a fair amount of the work, you'd feel, if they're going to do that.
Yeah, just 22 years of age. Fantas Singh says only his fourth first-class match, and his previous best 3 for 58, I think it was. So he'll be enjoying himself. Yes, he has bowled, and obviously that's something he'll want to develop in time to get the bad balls out of his range, because he's bowled a few of them, but maybe that sometimes can put the batters, give the batters a sort of false sense of security and encourage them to play shots. But he's bowled some very good deliveries as well. Ben Allison to come to Ahmed. Oh, that one rises, hits him on the glove. That's hurt. Again, there's been 1 or 2 that have just reared up, and that's hit Ahmed flush on the glove. He's taken his glove off, wringing his right hand. Hope he hasn't actually broken any bones there, because that was a nasty one.
Well, I mean, there was a ball. I was talking about it first up this morning, I think. There was a ball that Allison bowled from the opposite end, actually, to Bancroft. That if that had been straight, would have hit him in the grill off a full length. That one's nasty, I think you'd say. But if the ball that I'm describing had been straight, that would have been dangerous.
Allison in again, pitches that one up, and he plays it to the onside. Just took his glove off the bat shortly after playing the shot, so it might be troubling him a little bit, but he's not asked for any treatment. It may just be a little bit of stinging for a while. Mid-wicket's come off the boundary to come in halfway up. There's a gully, there's a slit, there's 2 fielders at square leg. Allison comes in to bowl, and that one is well played by Ahmed. He didn't get up much, plays it to mid-on for no run. And Gloucestershire, again, it's this balance they have to get right. They want to get the scoreboard moving, they want to push some sort of lead up at the same time. I mean, they've still got 10 minutes to go to lunch and already 7 wickets down, so they need to occupy more time at the crease. Ben Allison, right arm over, comes into bowl, and that's played into the ground and fielded at gully. Well fielded by Adam Hose, who gets a low 5 from a teammate. Always winds some people up, doesn't it, in the crowd? And the fielders start congratulating each other for just doing their jobs. But there you go.
I think it's very sad that those in the crowd were never encouraged in their own professions.
Quite. I'm always telling my fellow commentators how brilliant they are.
We high-five each other after every session.
Yeah. 113 for 7. Allison runs in and bowls, and that's going down the leg side. Well, I said they're appealing for a catch on the leg side. Dan Latigan was very eager at a short leg as it was taken by Roderick. The bowler, I think, did make a polite appeal, but not with any conviction.
Well, it means the way it's going for them. I think they must just have felt, well, it's you know, it must have hit the bat, because everything's going our way now.
Well, the curious dismissal earlier of Miles Hammond, who was absolutely convinced the ball had hit the ground off his bat. There was no evidence really to support it other than his own conviction. As Allison comes in to bowl, that's short and doesn't get up much, and Ahmed mistimes the attempt to pull shot. It comes from the bottom of the bat and hits the ground. I mean, clearly Hammond was absolutely convinced. Unfortunately for him, no one else was, and in particular the square leg umpire wasn't, and gave it out. It's a strange moment, and a significant one, because Hammond, the century maker in the first innings, was out first ball. 113 for 7, the lead now is 14. I do like it when the deficit was 99. Doesn't half make the lead easy to calculate. It's 14 currently.
Right, well, be 3 more overs until lunch, assuming Gloucestershire don't lose more wickets. Sing round the wicket and cut away into silly point. It's like a pinball machine there. cut into silly point, ricochets towards short leg, and then thinks about having a throw at the stumps.
Am I right in thinking that 8 wickets down would mean an extra 15 minutes before lunch?
Singh in defended no run. I don't think so, because Gloucestershire are ahead. I think if it were 8 down and it would end the game, then yes. But I think because they still need the 10 for the 10 minutes for the change of innings, I think that wouldn't happen. Singh is in, and that's defended back to the bowler. I wouldn't swear by that, but my understanding of the 15 minutes is when it's a result that could be achieved.
Okay.
Singh bowls, and behind that Van Buren playing down into the ground.
Well, as long as the umpires know what the regulations are. I've been in a few games over the many years I've done this where the umpires haven't been entirely sure what the regulations are, but I trust these two know.
Singh in and bowls. Has bounced there. Van Buren wants to cut, but it bounces extra on him and makes almost no connection with it. Just tops it, really. I suppose in golfing terms, he's topped it towards backward point. And there's no run. Final ball of this latest over. It's another drag down, and that's been belted for 4 by Van Buren. 2 bounces and over the wide long on boundary. And you've still got to go after those. I mean, even though Clark hit one straight up in the air, they've got to score some runs now. 117 for 7. Lead moves up to 18. Van Buren has 14.
Yeah, and Fatah Singh keeps saying does bowl the odd ball that gives the batters a real chance of scoring runs. But he's on a career best 4 and looking for the first fifer of his fledgling career. Ben Allison. Ball to Ahmed. Ahmed, one of 2 players in this game to wear number 77. Because Ethan Brooks does for Worcestershire as well. Whether they both wanted the number 7 and that wasn't available, I don't know. But
I think Worcestershire would have been bowled out by a number 77 in the last game, because I'm pretty sure he's still wearing the number that he had when he was with Gloucestershire. Darius Ahmed has taken over Zafar Gohar's 77.
I was here and I can't remember. I think you may well be right. Yes, I can probably check a bit. That keeps low. He does well to keep that out, Ahmed. I think I've still got the scorecard in my bag somewhere. But anyway,
I can check if I can find my notes from the Middlesex game this season, which is a big if, because there's an awful lot of games in this notebook.
That's going to the museum when you retire, isn't it?
Well, this notebook is going to be a particularly prized one, because I think, having said that, I've just turned to a blank page, but I'm pretty sure that this is the notebook even from 2024 for the T20 final.
Allison into bowl. Oh, he took his bat out of the way at the last moment there, Ahmed. It was very leavable. It was short, even the unpredictable bounce that was going over the stumps and wide, but Ahmed's first instinct was to play it, and at the last moment he just got the bat out of the way.
Yes, 77. He is still wearing 77 at Middlesex.
Yeah. Bowled well in that game to finish. There was a brief period in the morning session, actually. I might give some Gloucestershire some hope, actually, because there's a brief period in the morning session where Worcestershire looked like they might win that game. This next one from Allison is carved away through the covers for 4. It was a little wide, and Ahmed takes full advantage and scores 4 more. 121 for 7, the lead 22. As I say, Worcestershire looked like they might win in the morning session, but straight after lunch, Middlesex got on top and never relented from there. So maybe the game will change after lunch in Gloucestershire's favour. The situation's somewhat different.
They sort of have to hope that Worcestershire come back out. As some teams, it's hard almost not to in this position. You sort of come back out and expect it to happen.
Yeah, Allison in to bowl. Ahmed pushes that out to point. He's now got on a short cover, he's got a gully and a slip and a shortish square leg. And just as I say that, the short cover is switching to the leg side, so there's 2 now. That's shortish mid wicket. Worcestershire claimed one catch there this morning, and a particularly valuable one, that Cameron Bancroft, for his second half century of the match. Allison, right arm over Bowles. It's hit into the ground by Ahmed. It'll be cut off by Matthew Waiter. Takes a little tumble for the cameras as he stops that, and there's no run. 121 for 7.
Not sure that would have got too high a mark for an artistic impression, that one, but it did the job.
And Brett Donovan in conversation with his bowlers, hands the ball and fields it sort of mid-off and has a chat with them. It's going well this morning, but keep it up will be the message. Ben Allison comes in to bowl. Oh, that's a leading edge which Ben Allison can't quite reach. Stuck out his right hand. Not sure you could quite count that as a chance, but it was pretty close to being. He's looking at his hand as if he might even have brushed his fingers in trying to stop that. But a leading edge looping up in the air. Ahmed survives and then gets a single. 122 for 7.
I think if Allison couldn't catch it, I'm not sure any bowler in this match would have caught it. But another one that just, you've no idea where it's going. Comes off the bat and you just could go anywhere. And again, it just underlines why almost everybody's had to pretty much just block on this. So it's now going to be Singh on a 4-foot bowling to Ahmed, and that's defended back to the bowler. A couple of people who can hit the ball a very long way walking in front of us, Darcy Short and David Milan. As this is Short and off the back foot, it's driven out to deep cover for 1 run. I wonder if they can sub those two in, see if they can advance this lead a bit.
That wouldn't be at all. It's interesting actually, they didn't try and sub Jack Taylor. I don't know whether they would have.
I guess the issue is it, and I must admit, I haven't studied, or I probably did study and have forgotten the regulation. You have to miss a certain amount of time after you're subbed out, but does it carry over into T20?
Could well be, yeah. That might be the issue.
Singh in, worked away behind square on the leg side. There'll be multiple runs here for Van Buren, probably just the 2, despite how.
I'm seeing a replay of that. I think actually Allison does get his hand to that caught and ball, so I think it does go down as a very difficult chance.
So Van Buren on to 16, 125 for 7 as Singh is in a little bit short and wide, but Van Buren's already had a couple of goes at cutting those and just doesn't trust where the bounce is going to be, so he leaves it alone. And especially with a second slip in there with a helmet on now, it's a delivery which has slid onto Van Buren. I thought he was going to be able to play that off the back foot into the pretty vacant leg side, and then he just had to drop it down in front of him. So this will be the last ball before lunch, as the clock has just ticked over to 1 o'clock. I'm assuming they're going by that clock anyway. And it has been a more than troubling morning for Gloucestershire, as that's met on the full and tucked away to a deep-ish mid-wicket, not all the way to the boundary. Van Buren takes a single, and that ends a morning session where we've seen as many wickets fall in that session as we did all of yesterday. 6 wickets, and all in the last, well, I say all in the last hour and a quarter or so, but actually pretty much within an hour. Gloucestershire from 81 for 1 to 112 for 7, and now 126 for 7. The pitch continues to misbehave. We've seen some pretty much unplayable deliveries, the likes of Jack Taylor and Tommy Borman especially, but Gloucestershire have not been able to come up with a sizable partnership today, and now it's going to be up to, well, Van Buren, Ahmed, and then the bowlers to see if they can get Gloucestershire either to safety, which is a long way away, or some sort of runs that they can try and defend, leading by 24.
Yeah, 68 overs left of the day. Gloucestershire probably have to see off at least 40 of those, I would think, to feel safe. But 4 wickets this morning for Vader Singh, 2 for Matthew Waite. very good morning for Worcestershire. That session was 67-4-6. So all to plan for Worcestershire. So we've got a good game on, and we'll be back after lunch to bring you the second session of what's turning into a fascinating final day. Gloucestershire 126-7.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air. Five required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air. Five required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air. Five required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way, he's done it! Vincent's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air. Five required. In the air, it's gone all the way, he's done it! Vincent's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great, from paisley flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that. And it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Well, welcome back to New Road, where Worcestershire sent victory after a very successful morning session in which they took 6 wickets. Gloucestershire resume on 126 for 7. We have a minimum of 68 overs left of the day. They currently lead by 27. They have Graham Van Buren, who's scored at a decent rate by the standards of this match. He's on 17, and Ahmed is on 7. I'm Clive Eakin, Ed Seaborn here as well for what is going to be an interesting session. Gloucestershire somehow have to try and bat their way through till tea. Any good news for them is tea will definitely be 340, however many overs are bowled. But straight away, Sonopol, wasting no time, comes into bowl, and that's played by Van Buren as the offside for no run. Still a strong leg side field. Two at, I don't quite call them short leg, but they're wearing helmets from about 3 pitches away. There's a fielder also behind them at mid-wicket. A slip in a gully. Some strong lower order assistance required, Ed, this session.
Yes. They're going to need Will Williams and Luke Charlesworth to be at their most dogged, but it's these two for now.
And that's guided away nicely by Van Buren. First runs of the session. It won't go all the way. Well, it does go all the way. It beats Jake Libby and goes for 4, a wide third. And, well, every 4 runs Gloucestershire get are 4 that Worcestershire will have to get. Plus 1 more to win. 31 the lead is now.
It's just that balance, as you've been mentioning, that balance between doggedness but also knowing that at some stage Worcestershire are going to have to chase some runs and save yourself time as much as anything else by scoring runs.
Yeah, just 67 scored the morning session. That beats the outside edge. Proms that. And if they went the same rate after tea, I mean, the lead would only be about 95 by tea, which would not be enough to make them safe. But if they can speed things up a bit, get that lead near the 120 mark, then they'll start seeing safety within sight if they're still at the crease. Swanepoel is in, and that's gone past the outside edge as well. And well, Van Buren just sort of shrugs his shoulders. So what was he supposed to do? He's was actually talking to the umpire. Did what's that all about? Did Sonipol maybe hit the stumps? The bail didn't come off, but something seems to have distracted Van Buren there.
No idea.
Oh, strange one.
I haven't looked at the replay, but it just beat him. I don't think it could have been anything in terms of the ball being released, but I've no idea.
Oh. Well, Sonipol is in again, and that's played into the ground. There's no run. I'm going to see a replay of it here in a moment, because this is the ball before that I've got up at the moment. But something caused him concern, shall we say. As Sonipol turns to bowl. That's played down in the ground. I don't know what it was. He said something to the umpire afterwards. It's a bit of a mystery. Van Buren is nowhere near the stump, so that's not the issue. Don't know. 130 for 7.
Strange. But yeah, I mean, you'd almost feel if it was somebody talking, for example, then it would be. Would it be the bowler's end umpire that he looked at, or even square leg? I don't know. Anyway, I suspect we'll never know. One of those things that happens out there. So spin from the Douglas end, and Fateh Singh looking for a 5-wicket haul, 4 for 47. Van Buren took a 4 for even in Worcestershire's batting innings, but Singh drops it short, and that's cut away for 4 by Ahmed. Confident shot. Was able to get on top of the bounce, and it's still not straightforward putting anything away, as we saw from Christian Clark, who had a huge looping top edge, leading edge, whatever it was, way up in the air and caught and bowled. But Ahmed putting that one to the boundary, and he thought that one was going to be another scoring opportunity. It was short, barely gets up, and Ahmed can't do anything with it. Got himself in a position to play a cut or a pull, and it was shin height. Singh bowls. Oh my word, that is extraordinary. That ball's gone through at head height from straight. Again, you can't hit that, but the bounce is just, I mean, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think I've seen a ball ever do that before. Singh is in, defended into the leg side, and there is no run. I don't think I've ever seen a spinner bowl a ball past somebody's head. Certainly not live, and I can't remember seeing it anywhere else in the world. 134 for 7. Singh is in and bowls, and that's nudged just past short leg, who sees it pitched short, Dan Latigan, and thinks that the ball is about to be crashed into his body, and then the ball just dribbled past him, and they take a single. 135 for 7. Lead moves on to 36. I'm slightly lost for words by that delivery that we saw earlier in the over. Singh bowls, that one stays a bit low, but it's beautifully played by Van Buren. He'll get 4 for this, just threads it away with a late cut, and it's 4 runs down through a vacant gully. So 139 for 7. The lead on to 40, and Van Buren continues to find the boundary as easily as we've seen anybody.
Yeah, 25 off 29 balls, an important innings this from Van Buren. This is, hey, once Gloucestershire get a few more, then it starts looking a little bit less straightforward from a Worcestershire point of view. But yeah, Sonipol had a spell this morning. He's coming back into the attack from the New Road end. He can't get to 10 wickets of the match now, because he's only got 1 this innings. There's only 3 more left. After he got 5 in the first innings, he comes into bowl, rolls it short with a bit of pace, and it's played out into the offside by Ahmed for his 13th run. 140 for 7, lead 41.
Continues to impress with his strokes that he can play, Ahmed. He's not limited in terms of the shots he can play. I mean, we saw him in the one-day cup last year for the first time. He was happy to play the sweeps, reverse, ramps, all those sorts of things, but he looks like a really tidy player in these last couple of innings.
Swanepoel in, and that's guided down to third for a single. Is anyone who thought this was sort of done and dusted at lunch? In these days, you don't bowl a side out until you bowl them out. It used to be. Okay, when I sort of first started covering cricket, once you got 7 wickets down, the innings was all but over. It's not the case anymore, because, as I say, they're not called tail enders anymore. They're lower order batters, and most of them can bat. Swanepoel is in, and that's what happened with that one. He played a forward shot at it, Ahmed. I think it's got an edge and bounced in front of the slip, Gordon.
Yeah, I think he's played it with such soft hands and so late that he almost chopped it on. But again, I think in a way,
yeah, he's played it to the ground. Yeah,
it's what he's got to do.
He's done well with it, and yeah, he's played it hard into the ground, so it's spearing in towards his stumps. Swanepoel, number 8 on his back, bowls, and that's pushed out to mid-off. There's no run. I do think a new rule should be introduced. I think every team should be required to have a genuine number 11, because I really miss those, the genuine number 11. Always very entertaining. But you just don't get them anymore. Number 11s actually fancy their batting now.
Yeah, I think Gabe Bell, Gloucestershire's Australian overseas, about as close as you come.
That was driven down towards mid-on when it stopped. Tumbling stop from Matthew Waite. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 around, but very, very few now.
You sort of know he was not out 7 times out of 11, which actually tells a little bit of a story in terms of what was going on at the other end sometimes with those not outs. He could play, Bell. He certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't some of the people that I think Frank and I were having a bit of a discussion about a couple of people a few days ago.
Swanepoel bowls. He leans back and carves out of the way. It's a good shot from Ahmed. That's going to be 4 more. The runs are coming after lunch a little bit here for Gloucestershire, and that is crucial. 145 for 7. They lead by 46. And we've got 65 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bottom 3 of Sam Cook, Bomber Wells and Frank McHugh, such as Gloucestershire had in the mid-50s, or early 50s.
That's even before my time.
But yeah, it's still the case though that these two are the last pair of more recognised batters, as Singh bowls on the back foot Van Buren, and again it's just past Latigan at short leg, and once it gets past him they do have a fielder out at deep mid wicket, which I don't mind at all. Single taken, not that they care what I mind or don't mind, but I think it's probably, considering he has bowled a couple of short ones, you might see one slapped straight out to the deep even. This is a straighter ball which is defended straight and no run.
I remember Andre van Troos batting here. I think it was in a Sunday League game. Honestly, the bars were emptied immediately. Everyone just wanted to watch him back because he just swung at everything. It was hilarious.
Great. That's a my kind of number 11. Over pitched from Singh and flicked into the leg side. They'll just get the 1. Even though he got it fairly well into the gap between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. The mid-on gets there.
Nowadays you get someone like Ollie Hannon-Dolby who takes great pride. I mean, 1 not out after 100 balls.
147 for 7. Singh is in bowls. Van Buren covers up. What I don't know, it's interesting, somebody on loan for Worcestershire from Warwickshire, because I don't know. I'm not saying I couldn't see that happening.
From the playing side, the team side, it's not.
Oh no, not from that point of view, I guess, as that's defended by Van Buren as he rides the bounce. No, and I was going to go on to talk about somebody on loan to Gloucestershire from Somerset. Again, the players get on really well between the two teams. It's just that there's a couple of matches a year where there's an intense local rivalry. That is a bouncing delivery wide of the off stump. Van Buren tries to cut, and then the ball is almost already in the keeper's glove. So end of the over, the lead is 48, 147 for 7.
I know not everyone likes the loan system, but I have to say that was one loan that was hugely successful in the sense that he did well for Worcestershire. He wouldn't have been in the Warwickshire team at the time. He did well for Worcestershire. Went back to Warwickshire when they needed him in the team and straight away started taking wickets, which I suspect he wouldn't have done if he'd not been playing first team cricket. So it worked for everybody, that loan. Swanepoel is about to bowl. 147 for 7, right arm over, slip in place. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge, just no run. But I've said in commentary before, if Ashley Johnson is in, I know he hangs on my every word. I'd be having a look at Ollie Hine-Dolby. Maybe it's a possible signing for next season.
They've signed him to a 3-year extension now.
Have they done that?
Yeah, only in the last couple of days.
I missed that.
Until he's signed up to Edgbaston until he's 39.
Well, that's terrific, and he deserves it. I just wondered whether he might be tempted to come here where you get a bit more first-team cricket, but he is very much a confirmed bear. This might be a Yorkshireman. That's forward defensive back to Swanepoel. There's no run. It was quite an
Emotional, by the looks of things, interview with him, basically saying, if you'd have told me when I got picked up by Warwickshire, having been released, if you'd have told me I'd have played 13 years with Warwickshire, I'd have been absolutely over the moon.
Well, he's done brilliant. He was really a white ball player when he first played for Warwickshire, got the occasional appearance in the Championship, but it's reversed in recent years. He's become a very reliable red ball player, played a little bit less white ball, certainly in the 2020. That's run down to third for a single by Ahmed from fairly high on the bat, a bit of bounce, but he played it with soft hands and got it down. 148 for 7, the lead now is 49, creeping up.
These two are playing Swanepoel very differently from Bancroft, who was getting across and they set that leg side field, but these two are actually just hanging a little bit leg side of the ball and actually getting quite a few runs behind square on the offside.
They've had a 36 in 9 overs now. That was an awkward one for Van Buren. It was spearing in towards him. He does well to play it down. It's fielded at short leg. You said earlier, just needed one really strong partnership. Change the complexion of the day. And it's still early days for these two, but so far they are prospering. Doubts will begin to creep into the fielding side. They really had it all their own way this morning. Swanepoel bowls. Oh, that bat onto pad. The shouts come from behind the stumps, not from the bowler, but it kept low.
I can't remember the last time I looked at there's a little part on one of the scoring systems that says last 5 overs, and when the last 5 overs was over 4 and over in terms of the scoring rate.
Van Buren in. Swanepoel in, I should say. That's played by Van Buren to mid-off. Fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. The field's becoming less attacking as a result. So you don't want to concede too many runs. So it's good stuff from these two. But they still have a lot of work to do for Gloucestershire. 148 for 7, leading by 49.
Been some painkillers coming out for Ahmed. It looks as if he's just taken something on anyway, not of the liquid kind only. But yeah,
he took that knock on the hand, didn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't shown too many ill effects of that since, but has just taken something on board. On 19 and batting well. So it was a really impressive innings of 40 in that last match at Northampton, in a situation arguably maybe even more dire than this one, and helped drag it out all the way until the final 2.5 overs when Northamptonshire knocked off the runs. First ball of Fateh Singh's 18th over is left alone. Brooks, Sunhat at first slip, Latigan, Helmet at short leg. Just the two round the bat. Singh bowls, that's down the leg side, and Ahmed just kicks it away. Sound as though somebody had just trodden on somebody else's toe out there, but understandably they're getting excited about everything. Singh bowls once more down leg side. Well, they've run for that, but what's that come off? Nothing by. I was going to say, because I didn't think it must have come off pad, because otherwise it wouldn't have run for it, because he just left it, but missed everything, and Roderick couldn't quite take it cleanly. So that's the first bye that Roderick has conceded in the match, which is some effort on this surface. I know it wasn't doing this on day one, admittedly, as that's forced away to cover for no run, but 106 overs in the first innings, and it's taken him until the 65th over of this one to concede a bye. Bracey, excellent as well. Just one set of 4 byes in the 148.4 overs, and that one just, I mean, that was, nobody's stopping that off the spinner, so that's defended to cover. It was a ball from over the wicket to one of the left-handers, I think it was Swanepoel. It's just, I think, went out of the footmarks and went sideways. Singh in was a little bit dodgy for a moment, because Van Buren reached forward and didn't get quite, more than not quite to the pitch of the ball, and realised that it was bouncing on him, took a hand off the bat, but because there's no silly point, he's got the offside to play it into without fearing that he's going to be caught. So 149 for 7, end of the over.
Yeah, that incident where Van Buren was unhappy about something after Swanepoel ball, one thought did occur to me that it might have been he was unhappy with where Swanepoel landed his foot in the follow-through, for exactly that reason, being the patch that Fateh Singh would be aiming for.
Mind you, he might need to bowl into it himself.
Well, there is that, yeah. He's probably hoping not. I mean, hoping Gloucestershire can save this game with a bat. Probably can't win it. That one's played to the offside for no run by Ahmed. But they can certainly still draw it. 149 for 7. They lead by 50.
There's always just that sense also when the fielding side just start to encourage themselves a little louder like that, where I actually think it's almost a bit of it's only a small win, it's nothing big, but just a small win for the batting side that they're having to G themselves up a bit again.
I'm slightly surprised that the field has become a lot more defensive. That's a lovely shot, driven down the ground by Ahmed for 4.
I think that's
just past the opposite side's leg stump.
Sorry, Clive, I think that's the best. That's one of the best shots we've seen all match, because we've seen so few straight drives, and I'm barely remembering an on drive. There might have been a couple. Adam Hose played one, I think, and I'm struggling to remember any others in the Worcestershire innings, and Gloucestershire first innings it tended to be 2s if they hit it down the ground.
153 coming up. That's driven to the offside for no run in 392 balls. So the third 50 has taken 79 balls. I don't know, but I'm going to guess that might well be the quickest 50 of the match so far.
Be surprised if it wasn't, unless Worcestershire's 300 to 350, but then we had some acceleration at the end from Swanepoel and Singh, but even there, yeah, I suspect it may well be. And now short legs come out as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this, but anyway. Swanepoel bowls, and that's driven down the ground again by Ahmed. Almost the same place for 4 more. Just slightly over pitching Swanepoel, and Ahmed leaning into it, playing 2 glorious shots, and suddenly the lead is 58.
This is really classy stuff. So it's just been almost impossible to time it, but apart from the 2 on drives, we've seen the two back foot shots through the offside that he creamed away. It really does look classy. Bowled well as well, really well. Tight stuff. 1 for 32 in 15 overs.
Swanepoel In the game, bowls a bounce this time, going down the leg side. Ahmed ducks, but it was fairly inaccurate in truth, so it probably wouldn't have hit him anyway. Roderick dives to his left and makes the stop behind the stumps. Swanepoel showing some signs of frustration here. 157 for 7. Gloucestershire, still Worcestershire in the strongest position, but Gloucestershire are trying to change the momentum of this game. Matthew Waite is limbering up, he's going to have a bowl shortly. New ball, of course, just about 15 overs away, or 14 after this one. That's a forward defensive by Ahmed for no run. 157 for 7, the lead is 58. And if Worcestershire were to get the final 3 wickets of the next over, they'd only need 59 in, well, it's Bala running over, so that wouldn't be an issue. But if Gloucestershire can extend this and keep extending it, it could well change.
Well, as good as this partnership has been, it's got to be pretty much as good again to get the lead into 3 figures. But if it could do that, you start to ask a little question, especially if they've still got a couple of wickets to come, as the umpires now, I think, are possibly being asked to inspect the ball. It was changed in Worcestershire's innings at 64 overs, and it was not to be changed after 66 overs of Gloucestershire's innings. The ball is back with Fatih Singh. They've not taken a wicket for 11 overs, almost. No, over 11 overs, so...
Yeah, clearly something on
get the
the
ball
ball
changed, yeah. Is Singh to Van Buren, cutting, and there's 2 fielders on the cut, saving the single. One of them is the substitute, Cullen.
Yes.
And I assume still no Tom Taylor.
Yeah.
I don't think he's taken to the field today. So both Taylors in this match, not fielding for a great deal. That's a real gimme from Singh, and Van Buren has taken, well, I suppose not maximum toll, but he's got 4 for it, and really with a fielder out at deep mid-wicket, you sort of want to see him playing that way, really. Just hit it hard, find a gap and take the 4. So 161 for 7.
It is a blow for Worcestershire. They're trying to bowl Gloucestershire. New ball due in about an hour or so if they're still there. They haven't got Tom Taylor as their top wicket taker this season.
Singh to Van Buren, and off the back foot driven out to deep cover. 1 more run.
Again, I don't know this. The fact they haven't replaced him in the match might suggest that it's not too bad an injury and they don't want him being unavailable for Friday's big game against Warwickshire.
He didn't. I suppose he could have come out with a runner as well, which he didn't. So that's potentially something. Singh bowls. Oh wow! I was expecting the stumps to be broken and the bails to come off, but whilst that did happen, only because Roderick has removed them, he does like Gareth Roderick to demolish the stumps. James Bracey tends to just remove a bail, whereas Gareth Roderick, for the second time in the match, has destroyed the stumps, and Steve O'Shaughnessy's come back to repair them. But that ball must have just turned enough that it beat the stumps. Great delivery. Singh into bowl and defended off the front foot. Ahmed getting a healthy stride into that one.
Steve O'Shaughnessy, of course, former player here briefly till the end of his career. Can you imagine that in football?
Final ball of this over. Singh in, another good delivery, but stretching forward, striding out to meet it, Ahmed, and that is the end of the over. 162 for 7, lead 63.
If a former player for a team was refereeing that team, I mean, in football, on social media, they start conspiracy theories if the referee once went on a shopping trip in the home city.
I swear we've had this in every single match almost. It feels like he says, looking back and seeing that it wasn't the case in the last one. But Jack Shantry umpired the T20 between these two sides.
Matthew Waite to go back into the attack. Yeah, it's just not an issue in cricket, is it?
No.
The fact that they play for the county never seems to trouble anybody.
sure there were a few more instances earlier on in the season as well.
162 for 7. The lead now is 63. There are a minimum of 60 overs, minus the overs for in between innings scheduled for the day. Waite comes into bowl, and that's defended out to mid-off by Van Buren, who's on 32. No run. These two have fought back. In fact, they brought up the 50 partnership with their last run. So, a 50 partnership in about 12 overs.
Yeah, pretty much exactly.
It's been a really good effort. It's forced Worcestershire a little bit more on the defensive. Waite comes in to bowl to Van Buren. One slip in place. Van Buren opens the face of his bat, plays it to mid-off, where Brett D'Oliveira only has to walk to retrieve the ball. No opportunity to run. Now he's taken a suspicious look at the ball and pointed at him. I'm sure he's hoping the umpires are watching him as he holds the ball out well in front of his face and looks at it as if it's a bizarre shape.
Just want one that's slightly harder, so the turn and the bounce becomes that bit more dangerous.
Well, say 13 overs away from the new ball if they need it. Waite comes in. Oh, that one kept low. I think he got some bat on that, Van Buren. And that being the case, he did well. He's looking at the inside edge of his bat now. He's done well to keep that one out.
Do not know how he's got bat on that. The way that's kept low, and I suppose that is the ball that Waite will be after, because Van Buren is, as I say, staying more leg side of the ball than Bancroft was. So targeting middle and off stump.
Waite, ball that's left by Van Buren. Let's reach the wicket keeper. It's been one unsuccessful leave today. That was James Bracey, wasn't it? Who
yeah,
panted up to one.
Unusual for the left-hander to do it as well. You see the right-hander's padding up more to a right-arm over seamer, but Bracey padding up to a right-arm over the wicket that he thought was angling across him far enough.
Waite starts with a walk and breaks into a jog, and then a run as his bowl is hit straight back at him. I think that was a bump ball. He didn't catch it anyway, so we don't have to go through that debate this time.
Yes,
as we did with Miles Hammond earlier.
Happening again.
162 for 7.
No matter how many replays people showed me
at
lunch, I still can't tell.
And the funny thing is, seeing that one again, that one's clearly bounced underneath the bat, but yeah.
There have been people who've been convinced that it was a bump ball, who aren't of a Gloucestershire persuasion, I should say, but I can't say I've seen it.
Waite comes into bowl, and that's the offside. There's no run. I mean, I suspect it was, but only because of Miles Hammond's reaction.
It would be a really strange thing to do, but well, there we are. I suppose sometimes, I don't know, I've never done it. If you feel the bat hit the ground, maybe you thought that it must have. I don't know.
162 for 7. The lead's 63. Why don't you interview him afterwards and ask?
No. Well, I don't think I've ever interviewed somebody who's been out for a duck before.
No,
would be a first.
Yeah.
Especially as I didn't interview him after his 100 because he'd been batting out there all day, and Skipper came down and said, I'm Miles Hammond's replacement. So I talked to Cameron Bancroft about Miles Hammond's 100. There we are. So Singh still hunting for this 5th wicket. 4 for 63. Bowls to Ahmed and his left, and Worcestershire would say, well, maybe not even bravely, possibly foolhardily left by Ahmed, but I suppose he'd be looking at his off stump and saying, well, that bail's still there.
Yeah, it looked as if it was a fair way above the off stump to me, but
it's the old, if it had done this, which it didn't, 40 goes, blocks out.
Yeah, seeing the replay, is probably quite close to the off stump, but doesn't hit. Sure, there's a little bit of kidology involved as well.
Yeah, you want him to play at it and get a little feather through to the keeper or the slip. Singh is in, and there's a shorter ball, and that's well fielded by Adam Hose. It is, yeah. Cover, and would only have been a single because they'd have the sweeper out at cover, but do you want to keep the pressure on Ahmed and keep the runs down as much as possible? There's a loose shot from Ahmed. That wasn't there for the drive. It's about the first mistake he's made in this innings, but gets away with it as he drives at thin air, and Roderick again hoping that he was going to overbalance, removes the bails, but he just stayed with that back foot planted, because that was the other danger with that shot, as hard as he was going at it. Singh in, and that's a better piece of batting there as he just waits for it to come to him and defends out into the offside. There's another one of his better overs here from Singh so far, and it will end that way as he forces Ahmed to tap to backward point. So score remains 162 for 7 here. Middlesex are now 71 for 5 at Canterbury, needing 160 to win still.
Yes, I was trying to speculate on the table at lunch based on the way results were looking like they were going. I think I calculated that Kent would be heading for second place. Even at lunch they looked in a decent position.
Durham at 89 for 2.
Yeah, I sort of gave that game to Durham, although it's far from done.
89 for 2, needing 207 more.
And they will get 23 points if they win. Take them to 149. Kent, I think I'm right in saying, will also get 23 points, which will take them to 119, which would probably put them in second place.
Yes, because they got to the 400 in the first innings, didn't they, off the last ball?
7 bonus points, yeah.
It was the last ball. Matt Parkinson hit it for, might even hit it for 6, I think.
Matthew Waite bowls to Van Buren. Oh, he's bowled him! Played down the wrong line, and Matthew Waite celebrates. He goes on a big sprint to be congratulated by his fielders. A breakthrough that Worcestershire needed. Good resistance by Van Buren and Ahmed, but it's ended, probably kept low. And Graham Van Buren goes for 32. A good effort, but is it enough? Probably not.
I think that was always the ball for Matthew Waite, because again, and it's the way he plays anyway a little bit. Van Buren's got that sort of trigger movement where he goes a little bit up and back anyway, and on a pitch where you can't be exactly sure how the ball's going to come through, if the pad's not in the way, then there's only the willow to beat, and that one did. So again, though, I think it's the method that has at least got Van Buren to 32, where others have not got to that mark, and in a way it was always likely to be the mode of dismissal, and Matthew Waite's got one through. 3 for 11 in his 14th over.
Having a decent match. He scored runs with the bat as well. 162 for 8. The sound of 50 then. 15 overs for the time it was finally broken up. So I mean, if the next pair were to add another 50 in 15 overs, where would we be? We'd be a lead of 113 with about 40 overs left. So if they can produce another partnership like that one, I might still get out of this Gloucestershire, but that was a big blow.
It was a big blow, because Van Buren, whilst, I mean, to be honest, Ahmed's looked as good as anyone out there, but Van Buren does have big hundreds to his name, and that's an experienced head that's gone as well. Will Williams can be really obstinate at his best with the bat, and is going to need to be here. Of course, he does have, a reminder for Worcestershire supporters rather than Gloucestershire supporters really, he does have a score of 98 this season. Will Williams, made on a very different surface at Derby, but it's not as if he can't bat. But what will he make of this strip, and the field will close in on him as well.
Yes, Van Buren and Ahmed did force Worcestershire relatively on the defensive, but now they've got catches around the bat again. They've got a slip and it's a fourth slip as opposed to a gully, and there's a square leg quite close in, the mid wicket quite close in, but he plays the first shot out of the middle of the bat through the offside for a single. Williams is off the mark nicely. 163 for 8, the lead is 64.
Well, it'll settle a few nerves.
Yeah.
First ball.
He played that confidently enough.
Well, there's no questioning that he can play, but when top and middle order have struggled, they're now asking the bowlers to see them to something, whether that be draw or somehow enough runs that they can get wickets falling themselves.
We'll talk about the table. Worcestershire, if they win this, well, actually if they win or draw, they'll move up to 6th, but if they win, they'll be up to 6th as Waite comes into bowl. That's defended for no run, but they'll probably only be 4 points behind both 5th and 4th. It will still be something like 25 points off the promotion places, so still a lot to do from that point of view, but third win of the season will be a boost if they can get it. So 163 for 8. One slip in mid wicket, and that's defended by Ahmed, who's on 27.
And if they'd drawn this game, Worcestershire, I suspect they'd have pointed to the fact that they were basically, they've never been behind decisively in the game. I suppose the closest to that, I mean, there were 191 for 4 Gloucestershire, with a near 50 partnership set up between Hammond and Van Buren in the first innings, and then it was even for a while in the second innings. Lost 3 fairly quick wickets to fall to 87 for 3, but even then it didn't look as though they were way behind.
8 balls that's left. It's an easy leave. Ahmed, that was off target from Waite.
The narrative would have been we've had the better of things until this morning, and actually the way that now we're sitting here, the way that Worcestershire played it in terms of not really pushing the scoring rate on, batting until tea yesterday, getting the 100-run lead, but also making sure that they weren't the ones batting at the start of day 4. They've ended up having Gloucestershire in to bat potentially when the pitch has been at its trickiest, and as it turns out, that's been the right move.
99-run first innings lead is looking pretty significant right now as Waite comes in to bowl, and that's playing the offside. They've only got 1 slip for Ahmed. No doubt they'll surround Williams at the end of another wicket taking over for Matthew Waite, who's removed James Bracey for a duck, Cameron Bancroft for 56 and Graham Van Buren for 32 today. 163 for 8 of Gloucestershire. They lead by 64 and 57 overs remain in the day.
Chat between Ahmed and Williams, and I'm not sure that there's too much reassuring here as Williams prepares to face the spinner for the first time. I'm not sure there's too much reassurance that Williams can get here. He's kind of got to work out his own method of how he's going to play it. We've seen batters try and stay on the back foot and read it off the pitch, but there was the ball that grubbed through to Tommy Borman trying to do that. We've seen batters try to play on the front foot. Jack Taylor got one where he strode forward and then just turned and bounced past his bat and bowled off stump. So there's no sort of catch-all method here. Hammond tried to use his feet and was caught and bowled as Williams plays that into the leg side, past short leg and not far enough away for a single. So Williams is just going to have to figure out. I suppose Ahmed may have been able to tell him, right, there's that certain spot that it's doing an awful lot out of, but if it doesn't hit that, you've got to play fairly straight, which is what he's done there, and it's defended leg side. But I don't anticipate. I mean, we'll see. But Williams went on the attack against the off-spin of Bashir, but this is turning away from him anyway. Going back to that 98, that's pleasantly played off the back foot. They might take 2 here, and they will, as that was hit just a little bit firmer away from mid-on. And Williams is off. No, he's not, pardon me. That's 2 more. And he's on to 3. Of course, he got off the mark to his first ball. 165 for 8. As mid-on will jog back into position. Still plenty of runs for Williams if he wants to play against the turn, but it's a dangerous thing to do, even if it's short. That is short and wide, and that's been cut for a single. Williams out to deep cover.
I'm afraid it's why Fatah Singh needs a sweeper there on the offside. These occasional deliveries, as Worcestershire are protecting him a little bit by keeping Matthew Waite on the boundary there.
As good as his good balls have been, there does tend to be one short, wide one and over. Oh, edge! Oh, he's taken it! That's a really good catch from Ethan Brooks. Ahmed thought it was short enough to have a bit of a dart at. He got the edge, and I'm not sure how Brooks held on to that really, because he was moving up with the ball. He might even have juggled it. I have to look at the replay, but he's done so well to clutch that. And that is the 5-wicket haul for Fateh Singh. His first class 5-foot, and Gloucestershire are down to their last pair now at 166 for 9, leading by just 67 runs.
And he did grab that cleanly. You're right, it's a terrific catch because the ball's moving quickly. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, to be honest.
It's
but
reactions, isn't it?
Got both hands onto it, held onto it. So just 1 wicket left. The lead is 67. Definitely not enough at the moment. Something very strange would have to happen for Worcestershire not to get those runs. Singh striking 5 for 66. A great moment for him. It's only his 4th first-class match. So a few pats on the back from one of the substitute fielders there, patted on the back a bit too hard. Singh sort of kicks him away. So, last batter, Luke Charlesworth, did score 12 in the first innings. Can he hold Worcestershire up here?
Yeah, played a couple of nice shots in his 12, and then flashed at one from Swanepoel. Was caught that second slip by Ethan Brooks. I don't know. I mean, now I almost feel if Williams and Charlesworth want to have a bit of a dart and try and add, 30, 40 runs, then they've kind of got license, because I can't see them batting for 30, 40 overs here.
I suppose if they get the lead above 100, it gives them something to bowl at. Yeah,
exactly. And again, it's not really their responsibility to bat out for 30, 40 overs. They are, they both hold a bat, but they are at 10 and 11 for a reason. As in comes Singh and bowls to Charlesworth, who strides forward and defends to cover, and that ends the over. So 5 for 66 from 21 overs, and whilst it was a bright start, and they were playing well, Van Buren and Ahmed together, but they've gone in consecutive overs, and the end, at least, of the innings appears to be nigh, unless Williams and Charlesworth can pull off something spectacular.
Yeah, just 2 bowlers in the wickets today. Swanepoel did get one yesterday, but the 8 wickets have fallen today have been shared by Fateh Singh and Matthew Waite, who will continue from the New Road end. Fateh Singh claiming his 5th wicket is denied Waite the opportunity of a 5-wicket haul. He's got a slip, sort of maybe 3rd slip to catches on the leg side, and that's played along the ground past one of those by Williams, who gets another single. He's on to 5, 167 for 9. The lead is 68. The target would be 69 if the wicket were to fall now.
I just like that shot, does Will Williams just wide of mid-on. Looks quite well to rotate the strike.
So, might not get teas. There's only 4 people sitting in the ladies' pavilion. There is no tea on the final day of matches in the ladies' pavilion, which is run by volunteers, so they can't be there every day. So they don't do it on the final day of matches. In comes at Waite, and that's played into the ground to the offside for no run. One of the great traditions here at Worcestershire. Teas in the ladies' pavilion. It's an embarrassment of riches there when you line up for your cakes. But not today. It'd been the final day of the match. Yeah, not many on the ground today, but those are here have been absorbed by I mean, it could have been a very... Gloucestershire's hope would have been one of the dullest days of cricket in history, would have been their hope. But it hasn't transpired that way. Waite comes into bowl to Charlesworth, who drives but doesn't get enough on it. It's cut off by Doliveri. Again, looking at the ball, what's the umpire's attempt to say, well, what's your problem? You're getting wickets. You've got wickets the last 2 overs. Why are you worried about the ball? Yeah. It's not done you any harm the last couple of overs. Anyway, he's not shown it to the umpires, but he keeps having a look at it as if it's a strange object that he's never seen before. Hands it to Matthew Waite. If it was required, a new ball now during 8.5 overs, but obviously Worcestershire hope that's academic, as that one is played to the offside for no run by Charlesworth.
He restrained himself with the drive that went to mid-off. He wanted to have a full-blooded go at it, and then thought actually perhaps I'd better not.
So Worcestershire looking for this last wicket now. Waite bowls, and it's driven, and it's good fielding by Doliveri. He must have thought when he hit that Charlesworth I got runs there. But Brett Doliveri was very sharp in moving to his left to make a tumbling stop. His father was famous for his fielding, Damien D'Oliveira. We lost far too young, but he was a magnificent fielder in the covers. And Brett showed himself to be a bit of a chip off the old block there. 167 for 9. Probably the only current player in the country to have a stand named after his grandfather. Someone might correct me. Waite comes into bowl. That's a bouncer, and that's a pretty aimless bouncer. That's well taken, but in fact it's a signal wide. That was way off target from Waite. So a little bonus run for Gloucestershire.
It's bizarre, 3 for 14 in his 15th over, but he's conceded 2 wides for banging the ball in over the batter's head.
So he was quite fortunate. Roger actually did, looking at that replay, did really well to stop that. You know, I could easily have thrown away for 5 wides. Waite into Charlesworth, and that's he's a he appealed Matthew Waite. Didn't get much support. He's got through, hit him on the thigh pad. Charlesworth, he survives the over. 168 for 9. The lead now 69. Currently saying 55 overs left in the day, so if the wicket were to fall in the next over, there'd be 52. So clearly academic in terms of the number of runs required. His only chance would be to somehow bowl Worcestershire out for what? Let's have a look what the lowest total is this season. It's pretty low, the lowest total. 60, so there you go, it can be done. In fact, there's been a 60. Yeah, just a 60 is the lowest by Leicestershire against Essex at Chelmsford.
I assume that probably wasn't when they were needing
needing 62 to win. No, I don't think so.
Here comes Singh and bowls to Charlesworth, who tries to flick leg side and maybe taken on the pad. Not sure what that came off because there's about 3 people in the way of the line that I needed to see.
Just underline it and get 100 ahead. Worcestershire have been all out for 104 and 114 this season. 104 here against Durham.
Singh to Charlesworth, drops it short, and that's carved away past extra cover. It's a good looking shot, and it's 4 runs for Luke Charlesworth. Nicely played. Found the gap between extra cover and mid off. Pardon me, Will Williams. Do apologise. Will Williams.
I'm sure he'll forgive you.
He's a very forgiving man, Will Williams, but I think if you just played a shot like that, I don't think he's going to be happy. 172 for 9. Singh into him, turn and bounce, but gets on top of it and defends into the leg side from straight, stares down at the pitch and thinks, you're not supposed to do that, are you? He has to get back in line. He's got 9 now, does Williams, and trying to make that at least 10, gets struck on the pad, but the ball going probably high and down the leg side. He's rehearsing carting it somewhere off towards the shrubbery over there. 172 for 9. Singh in and bowls, so that'll help for Gloucestershire. It's, let's being generous, chopped away on the bounce pass slip. Not sure that Williams exactly intended the ball to go there, but it doesn't matter too much because it's gone for 4, so 176 for 9, and Williams 13 off 11. I don't think we've seen anybody score more runs in their first 11 balls than Williams here. Last ball of Singh's over, he bowls now, and he's not caught at short leg despite the appeal. Off pad and caught by Latigan, but not out, says umpire Simon Widdup. So 176 for 9 at the end of that over, so the lead has moved on to 77.
Well, if they can get it to 100, I'm not saying they'd be likely to win, but it would just force Worcestershire to work a little bit. Get a couple of early wickets, and who knows, stranger things have happened. Matthew Waite will pursue this final wicket from the New Road end. If they are held up for another 7 overs, I keep saying they do have that factor of the new ball. Whether that makes a big difference on this surface, we'll see. Well, we might see, we might not. Worcestershire will hope not. Waite. He's got 2 in the slip cordon and just 1 now at square leg, and that's nicely defended by Charlesworth down the ground for no run. He's yet to score. He's faced 7 balls, 176 for 9, the lead 77. Resumed at 59 for 1 this morning. Actually survived the first few overs of the day, adding 22 runs. It was once the first wicket fell that things started becoming calamitous. 153 for 7 by lunch, now 176 for 9. And Waite bowls, and again solidly defended for no run. Worcestershire bowled teams out for less than 200 on 3 occasions this season. Looking to make it a 4th now. Once here, that was again that game against Durham when they bowled Durham out for 102. Sorry, ignore that. I'm looking at the wrong column. They've done it twice this season. It was them that scored 102 against Durham. I'm misreading my own stats. That one all goes past the outside edge, but I'll take it by the wicketkeeper. So let me rewind that. They bowled teams out for less than 200 twice this season. And actually, if they were to get the wicket now, it would be the lowest total they bowled a team out this campaign. They bowled Middlesex out for 183 at Lords. And they bowled Kent out for 196 here. Both of those were in the first innings of the match.
Right, so there's that target to aim for then.
There is. There is. They say it's all about little targets, isn't it, as you go along? Don't think they'll be aware of that. Waite into bowl, and that's driven. Nice shot for nothing, straight to Brett D'Oliveira. Bounces awkwardly in front of him, but he still fields it well.
I think he could resist a little bit of a stare after that one, Matthew Waite. I know it was one bounce to the field. I mean, how dare you hit a drive off me? There we go. You hit a fielder almost right where that ball went. Maybe just a little bit square, finer rather.
White comes into bowl, and that's playing the offside. I think it was a story that Dermot Reeve I heard say after he did a speech once, but Alan Lamb, when a bowler was complaining about him driving him, drove a beautiful shot for 4 and said to the bowler, right, park that, which was quite nice. Riposte, I thought. 176 for 9. Final wicket pair, trying to resist. We've had 10 so far. Ideally, need another 30 or 40. Weight in, and that's defended by Charlesworth. End of the over. We've seen off 3 overs. 176 for 9, 53 overs minimum left in the day. The lead is 77.
He might still bowl for a while, Matthew Waite. It's hot out there, but 4 overs only into his spell, although it feels as if he's been bowling for an awful lot longer than that. And Singh, well, they won't want to make a bowling change, Worcestershire. Quite happy for Fatih Singh to see them through, and you might even take a new ball if it came to that. Singh is in down the leg side, an appeal from the bowler, but nothing from Roderick.
I think they probably would take a new ball and might even keep Singh on with it.
Yeah. That's probably what I would do as Williams defends.
So, is that what you said?
No,
okay.
Well, not in so many terms, but yes. I said they could, and then you said you would, so. Slip and short leg. Singh bowls, flighted that one up, tempting Williams into a big shot, but he doesn't oblige. Just smothers it out. So Middlesex are 6 down now at Canterbury.
Yeah.
To be on the slide there. 86 for 6, needing 145. It's an amazing turnaround from Kent, seems to continue. Singh bowls off the back foot. It's jabbed away down to mid-on by Williams, who was looking to access the leg side and hit it hard, and almost in his eagerness to put it away ends up not putting it away. He has 13, and Singh bowls to him, and he strides forward and defends. Tall man Will Williams, so he can get a little further down the pitch than, say, a Van Buren or an Ahmed.
We're going to see Ethan Brooks, I think, shortly. He's doing a bit of exercising at slip. Expect he'll replace Matthew Waite.
Short leg to silly mid off, as that's defended past the fielder there, who is a little bit on his heels potentially, and that's the end of the over at 176 for 9.
Looks like, I think we're having a, what do they call them?
Hydration
breaks. Yes. Yeah. Everyone's moaning about that. The only thing I will say, and I think one of the commentators made this point, one thing we haven't seen at this World Cup is this really annoying, cynical move of a goalkeeper pretending to be injured, so that which has become almost the norm.
Yeah.
So that players can go off for a chat with the coach. The hydration break has made that unnecessary now, so much as it's irritating, at least it has taken that out of the game. Anyway, that's football. We're not interested in that today, it's cricket. Should we go for the other scores while we have a little drinks break here? No drinks for the commentators, of course. So, somebody mentioned it, but Middlesex 89 for 6, still lead 142 to win at Canterbury. in the second division, and in the other game, Durham looking pretty good, 102 for 2.
Oh, they've just lost a wicket.
Oh, have they?
On this system, yeah. 2 for 3.
So they're chasing 296 to win, so that one is still in the balance. And in the first division, eventually Somerset set Warwickshire 314 to win. Warwickshire 33 for 1. See Mike Taylor on the quoted on the live text page is speculating as to whether Warwickshire are going to make any effort to go for them or whether this is going to save the game. Glamorgan 100 for 2. Need 95 more runs to beat Surrey, so having lost a wicket right at the start, they look pretty good to win that, Glamorgan, despite Surrey's resistance in the second innings. Those are the only games on thus far. Well, are still in progress. And of course, you can listen to them all on the BBC, on BBC Sounds, on the BBC Cricket page, and you can follow them on the live text commentary, which is going to be particularly excellent on T20 quarter-final day. I'll just give you that little heads up. 176 for 9. As the Worcestershire fielders continue to have a drink.
Well, I hope personally not to be reading it, as I might be
yes.
working myself.
You might get quoted. So, what have we got? 52 overs left of the day. We've lose 2 overs for the in-between innings, plus the one that's currently in progress. So, if the last wicket to fall now, there'll be 49 overs left, and just 78 required for Worcestershire. So, at the moment, not really an equation, but Gloucestershire will try and make it so. For Ethan Brooks. Bowl. Probably has 3 overs to try and get this last wicket, if it's not got from the other end, before a new cherry is made available. I often wonder, if they take the new ball and get a wicket with the first ball, do they sort of just give it a quick clean and put it back and pretend it's still new? It seemed a bit of a waste not to. Brooks bowls going down the leg side. It's helped on its way by Charlesworth, who's off the mark with his 13th delivery. And it's 177 for 9, the lead 78.
Yeah, probably that's an interesting one, isn't it? It probably does have to be a new one, but maybe they bash it into the pitch a few times and just put like 10 overs or something on it if something's wrong with a brand new ball. You need it changed early. No. Must be tempting to save the money.
Well, I would think. I suppose they could dispatch it to the second 11 game or something. Anyway, Brooks bowls. That's go down the leg side again. It's taken by Roderick. I'm sure what Brooks is trying here. He's got 2 catches there in that leg side position, sort of mid-wicket and just to the right of him. And there's also a fielder on the sort of square leg boundary, so he's trying to set a trap. But at the moment, neither Charlesworth nor Williams look in much danger of falling into it. There's also one on the boundary for the hook shot. This one, tho's on off stump, and it's defended down the pitch for no run by Williams, who's made 13.
Yes, he's basically at his career average now, Will Williams, because of the fact that he's got the 13 runs. It's basically 13, just under before he started.
Brooks' shirt hanging out, comes in to bowl again, straight down the leg side, and Williams did play at that, didn't make contact, more hits his body and lands down by his feet. It's another dot ball. Just having to work for these last few wickets, but still in a commanding position, looking for their 3rd win of the season. Only won 1 last season in the first division. It's our 6 at Chelmsford. Brooks is into bowl, and that's played out to the offside for no run.
Almost looked like Steve O'Shaughnessy was signalling power play then, but I think he was just stretching his right shoulder out.
Warming up for next Friday.
He's made himself available for Gloucestershire's defence of this title.
Brooks comes into bowl, and that's with it was aerial for a while, hence the shout. Bounced well short of cover then. He was leaning back there, Charlesworth, but managed to keep it down. No run. Cover the championship match at Southport, where Worcestershire were playing, and it occurred to me the game was dead quite a long time before the end, and they were about to go into T20. And I said to the commentary, why don't they now just set a T20 field and just pretend it's a T20 game and get a bit of practice in? Tell the batters, look, we're going to play as if it's a T20. There's nothing riding on it by that point. Might as well get some decent practice in. Didn't do it.
I know. Well, well, perhaps that's another innovation they could have if a championship match is completely dead. Teams could just agree for a bit of entertainment for the crowd. First delivery from Singh is a full delivery, steered off to cover.
They didn't have to do it formally. They could have done it informally. It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have made any difference to the actual match in front of us.
Singh round the wicket, bowls, and Charlesworth has exaggerated preparation. He went so carefully about his business there, and then all of a sudden the ball didn't hit his bat. And Roderick was taking and removing the bails. Not wasting any time now is Singh straight in for the next delivery, which is squeezed off a thick outer part of the bat. No run there, fired in towards the stumps by Jake Libby. And a good call of no from Williams at the non-striker's end. So Charlesworth has come out in determined mood, one off 16 deliveries and is then beaten again. And sort of got to accept that that's going to happen a little bit. The ball's going to do too much sometimes. 177 for 9. Singh to Charlesworth. Oh, that wasn't far off. That fielder in close on the offside. Pushed forward. It was in the air. If it had been more of a silly mid-off, then that would have been straight there. But it's more of a silly point. It's taken a little step to his right now. Singh to Charlesworth, and this time it's a little bit fuller and allowing Charlesworth to get over the top of it.
Very, very difficult. I think that was a sharp chance for Dan Latigan.
Oh, was it closer than that?
Yeah.
Right. Maiden over anyway.
I mean, very difficult, but yeah. Well, another over ticks by. Say, not a problem for Worcestershire at the moment, but might start getting a bit twitchy if it goes on much longer. Looks like Ben Allison must have been off the field for a moment. He's come jogging back on. We still have Henry Cullen out there for Tom Taylor. As Brooks into bowl. Oh, he was. Oh, he's got a fly in his eye.
Oh, that's horrible. A lot of them about.
Yeah, he's stopped. He's having a good old trying to get it out with his shirt. Probably getting something else in his eye while he's doing that.
Oh, it's making my eyes sting looking at that.
Yeah. Oh, not too well to make this an accurate delivery. His eyes watering there. Comes into bowl. And oh, he gets a leading edge which loops up in the air. Bounces well short of mid-wicket.
It's another one which I think is in the category of unplayable, especially for a number 10. The rear up like that. Everybody's going to move it even closer. Well, everybody, but Latigan and Swanepoel. Well, actually, Latigan moved forward and now he's moving back.
Brooks bowls and that's whipped away. And it's fielded at square leg.
That would have stayed down. I mean, he was trying to cover drive that, I think, or at least drive it on the offside, and then the ball just only hit the bottom corner of the bat.
Yeah, it was Henry Cullen, the fielder, did that, so he's still there. He's at square leg. Substitute fielder, who made his first-class debut against Middlesex, out for Norton the first innings. He did get an unplayable delivery, it's unfortunate, but he made a few runs in the second. He's just been moved round from, gone back to the boundary onto the mid-wicket boundary as Brooks comes in, and it's a bit of a bluff as he pitches that one up, and Williams plays it to Shortage mid-wicket for no run. Three balls of this over, negotiated. Brooks bowls. It's going down the leg side, and Roderick whips the bails off very stylishly, but Williams had stayed in his crease. I expect if we had a TV umpire here, we'd have to wait for ages while he has a look at it and adverts flash on the screens, what have you. But happily we don't have that, so we get on with it.
They are. I mean, the global tournaments, those obvious ones, they are so much quicker at now with this smarter referral system. But it still feels like we're waiting ages for ball tracking these days.
Well, that's going down the leg side. I don't know what it's come off, but it's going to go down to the boundary now. If it came off the pads, was he playing a shot at that? The umpire rules he was, and gives him 4 runs. I think Worcestershire might make a case saying he wasn't really playing at that, but 4 runs are awarded. 181 for 9, 85 is the lead.
I don't think he was very close to it, but I equally, I think probably there was something. I mean, there was no protest from D'Oliveira.
It was from me. That was going down the leg side, and I've seen the rear. He probably was playing at it, yeah, I'll give you that. That next one he misses, and Roderick takes it behind the stumps. It's the end of the over, another over gone, 181 for 9, 82 is the lead. 49 overs left, I begin to cut it down to less than 50. Still a long way from being where they need to be, Gloucestershire, but every over that goes by, every run that's scored, they might just start to believe we can still get ourselves out of this one.
Yeah, I think they're still going to have to bat for... Well, they're going to have to bat at least until tea.
Yeah.
To make it
although if they bat for even another half hour, it just makes it a little tricky, potentially, for Worcestershire. Makes it less than a gimme.
Score a few runs in the meantime. Whilst it's still at this stage with 49 overs left, it does feel more... Whilst they can't go out searching for runs, it is more about the runs that they can score, and they can just get it over 100 and give themselves some sort of a chance. This is over-pitch driven, but straight to Adam Hose at cover.
Middlesex are 7 down now. Caleb Falconer is getting wickets there, so it does look as if Kent are heading for victory there.
Singh in, that's a little bit more on a good length and defended by Charlesworth. You can see that Durham are also 4 down now, still needing 189. Obviously back very deep, but 4 wickets for Northampton, just short and wide and cut into the ground, then into Latigan under the helmet, which has denied Luke Charlesworth his second run. It was around about this time yesterday when my computer just decided it had enough of connecting to this Wi-Fi, and it's done exactly the same thing now here. Singh bowls, pushed forward by Charlesworth to that city mid-off fielder Latigan. There's no run, and it was only my laptop, so nothing to do with the Wi-Fi or anything. As reaching forward and defending is Luke Charlesworth. That's a bit tedious because the only solution I had for it was to restart the whole thing, which is always irritating.
Ever you ask a BBC engineer about anything? Have you trying to switch it on and off?
Yeah. Singh bowls and Charlesworth fiddles that one away. Put some work into the ball behind square on the offside to keep it down.
To be fair, it usually works, to be fair.
Actually, there we go. It's connecting to a different network and then reconnecting seems to have have worked.
So only one more over left before the new ball, so these two could seal this over. That'll be a little notch that they've achieved, forcing Worcestershire to take the new ball. 82 is the lead. With minimum 48 overs left in the day. Starting to push up towards 2 and over, which might not sound much, but on this pitch, Worcestershire would have to be careful, let's say, when chasing runs, not assume that they will just come. Brooks to Williams, who's very solidly forward defending that. Oh, I could have taken a picture of that and put it in the coaching manual. Perfect forward defensive. And Ben Allison is limbering up. I wouldn't say warming up because it'd be pretty hot anyway, but limbering up with a view to taking the new ball. Be interesting to see whether they keep Fatah Singh on with it. That one is a little off the inside edge onto the onside for no run. This last wicket pair are they're not yet frustrating Worcestershire. They're sort of in a little bit irritating phase at the moment. As they are into their 9th over together.
Mildly irritating, much like a fly that is flying at the window in front of you while you're trying to concentrate on the cricket.
Oh, that's a full toss, which he's missed out on and played it to mid-on for no run.
It was a cunning plan. I'm not quite sure if that was a knuckleball or just a general slower delivery. I didn't see. I'm sure he has that knuckleball and tried to float one up there in the block hole and hope that Williams played all round it.
So in he comes to bowl. That's played to square leg for a single. Williams on to 14. The Worcestershire accountant will be thinking, come on, get the wicket now. We don't have to spend. These cricket balls are expensive, you know. We don't have to get another new one out.
All those extra hours for the security and all that.
In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's punched out towards square leg for no run. I can't honestly say that a wicket's looking particularly likely at the moment. It's gone a little bit quiet out there.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is still limbering up.
Obviously stretching his arms a bit. He might be getting a little bit hot and flustered there. A very smart hat. That's Brooks. Bowls just straight down the leg side. Well, now that one probably would have gone to a TV umpire because his back foot, Charlesworth, was just up for a fraction of a second and Roderick whipped the bells off. Absolutely no chance of the square leg umpire being able to judge whether it was out or not. But if you had a TV replay, I bet they would be having a look at that one. However, it's 182 for 9, lead of 83, 47 overs to go.
Right, and Singh is out of the attack. So Allison on to try and potentially just fire out this last wicket with the new ball because Steve O'Shaughnessy is tossing the old one to Jake Libby, who'll roll the ball off the field of play. Get in the Crown Green Bowls team with that one. Well weighted. And the new ball taken straight away. Not a great surprise given how the last few overs were looking. So now Worcestershire will feel that they should, with the new ball, wrap this up relatively quickly, but Williams and Charlesworth will have other ideas.
Yeah, the ball might fly off the edges to the boundaries and runs might come briskly with the new ball. Can they get the lead up to 100? That'll be their next target.
So Ben Allison from the Diglis end, looking for his first wicket of the innings. Not that he's bowled badly, but he's bowled a full toss there. That's scuffed out to cover for no run. Strange piece of cricket that. I don't think Williams, all things, was expecting Allison to start him off with a full toss, so he almost couldn't believe it when he got one. Wasn't looking to attack and just was on to him before he could think about having a whack. So 2 slips, and there's a third man and a long leg. Pretty much just a ring feel. There's nothing funky about this now from D'Oliveira as Allison bowls to Williams, who comes forward, gets into a low position and defends off the front foot. So he's somebody who can be a bit of a limpet. Will Williams at the crease. His 98 this season was very much not like that. He played all sorts of shots. He played a one-handed slog sweep over mid-wicket for 6 off Bashir. In general, I mean, he's Gloucestershire's choice when it comes to night watchman. Allison bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. Escapes the grasp of mid-wicket, and now Latigan's got to get up and chase it, and this should be a pretty comfortable 3, and the ball will just be stopped before it trickles into the boundary, and indeed it is probably the easiest 3 that you're going to see out to the longer side of the ground. 185 for 9, so Williams is on to 17. Gloucestershire's lead up to 86, so the strike turned over to Luke Charlesworth, who was playing plenty of shots in the first innings and has put them all away in this second innings. 1 from 27. Facing up now to Allison, who's in and bowling down the pitch and turning to mid-on. Just down the pitch to try and negate the movement and put Allison off his length rather than coming down with real intentions of giving the ball much other than a gentle encouragement in the right direction. So Allison into his 17th over. As well as he's bowled, it's still a bit of a surprise to me. You look up and see the 0 in the wickets column. Runs in now and bowls to Charlesworth, who again is playing from outside his crease and defending into the covers. And there is no run. So 1 delivery remaining in the first over with this second new ball. 46 overs to go in the day's play after this one. A day that started with Gloucestershire at 59 for 1 and extending that out to 81 for 1 as Allison bowls, and that catches the splice of Charlesworth's bat but drops down in front of him. There is no short leg anymore anyway, and the end of another over. 185 for 9.
Still, Worcestershire can't get this final wicket. Get themselves in to start chasing these runs. Bears Swanepoel returns to take the new ball. 5 wickets in the first innings, just 1 so far in the second. Can he wrap this innings up? He'll be bowling to Will Williams, who's on 17. Couple of half centuries in his first class career. 2 slips in place. There's a bit of a negotiation going on the fielding side. Umpire O'Shaughnessy's got arms folded as if he's going to shout, "I get on with it" in a minute. As Gareth Roderick and Brett D'Oliveira decide to have a meeting.
So you might be able to go off the field once you're done with the innings, but we've got to come back out there.
185 for 9. Share a bit of it in the breeze. It's quite hot out there, but that breeze will be quite relieving. Oh, that's he's got him. LBW, the Yorker length delivery, which hits Will Williams on the toe. The finger goes up. The innings is over, and Worcestershire will need 87 in 43 overs to win the game. Bears Swanepoel striking with the first ball of his spell, And the lower order assistance finally ends. Charlesworth ends up 1 not out, and Gloucestershire being bowled out for 185 in the second innings, giving them a lead of 86.
Yeah, it was a stubborn last wicket partnership that held Worcestershire off for just over 10 overs. In the context of the innings, probably one of the longer partnerships apart from that Bourman-Bancroft partnership, which whilst it was there, really did look as though it was going to see Gloucestershire through to a comfortable position at lunch while it was there, but nothing of the kind, and the applause is for Fateh Singh, who's leading the Worcestershire players off.
Yeah, first 5 of his career. Let's go through the bowling figures just very quick. Well, I would if my page didn't keep misbehaving. It's the heat. I've come to the conclusion the laptops don't like heat. So, in the second Gloucestershire innings, top score was Cameron Bancroft's 56, 32 from Graham Van Buren, 28 Tommy Bourman, and 27 Daz Ahmed. The other one in double figures was Will Williams, 17. The bowling figures, top wicket taker Fateh Singh, 5 for 74 in his 25 overs. Matthew Waite took 3 for 14 off 16 overs. Bayer Swanepoel 2 for 37 off 17.1. Ben Arson bowled 17 overs for 38. Brett D'Oliveira 2 overs for 9, and Ethan Brooks 4 overs for 6. 185 all out. Worcestershire need 87 to win. So we'll take a short little mini tea break. We'll leave the effects on so you know we're still here. And we'll be back for the Worcestershire innings. What time is it? No, they won't be able to do it before tea, I wouldn't have thought. So we will go into the final session, but Worcestershire should be able to see this job through now. Welcome back to New Road, where Worcestershire need 87 to win. 43 overs left in the day, so that's even on a slow scoring match like this one. That's fairly academic. It's just a question of whether Gloucestershire can bowl them out. There have been 2 occasions this season in the Championship where teams have been bowled out for less than 87. Leicestershire bowled out for 60 by Essex at Chelmsford, and Lancashire bowled out for 84 by Middlesex at Old Trafford. In neither case were they chasing a small target, but still, it can be done, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
You don't sound convinced.
Well, if they take a couple of very early wickets, then the feline would be in amongst the irritating birds. But the necessity to take wickets in the first couple of overs is very much there, and Gloucestershire are starting with Graham van Buren, and it's what they have to do. Van Buren is going to have possibly his most inspired spell in a Gloucestershire shirt. He bowled terrifically in the first innings. He's a bowl out of his skin here as he bowls round the wicket to Latigan first up, and he's caught at first slip off the pad, and there's no movement from the umpire. They were going up for LBW, they were going up for caught at slip. They thought it must be one or the other, and the umpire says it's neither, so Latigan survives. That would have been something. First ball, Van Buren into Latigan, and that's defended back up the pitch. There's been no funkiness from Worcestershire with the batting order, sending out somebody to try and hammer a quick 20 and just take the sting out of the situation. As Van Buren bowls to Latigan, and that time he is caught at slip, there's no doubt about that one. And Worcestershire are 0 for 1, just pushing forward at that one, getting a thin edge, and Bancroft takes the catch at slip, and that is exactly what was going to be needed. Worcestershire 0 for 1 and still need 87.
Well, this could be a tense little spell here. Latigan not looking comfortable, opening with a spinner. Often to Gloucestershire open the innings with a spinner, and it's paid off.
I'm not sure I can remember it since they had Zafar.
Not sure it turned very much, to be honest. Latigan just got the outside edge onto it to slip.
Potentially in a strange way, often for final days and left arm spinners bowling, it's tougher for the left-hander because they're just staring right at those footmarks, even though we've seen actually the ball turning against right-handers and bouncing. You're just staring right at those footmarks and you're expecting it to turn, and if it doesn't, then you play for turn, then that's probably what happens. So out to the middle. Oh, here we are going to get this. I wondered if we might. It's Bayo Swanepoel coming out now.
Are they overthinking this a little bit?
Well,
just play.
This is interesting. Swanepoel, who went on the attack.
It looked like it was a late
innings.
decision as well. Seeing the pictures on the stream, looks like Gareth Roderick was about to walk out, and then they changed their mind. I suppose top order batters are probably not used to facing spin straight away.
So we've got a leg slip and short leg, and they've got 2 out on the leg side boundary. Swanepoel, if he hits with the turn, hitting to a short boundary, but they've got 2 fielders patrolling. As Van Buren bowls to Swanepoel, and that's just defended first up. That was a bit of a tempter from Van Buren, who got Swanepoel stumped in the first innings for 13. He's in now and bowls, tossed up and defended into the leg side. I think Williams will open the bowling from the New Road end. Jack Taylor not being in the field takes away 1 spin option as Van Buren is in. Cut away by Swanepoel, that'll be 4. And dare I say, a slight sense of relief among some of the appreciation for that shot. Ends the first over. Worcestershire are underway with a boundary just short enough. Still cutting against the turn, but he saw it early, watched it onto the bat and cracked it away for 4. So 4 for 1 after the first over, 83 more needed.
It's obviously the problem for Gloucestershire. They've got so few runs to play with. So they can't afford to go all out of tackle. Could be over very quickly. But they need to bowl Worcestershire out. Will Williams it is. Bowling to Jake Libby, who's yet to face. 4 for 1. 83 more required. Gloucestershire need 9 wickets.
Almost in an ideal world, Van Buren and Williams have bowled almost all of these overs, because we've got 20 minutes to go until tea, and I don't think it'll be in a position after 20 minutes where the extra 15 would be taken. So I think we're playing after tea. So these two could bowl for quite a while.
After the cakes arrived at the press box, you can't come in for tea while the cakes, not come in for tea rather, while the cakes in the press box. Yeah. Will Williams bowls right arm over 2 slips, shortish leg, and that's played away on the offside. There's no run. I mean, Gloucestershire in that slightly agonising position. You see it so often in a game like this, where they get a few wickets and they just think of what might have been if only we had 50 runs more. But
yes, unfortunately, that, without, I'm not trying to twist the knife in, but that has been a little bit the case with a lot of recent games in Gloucestershire season, over for 20 or 30 more runs.
This one is defended out to the offside. There's no run.
Would have drawn against Northamptonshire in the last game and could well have won both of the previous matches at Bristol, but now looking at 4 championship defeats in a row and 7 in 8.
Yeah, there'll be quite a bit of drift at the bottom of the table, unfortunately, as things stand. That's pushed out the offside. There's no run. I won't set a theoretical table just yet, because we're still a little way to go in this game, but most matches look as if they go on particularly. The one exception perhaps being the top of the table clash between Durham and Northamptonshire. Sheffield could still go either way. Northampton's probably favourites at the moment, with Durham 125 for 4, but need 171 to win. And Middlesex are resisting a bit, but it still looks like Kent will probably win that one. This one, oh, that kept low, goodness me. And he plays over that, does Libby. And he just misses. But, well, let's get a couple more Gloucestershire, and it might just put a few doubts in Worcestershire's minds. There
was almost a point yesterday where I said you feel like this is a sort of surface where you could quite easily forget that you're a first-class cricketer, in terms of you can see a ball that's there for the cut and then it's whizzing past your shins.
That one rears up a little bit and goes past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper Bracey is standing up,
and I'm not. That's me saying more just in terms of the timing and the judgment of where you think the ball's going to be, not anything else. But it's plain for everybody to see. Libby thought he could cut and it barely bounced at all.
Williams jogs in, gets a bit of pace on that delivery, and bounces into the gloves of Bracey. There's no run, maiden over, 4 for 1. 83 required by Worcestershire. At just over 2 and over now. Let us have a chat. Don't think they'll start playing for the draw just yet, Worcestershire.
They will be disappointed, Gloucestershire, but we're seeing it again in that over. There is, to me, a new level of the erratic nature of the bounce today compared even to yesterday. On a more consistent basis, anyway. So Van Buren setting his field. They are going to put a sweeper out on the offside now, just to give Graham van Buren a bit of protection, just a slip and a short leg. He bowls now to Swanepoel, who plays he plays a cut shot to mid-on, is what happened there. Dragged it, presumably because it kept following him a bit, with the turn into the left-hander from over the wicket, and yeah, tried a repeat dose of that cut shot in the first over, as he gets a quicker one. An appeal for LBW. Van Buren's pleading with umpire Simon Widdop, who is not for moving.
Started clapping his hands there at Van Buren, the impassioned appeal. Risks slightly overdoing it there, but it's coming from quite wide, which doesn't help him, and it's a good shot, but I suspect probably because he's coming from quite wide, the umpire might have felt that was going down the leg side.
Van Buren bowls quicker delivery, pushed into the offside. They'll get a single here with the sweeper push back to deep cover. 5 for 1, certainly a good shout, but yeah, without any element of being able to track it, I'd like to say, but I think
that's why it was being given not out.
I was going to say, you can see why it's been given not out, and that's more. That's all I can say, really. Jake Libby on strike for the first time to Graham van Buren. Again, just the slip and the short leg. Nobody back on the leg side for Libby, as Van Buren flights that one up outside the off stump, and that's left alone. This was the field that he bowled to for basically all of the first innings, with 2 fielders on the cut, gap in the covers, sweeper out on the offside boundary, and he was barely hit through the leg side at all. Round the wicket he bowls, and Libby gets a straighter ball, which is deflected down to short third. Will Williams moving across.
Well, that last one had been given out. Swanepoel would have gone fairly quickly, and I'm just never a great believer in changing the batting order. There's always good reasons for it, but in my experience it almost never works.
Van Buren to Libby, drives confidently along the ground and out to deep cover for a single, so he will keep the strike and get off the mark. Worcestershire, after 3 overs, are 6 for 1, so they are just at, no, in fact they're just under the required rate.
Yeah, so I don't think we'll be playing for a draw just yet. They're getting an examination here. Van Buren had a little word with the umpire there as he took his cap. Are you sure that ump? Well, there you go. Anyway, Will Williams to bowl to Jake Libby. He's on 1 off 9 balls. 29 in the first innings. She's gone off to a reasonable start. 65 for the first wicket. That hasn't happened this time round, and that's Turner. It was a little in the air, but wide of the close infielder on the leg side, and he's going to get 2. Every run being applauded by, as you said earlier, slightly relieved Worcestershire supporters. 8 for 1. Just 79 required. That might put them back up with a rate. I won't bother calculating, but it might do. Williams just having a chat with Cameron Bancroft.
There's no rush. The over rate is a mere +10. After Van Buren bowled so much in the Worcestershire first innings, it is important that they take the time to get these fields right, because as we've seen from Gloucestershire's innings today, that you can manufacture wickets with field settings. Bancroft looking to return the favour potentially from his dismissal when he was caught at backward short leg.
Williams, right arm over. It's turned round by Libby through square leg. He'll get another single. He's on to 3. It's 9 for 1. They lost Daniel Latigan in the first over to Graham Van Buren before there was a run on the board. They need another 78 to win. I should say 77 to tie. I've still never actually live witnessed a red ball tie. I've been doing it for a long time now. I feel slightly shortchanged. Come close a couple of times.
It's overrated.
Well, the thing that gets me about the tie now.
No, it was wonderful, but
it's only worth the same as a draw, which doesn't seem right somehow.
Very much not. They might as well have not bothered.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway,
apart from the bonus points, I suppose. But yeah, no, it was one of the single most nerve-filled days of my life. That.
In comes Williams. He's coming round the wicket now. To the left-handed Swanee Paul, who carves that away for 4. So maybe it is working. The plan to bring him up the order. He's able to play with perhaps more licence than the other batters. He obviously doesn't want to get out, but he's not going to be distraught if he does.
I'd say it's working because he's not actually doing what a lot of people who'd come out here, and this is when it tends to work actually, when the person comes out and actually doesn't just swing wildly. No. If you swing wildly on this, then you're probably going quite quickly.
Williams comes into bowl, and that's edge and bounces just short of slip. He does well to field it on the half volley. That's a definite edge there from Swanee Paul, who Van Buren convinced he had LBW, but didn't get the decision in his favour. And that one, the ball just didn't quite bounce in Gloucestershire's favour. He's in again. Williams, that's towards the pads of Swanee Paul, who digs it out. 13 for 1, 74 acquired by Worcestershire, who will be up into 6th place if they win this. And they will potentially be 5 points behind Middlesex. I think I said earlier 5 points behind Kent, but not Kent. Who did I mean? They'll move above Lancashire. They'll be 5 points behind Middlesex and Derbyshire. Of course, finished yesterday. This next one is driven down the ground and beats the dive of the fielder at mid-on, and will be 4 more runs. So really good over for Worcestershire. Bears Swanee Paul leading 2 boundaries, survived 1 edge. So Will Williams is frustrated as he puts his sunglasses on and his cap on. He'll feel the world was against him a little bit in that over. Swanee Paul on to 13, and it's 17 for 1. 70 more runs required to win.
Yeah, I mean, you're defending any sort of small total, particularly of the proportions of 87. You kind of feel everything must go your way. Every close shout must be given. Every edge must go to hand. And especially in this position where Van Buren bowls to Libby, who's forward and pushing away into the covers for no run. Especially in this position where Gloucestershire will feel that things in general are going against them. Only a few boundaries from Swanee Paul, and belief may just ebb as Libby has pushed at that one and got bat on it, and it just lands short of Tommy Borman at short leg, who can't really be in any closer, or Jake Libby might actually hit him on his backswing. Van Buren to Libby, it's nudged into the offside where Miles Hammond fields at cover point. It's not going to be, even if they score another 30 or 40 and it becomes not in doubt as that's left alone. I don't think anybody's massively enjoyed their innings on this pitch, maybe with the exception of Miles Hammond. But even he could not play in the first innings with his customary freedom as Libby comes forward and gets towards the pitch of that, runs it into the covers where Joe Phillips fields. So no runs this over, but that's not a problem for Worcestershire. And just negotiate another Van Buren over, which is what Libby does, and plays straight back to the bowler. So the over completed, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Wicket in his first over, wicket with his 3rd ball, which got Gloucestershire up and about, but they now need multiple wickets in the next couple of overs. We're approaching tea as well, only 7 minutes away.
Yeah, I've rather dangerously trying to calculate a 2nd division table now. If Worcestershire win this, Up to 6th place, 95 points. The match which is hardest to call, I think, at the moment is Durham-Northants, although Middlesex actually are fighting back a bit at Canterbury. And now 122 for 7, they need another 109 to win.
They got in, well, Zafar Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones.
Two very experienced players as Williams comes into bowl round the wicket. And that's played to the onside for no run by Swanepoel. But at the moment, well, if Durham win it, they'll be on 149 points. They'll be 30 points clear of Kent, who, if assuming they beat Middlesex, will be second on 119, and then Northants will be 117. Now, if Northants-Durham goes the other way round, then Durham and Northants will be joint top on 133, with Kent third on 119. Derbyshire fourth, they'll definitely be on 99. That's what they were when the match finished yesterday. Middlesex, if they lose, will be on 99. So Worcestershire in 6th place will only be 4 points behind 5th and 4th, as that's defended. There's no run. And if it is a Kent win, there'll be 24 points off 2nd place. Unless it's a Northants win against Durham, in which case that will grow quite sizably, actually, to 38 points. So they probably want Durham to win that in terms of chasing the 2nd promotion spot. Lancashire will be on 81, Gloucestershire and Frey will be 43 points adrift on 38. That's hit in the air and is a bump ball. I thought that was a catch for a moment. It's a very good take. Hit it into the ground, did Swanepoel, and it's a brilliant dive. I mean, it deserved to be a catch, but alas, it wasn't for Christian Clark.
Dare I suggest they did well. If they still felt that Hammond one was a bump ball, they did well not to throw that up in the air and claim that wouldn't have been a great thing to do, so they didn't do that.
It would have been pretty obvious as well, that one, I think, even though it fooled me at the time. I don't think there would be much dispute about that one. Williams comes into bowl, round the wicket. Swanepoel just chops the bat on that, hits it into the ground. Bracey takes it. It remains 17 for 1. 70 more runs needed by Worcestershire. I mean, the punters are getting decent value for money. They've seen 2 full sessions and a bit more. At one stage it looked like it'd be a lot quicker than that, and there was always the danger it would take a lot longer and be a lot duller. So it's been a decent day. Obviously the Gloucestershire supporters would have enjoyed it less, but that one is turned round to mid-wicket for certainly 1. They'll settle for 1. Swanepoel on to 14. 18 for 1. I don't know what it does for the confidence of Worcestershire's batting, because the top order's been a little bit of a struggle this season. So only 1 century all season, and here they are needing a modest amount to win, and they stick one of the lower order in at number 3. I don't know what that might do for old Gareth. And Gareth Roderick's one player who's got a century this season, but he's walking out and saying, no, Gareth, we're going to let the number 10 in ahead of you, or number 9. Anyway, Williams into bowl, and that's pitched up. It's played to mid-on, but it's fielded there. There's no run. And of course, the Swanepoel does get out now, and they thought they had him out early on. And Gareth Roderick, if he had to walk out at that point, Gloucestershire fielders all been saying, he didn't fancy it then. 18 for 1, 69 more needed.
Yes, well, such is the way of the game. He's there on 14 off 15 and quite completely extinguished Gloucestershire, but already knocked off quite a quarter, but close to a quarter of the runs.
I should say in the first division, Glamorgan are within touching distance of victory against Surrey.
Driven by Swanepoel, this will knock potentially 4 more off. It's a lovely shot through the covers, just a fraction over pitched from Van Buren, and Swanepoel has pierced the offside field, and it's 22 for 1, 65 more required, and already just see a couple of hands on hips and Gloucestershire feeling that this isn't happening quickly enough for them. Van Buren to Swanepoel, edged and in front of Bancroft at slip, and I mean, again, when you feel as if everything's going against you, you think, how on earth does a ball not carry off the edge to slip? So I think that's what happened. Van Buren next delivery, Swanepoel gets into a very low position and defends.
Yeah, I think it probably was taken on the half volley at slip. Yeah, they'll think the world's against them. Obviously, they were. Well, Miles Hammond in particular was very disappointed with the decision that he got when he was out.
Van Buren in, and it's defended again into the leg side. Yeah,
I'm sure no amount of chat will persuade Graham Van Buren that he didn't have Bear Swanepoel LBW early on.
No, I mean, again, you go back into the first innings, they were convinced they had Ethan Brooks caught behind without scoring, goes on to make 66. So that's defended again into the leg side. And I'm not suggesting by any stretch that Worcestershire don't deserve to win this game if that's what they go on to do, but when you are on the other end of it, those are the things that get to you more than otherwise they would. Van Buren into Swanepoel, again it's straight and blocked away, and the scoreboard thinks there's one ball left in the over, but the umpires don't, so that is the end of 7 overs, 22 for 1. They will just get one more over in before tea.
I suppose the danger is when you're on a bad run, you can start blaming those sort of things rather than looking at yourselves. That's the danger, but anyway, Miles Hammond is going to have a bowl. How sweet it would be for him if he were to take 9 quick wickets and win the game.
Well, it would be safe to say the best game of his career after 130.
Great deal of confidence.
Actually, this is maybe I'll mention it after 2 when there's a bit more time, actually, because it does warrant a few moments.
65 then required by Worcestershire, 9 wickets still needed by Gloucestershire. Time is not going to be a factor unless suddenly get some rain or something, which we're not expecting. This one is floated up as well wide, and it's easily left by Libby. See if Sean takes his hat off and brushes there for a minute. I thought he was going to signal wide, but I think they've probably upset Miles Hammond enough in this game. He comes into bowl, and that one is a little bit more accurate. It's defended by Libby for no run. Hammond into bowl, and that he plays back to that through the offside for a single. I suppose Miles Hammond's match sort of sums up the vagaries of cricket. He'll be very happy after his first innings, 139 not out, and then the second innings he's feeling very cross about being given out first ball. There we are. It's the way the sport goes.
Rough with the smooth.
Indeed. Hammond round the wicket, bowls, and that's whipped in the air safely for, I think that's just in front of the rope for 4 from Swanepoel. Umpire's just getting confirmation, but it certainly, we had a good view of that bounce in front of the rope. So 4 runs it is, that's confirmed. Swanepoel on to 22, 27 for 1. So there we are, shows how much I know. It's clearly worked, this change of lineup. It nearly didn't, to be fair, but in the event it has. A 4 defensive, 2 square leg for no run, 27 for 1.
I mean, realistically, Worcestershire should chase 87, whichever order they send their players out in.
That's cut away into the deep for a single. 28 for 1, that is tea. Well, it's been an interesting session. Gloucestershire trying to resist. There were 153. No, there were there were 126 for 7 at lunch. So they did offer some resistance. In fact, the first wicket didn't fall to that. Another 36 runs when Graham Van Buren was bowled by Matthew Waite for 32. Daz Ahmed, who plays a couple of really good straight drives, was out pretty soon after that. Court Brooks bowled Singh for 27, but then a little bit more resistance before Will Williams was last out. LBW for Swanepoel for 17, leaving Luke Charlesworth 1 not out. Fatah Singh finishing with 5 wickets. And Gloucestershire all out for 185 in their second innings. They got Daniel Attigan out in the first over. Called it slip by Bancroft or Van Buren without scoring. That was none for 1. Thought they had Swanepoel out, but Lee survived. An impassioned LBW appeal. He's 23 not out. Jake Libby's 5 not out. 28 for 1 is the Worcestershire total. They need another 59 to win.
Yeah, as you say, I think in terms of this session alone, there was a period certainly when it looked as though Gloucestershire weren't even going to set Worcestershire anything where they could have thought, right, that if even the almost impossible looked as if it was out of reach at lunch. So at least Van Buren and Ahmed and Williams especially, and Charlesworth of course hung around for a bit as well, at least they gave Gloucestershire something where they could put a bit of pressure on. But after that wicket, third ball of the innings, Swanepoel has crashed away some boundaries, and it appears to be only a matter of time after tea for Worcestershire to claim victory.
Yeah, join us for the final throws of this match after tea. We will take you to the very end. Just to fairly quickly say that in the First Division, Glamorgan have beaten Surrey by 7 wickets, which does put Surrey a little bit close to the relegation zone. Who's laughing at the back of the class there? Anyway, so Glamorgan have beaten Surrey, and we'll be back after tea.
What I like about the Beard Terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that, and it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time. explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gazing Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Plexi, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Plexi effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, but the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron, because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we're really missing was a county club in England, and then we're having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually, with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allows us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit, to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
this season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and give it a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative, while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on Front of Show and the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing one day cut shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the final session of this intriguing match. Slow going for the first 3 days of battling performances by both teams. It's reaching a denouement now with Worcestershire needing just 59 more runs to win and 9 wickets in hand. 28 for 1. Bold Gloucestershire out for 185 today, which left them needing 87 to win. As Gloucestershire fielders march out, feeling tough day for them. No doubt they'll have a team debrief at the end. I'll point to their ill fortune, but equally they'll know that. I suppose you wonder whether they batted as well as they might have done in the first innings, even to get 289 when it was pretty slow going. Should they've got more in the first innings?
Well, as I said earlier, really, I think it's just Worcestershire have played the better cricket across the match. You could point to a few things, probably a few points in the game when Gloucestershire were 191 for 4 in the first innings, approaching the second new ball, and then they had Worcestershire 87 for 3. It's Van Buren bowled into Swanepoel, slog sweep in the air, just out of reach of Will Williams, 1 bounce and 4. 2 sweepers back on the leg side, and it was the right sort of distance for somebody to take a catch, but it was right in between Williams and Clark on the leg side boundary. So 4 runs straight away, and another blow closer for Worcestershire.
Well, he hit one of the only 2 sixes of the match so far in the first innings. Swanepoel, he's had a couple of goes lately, not quite managed to clear the rope.
And Buren to Swanepoel, who whacks that one along the ground up to long off and takes a single. So he didn't really give it the long handle before the tea break, but it seems as though he's now decided that he's going to do so after tea and just get this over with. 54 more runs required. And really, if you're going to defend something like 87, you've probably got to have the opposition something like 15 for 4.
Yeah.
To really have the belief. Oh, that's a good piece of bowling. Well, that's 2 wickets anyway. 33 for 2. Graham Van Buren has a second. Outside edge, gobbled up by Bancroft. Not much that Jake Libby could have done about that, I don't think, really. He didn't follow the ball too much. It was just beautifully bowled. Little edge, and the catch is taken. So I wonder if that might just change the way that Swanepoel plays a little bit. As Libby departs for 5, it's 33 for 2 with 54 more required.
What's that? 11 wickets have fallen in the day now. Van Buren has 6 in the match.
His best innings bowling was 4 for 12. And his best match bowling 6 for 87, so something for Van Buren with 1 more wicket, be his best career match bowling. But probably you'd have to say, if Gloucestershire are to pull off the unthinkable, he'll need to have his career best innings figures as well. Who's coming out now? That doesn't look like Gareth Roderick. No, it is.
It is Gareth
Roderick.
Yes. I'm sure he recognises you as well.
Well, you'd have thought. It's not as though I haven't commentated on Gareth Roderick for a while when he was at Gloucestershire. I thought he was swinging left-handed there, but anyway, it's just getting loose. Oh, I'd have loved to have seen another pinch hit. I think that's probably partly why I just convinced myself it wasn't. So it's Roderick, the right-hander, and Van Buren 2 for 15. Round the wicket he bowls to Roderick, and this is forward defended into the covers, where Joe Phillips completes the fielding. Still nobody between mid-on and backward square other than short leg. Paddle sweep from Roderick, it's in the air. 2 bounces to the fielder at backward square leg, who's the substitute Alfie Johnson. Nobody's tried that shot at all. I can't remember anybody playing a paddle sweep in this match. Roderick going for it, second ball, picks up a single, 34 for 2. And Swanepoel now back on strike, Van Buren into him. Oh, he's chopped that into his leg, I think, via the ground, and then was almost kicking the ball down the pitch with him for a moment. No idea where that had gone. More annoyance for Van Buren where Swanepoel's concerned. He remains there on 28 from 27. He's got 28 out of the 34 runs. Worcestershire 34 for 2. And it's going to be Christian Clark to bowl.
So 53 more required. Cameron Bancroft taking that catch for them. He's now got 4 catches in the match. Yes. Christian Clark just checking his, I was going to say his spikes, I'm not sure there were spikes these days, are there, but just checking the sole of his boots.
Plasticky bobbly bits.
Yeah, that sounds like a good technical term. Number 33, Clark. He's got 2 slips and a forward short leg. Really needs to take a hat-trick now to get Gloucestershire in the mood again. He's still entirely happy with the soles of his boots. They're very colourful. Bright orange as he comes into bowl. And it's turned round to back of square leg. Jake Libby sets off on a run but is then sent back by Bear Swanepoel, so there's no run. Most of the patrons have stayed here, so they might have got a longer and certainly more interesting day's cricket than they might have expected earlier. There's going to be no handshakes at 5 o'clock unless something very strange happens. Well, unless it's the end of the game at that point. That one kept a bit low again, but it's kept out by Roderick. It could end up finishing about 5 o'clock, couldn't it? You can see these runs taking a while.
Yeah, it's not. If they're 2 down and they need about 20, then the last 20 might come quickly. But even there, it'll take its time.
For the record, there are 33 overs scheduled to be bowled after this one, which is also the number on the back of the bowler, who gets one to rear up at Roderick, who leans back, limbo fashion, to get out of the way of that one, and then does a bit of prodding. For just 7 in the first innings, but as I mentioned before, he's got the only century scored by a Worcestershire batter this season in the Championship. He faces that and leaves one. Again, got to be careful not to leave, certainly on height on this pitch. That one was just wide. Got his 164 not out at Northampton against Northants. He's not currently in the top, despite that, not currently in the top 3 run scorers for Worcestershire this season. This next one, he pushes out on the offside, there's no run. Actually, he's got a chance to close the gap. Daniel Latigan is top run scorer. He didn't add anything in the second innings, and if Roderick can bat well, we might not see Matthew Waite, who's second, Brett D'Oliveira third. Clark puts his hands across his fringe to keep his hair out of his eyes, comes in and picks that one up. That's looked, well, the bowler actually hasn't appealed with much force. It looked from here as if that was definitely going to be out, so I wonder if that got an inside edge. And we're not directly in line, of course, but the first instinct was that was a very good shout, and yet the bowler didn't actually shout that loud.
Right.
Probably going down the leg side, actually.
So that's the problem with being long on. Everything looks a bit straighter that's going down the leg side.
34 for 2. They need another 53 to win.
Good decision from Steve O'Shaughnessy as Van Buren looks for more wickets to his name as Swanepoel goes for a reverse sweep, misses it. Bale's whipped off by James Bracey. It's a slightly odd shot, the reverse sweep, for somebody who's come out there and looked to to belt it. They do have a fielder at backward point as well. Van Buren to Swanepoel. Surprise, surprise, he doesn't go for that shot twice in a row, having missed it the first time, and just plops it straight down in front of him. Bracey comes out to field. Hasn't left his crease yet, Swanepoel, unlike the first innings. Van Buren can tempt him down again. No, reverse sweep, and reverse sweeps it on the bounce to slip. I've got to say, still, it's a very brave shot to play on this surface. Almost nobody has swept because of the bounce that the spinners can get. As Van Buren is in, conventional sweep this time with the turn, so you'd have thought an easier shot than the reverse sweep. And he takes a single out to Clark at deep backward square. So it's certainly an enterprising innings from Swanepoel, and at the moment it's really the difference between this being still just about within the realms of the almost impossible, as I said earlier, and Worcestershire being under serious pressure as that's left by Roderick, and not really sure how close that was to the off stump. I suppose it's probably one of those where Van Buren and Gloucestershire are saying, well, if it hadn't turned, it might have gone on to hit off stump, but basically everything's turning. Final ball of the over, and Van Buren wants... What does he want here? Does he think Roderick might go for that paddle again? Possibly, yeah. Moving one of the fielders on the cut to a quite fine, short fine leg, and there's a backward square leg as well. For the last ball of the over, Van Buren to Roderick, who just comes down on that one softly and defends. So again, Van Buren over doesn't exactly advance the game an enormous amount. Maybe just builds a bit of pressure on the Worcestershire batters, force another big shot from Swanepoel, or make Roderick feel that he's got to get on with it a little bit. But at the moment it's 35 for 2. They need 52 to win with 8 wickets in hand.
I was trying to calculate the second division table. The one factor I didn't take into account was the possibility of draws. You think that Durham, Northants and Kent Middlesex have finished in the result, but actually looking at the T situation, it's not impossible that either or even both of them might end in draws. Middlesex needed 97 off the final session with 3 wickets left. Durham needing rather more than that in their final session. I think they needed 140 odd off 31 overs, minimum 31 overs, although if they've only got 31 overs left after 2, that probably means they're going to get some extras in. Anyway, as those games, this game will surely finish in the result. Winvis would probably have Worcestershire at something like 96% now, as that one is turned round off 5 pad, got a bit of bat on it, did Swanepoel to claim his 30th run, and he's not under pressure. He can play these risky shots, because if he gets out now he's still pretty much done his job. 30 off 32 balls, whereas like Sir Gareth Roderick, questions will be asked if those batters don't get Worcestershire over the line. Clark Boss, he takes a couple of paces forward and it's a lovely shot down the ground. Gareth Roderick, it is being chased, and the fielder disappears from my view, but it would seem, no, he hasn't brought it in. It is 4 runs. It deserved 4, it was very well struck. I think it was Luke Charlesworth who's disappeared from view, now emerges, having not quite been able to stop. It wasn't for the lack of trying, he certainly went for it, couldn't quite get there. So that means just 47 required now, 40 for 2. Next one keeps low and is kept out by Roderick. It's on 5.
I wonder if Bracey can risk going up to the stumps even off Clark, but again, as another sign of just the way that things seem to have gone a little bit. It was in the first innings, I forget who it was. I think it was Matthew Waite, actually. It was definitely Matthew Waite. Quite early on in his innings, Bracey went to stand up to the stumps. There was a fine nick that he couldn't catch, and first slip couldn't either.
That one is kept out by Roderick again, looking to shuffle down the pitch. To take the consequence of the variable bounce away. And it's 40 for 2. 47 needed for Worcestershire after their 3rd win of the season.
And it was really that Waite-Brooks partnership, I think, that's been probably the difference. 66 from Brooks, 63 from Waite.
Yeah, it's solidly defended again by Roderick. Worcestershire in no hurry, at least Roderick isn't. Solihull perhaps is a little bit. But Roderick's in absolutely no hurry to get these runs.
I say the difference, maybe the biggest difference.
Apparently, it's getting quite dark at Taunton. Umpires looking at their light meters. That one rears up, and that's gone past the outside edge of Roderick. Whether he played it or not, I'm not sure. And it's the end of another over, 40 for 2, 31 overs left. She mustn't forget to get the runs in time. 47 required.
That really would be quite something if we ended up.
If it's a draw, then I think there'll be a few raised eyebrows, won't there?
Even into the last hour, I mean, they'd have to score at under threes for it to go into the last hour. I've calculated the right. Well, actually, yeah, about 3. Huge slog sweep from Swanepoel, who's now having a free swing, gets a bottom edge. It goes through his legs, and it'll be a single down to short fine leg. And well, it is by Swanepoel's day. It's been kind of his match, really. 5 wickets in the first innings, wrapped up the Gloucestershire innings with Williams LBW. He took the first and last wickets to fall in that second innings, and now he's dominating the scoring in this Worcestershire run chase of 87. 41 for 2 from Buren 2. Roderick reverse sweep along the ground, diving save from Christian Clark, gets down and prevents runs.
Only one match still on in the first division. That looks like it's going to be a draw.
Buren round the wicket to Roderick, who prods forward, no run into the offside.
That's Somerset Warwickshire. Somerset could still win, but they're fast running out of time. They've only taken 2 wickets thus far. And the first division table is absolutely ridiculous, I have to say.
Van Buren, flighted delivery, stroked calmly through the gap in the covers. Barely going to have the momentum to make it out to the cover fielder, but they take 1. 6 to Roderick, 42 for 2.
I mean, if either Somerset or Warwickshire won, they'd go top of the table, but assuming it's a draw, Notts will be top on 116, 5 points ahead of both Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset would be second by virtue of more wins than Warwickshire.
Van Buren to Swanepoel is connected pretty well with that one. It's a straight slog sweep swat thing along the ground, and it's a single.
So yeah, Notts 116, Somerset Warwickshire 111, all the others are confirmed points tallies. Glamorgan will be 4th on 107, and Sussex and Essex 5th and 6th on 105, so 6th place will be just 11 points off top.
Silly mid off instead of short leg now for Roderick. Van Buren bowls to him, swept, and that's a really great sweep shot from Roderick. He's got a long way in front of square, powerful bottom hand. And that is 4 runs, because no sweeper deep on the leg side for Gareth Roderick, who is doing what nobody has come out and really done. Even Ethan Brooks took him something like 130 balls to play a sweep, but Roderick has played several in his first 19 balls. It's now 47 for 2 and only 40 more required.
Yeah, so in that first division table, got down to 6th. I mean, Surrey and Yorkshire uncomfortably close to relegation after Hampshire and Leicestershire's wins yesterday. Surrey will be 19 points clear of relegation, Yorkshire 17, and yet there are only 25, Surrey only 25 points off top of the table, and Yorkshire just 27 points. 24 points is the maximum you can get from a match. 16 points for a win, 8 for a draw, and then up to 8 bonus points. That one is run down to 3rd by Swanepoel, and he'll get 2. And it's 47 for 2. Every run again being applauded by happy Worcestershire supporters, so they didn't get any chance actually of seeing their team win in red ball cricket here last season. 2 seasons in the first division. Pretty competitive in the first of those 2, struggled somewhat in the second. Now trying to get back there. So Clark or Bolter Swanepoel is surveying the field. He's got fielders on the boundary at square leg and wide long leg, and it's bang shortish down the leg side. He doesn't connect with it. Hits him on the pads. There's no run. Daniel Attigan for 0, Jake Libby for 5, both falling to Graham Van Buren in this innings. Worcestershire well over halfway there now. 38 more runs required. And it's all back to T20 after this. 2 championship matches. Those that only play white ball cricket will be putting their feet up. Red ball cricket will be putting their feet up again. And the rest will have to change their style to suit what they're playing. Clark into bowl, and he took his eye off that Swanepoel and fended it away in the end, I think, with his glove, and gets 1 run down to fine leg, which brings the 50 up. We're waiting for the scoreboard has been slightly slow to change it, so not everyone noticed, but it's gone up there now.
Yes, potentially for those who also aren't going to play the one-day cup, it's 2 months until they play again.
I think most players would play in the one-day cup if they're not involved in.
Although you can end up sitting on the sidelines, even despite the change that they made, where players could be released back.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that would played on the onside. There's no run. I suppose some players will be sort of rested. A lot of counties sort of play their top senior players for a couple of games, don't they, just to keep them going rather than play them every match. Worcestershire, of course, the current holders of the One Day Cup, after their dramatic win at Trent Bridge last season. This next one is a little over pitch, is driven into the ground, straight back to the bowler, who does well to keep the ball away from his stomach and grab hold of it. No run.
And the next time that the red ball will be played with, these 2 teams will be playing each other again at Cheltenham.
Clark comes into bowl. Oh, that's an edge. He didn't know which way that was going, Roderick. It's going to get him runs. Run down to wide third, and it's going to get him certainly 2. They think about a third, they don't take it. 2 more runs, 52 for 2. How is the Cheltenham Festival these days? Because there were sort of dark rumblings last year about whether they could afford to carry on.
I think in terms of the financial side of it, that's less of a concern.
They need to knock
the
prices down, if I may say so, the admission prices. But anyway, that is a contribution there for Gloucestershire's committee.
I'll pass that on.
Thank you.
But no, the festival, I think, will be a little bit different because, of course, it's having to be so much later than it's ever been, almost at the end of August, only days away from the start of, or possibly more like hours away from the start of term for the school, as Van Buren bowls a quicker delivery, loops to short leg, and eventually up goes the finger.
Now, is that LBW or court, I wonder?
I thought it had come off the glove, but
batter doesn't look happy, but they never do, of course.
Not sure. It certainly took a while, so that is career best match figures for Graham Van Buren.
I think that's LBW, you know. I'd sit him on the front bat, and Van Buren appealed before it was caught.
Let's see what it goes up on the board as.
But anyway, it's a 3rd wicket.
I suspect the umpires will radio up. But 3 for Van Buren after 4 for in the first innings. First time he's got 7 for in the match, but that move to bring Swanepoel up the order has broken the back of the total. And now they well, the remaining batters, I suppose, need to come up with the same number as Swanepoel did, out for 35. That same number required to win, and here comes Adam Hose.
Umpire's just been on his radio now. I notice they haven't put up on the scoreboard. You're usually quite quick to put the last wicket up, so I think clarification is being sought on what made that out.
Boorman.
I mean, I hope for the umpire's sake it was LBW, because I don't think he hit it.
No.
But it did look a reasonable shout for LB, to be fair. Anyway.
No idea, it's still not. There we are. No, he's been given caught.
Okay.
There we are. So Tommy Boorman has a catch. And yeah, I don't think it looked as good an LBW shout as the one that was turned down, put it that way, but there we are. The decision appears to be caught, and Hose marking out his guard. So Van Buren 3 for 24, 52 for 3. And they'll need, well, it still requires a hat-trick to really make things interesting. Of course, there was that hat-trick on this ground the last time these two teams played here. Tom Price's hat-trick and 100. Van Buren to Hose. There won't be a hat-trick this time. It's driven past cover, bit of hesitation, but the ball makes it past Joe Phillips, and Hose is off the mark at the first time of asking. 53 for 3. A game that ended up being a washout pretty much on the final couple of days. That was a lively pitch then. I suppose this has been a bit lively today, but I wouldn't have said that this time yesterday.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't doing much, but it just didn't have that feel that this sort of finish was on, as this is pushed to backward point for no run.
Just looking at the replay, I think the umpire might have judged it came off the glove. I'm not saying whether it did or it didn't. It's difficult to tell from the pictures. As I say, the batter didn't like it, but then they never do. So can't read too much into that. Anyway, he's gone.
Van Buren to Roderick. That's right up to the bat. And just pushed again out to Van Buren, who's away to his right hand side in his follow through in his 8th over. I think he's gonna, well, maybe right at the end, but he's gonna be pretty much all the way here. That's a good testing delivery, which Roderick strides out to meet, and again plays very straight. One ball away from seeing off the latest Graham Van Buren over. And he bowls now. It's a little bit shorter and off the back foot, steered away through point. This might go to the boundary actually. It's going to be tipped back in by Will Williams, who does well across from deep cover, and 2 more runs to Roderick, who's batted well so far. He's looked probably the most comfortable against spin for a while. 14 off 26, and appears to be striking a good balance between finding ways to score and manufacturing ways to score and defending the good ones. 55 for 3, 32 required.
Yeah. Almost got him down to a run and over. Kent have lost an 8th wicket with 150 for 8, so they need another 81 to win Middlesex. So Kent are still favourites for that.
Tom Helm can certainly bat at 10. 11 Navia Sharma. I don't think I got to see him bat earlier this season because he wasn't required.
Clark bowls, and that's not connected with cleanly Adam Hose. I did watch a bit of that. I came for short spells in the first couple of days. I saw Adam Hose trying to play attacking cricket, and yes, he did connect with a few shots, but there was quite a lot that he found difficult to time. So underline how difficult it is to play attacking cricket. Not that he needs to here. He may want to, but he doesn't have to. Clark into bowl. He drives that, and that's well stopped on mid-on. I thought that was going to get through. It's an unfortunate bounce for the first fielder diving for it, Joe Phillips. It bounced over his arm, but Graham Van Buren was very lively to it and had anticipated that he might have to get across to stop it, which he did. And there's no run.
It's probably a good job Phillips didn't get a hand on it in the end, because it was hit firmly enough that it might have deflected the ball away from Van Buren and ended up conceding runs.
Yeah, Clark in, he's got a slip in a short leg in a sort of leg gully, and that one bounces, and well, knows little about it. He looks behind him, see the ball's gone to the wicketkeeper. In fact, it's gone in front of him. Not sure exactly what's off. Maybe the bat handle?
Yeah, certainly up there anyway. Yeah, I think he's looking at the handle. Often those break the bats these days because there's that small bit of wood that joins the two together. It's not built to hold the amount of wood that's in the bat these days.
He turns that one off the leg side to that leg gully fielder who stops it. There is no run, 55 for 3.
You see the sight of the batter walking up towards the dressing room, smacking his bat over his knee, breaking it.
Yeah, T20 coming up Friday. It's the big match against Warwickshire Bears at Edgbaston. Worcestershire probably in the position where they can only afford maybe one more defeat. Probably need to win 5 of the last 6. That will take them to 8 wins. That's turned round to back of square leg for a single by Hose. So they've got quite a lot to do to try and get to the quarter-finals.
Conversely, Gloucestershire, I suppose, to get to 8 wins, which it feels like is going to guarantee you a quarter-final, Gloucestershire will have to break even over their final 6 matches. But they've got some tough ones coming up. Somerset away, then Northamptonshire and Surrey at home.
That one is pushed out down towards 3rd for 1 run for Roderick. Yeah, we were discussing off air earlier. It's a bit difficult to assess this season because of these cross-pool games where you play 2 other teams in other pools. And so far in the, well, I'm going to call it the Midlands group because the actual name of it is taken me about half an hour to get through. But in the Midlands group, of the 6 cross-pool games played so far, 5 have been won. The only exception is Warwickshire losing their cross-pool game against Nottinghamshire. The rest have all been won, which then pushes the number of wins you need to guarantee a top 3 place up somewhat. It does probably mean that 3rd place will go through as one of the best 3rd places.
Yeah. Of course, you might still finish with a better record in 4th than the other 2 3rd places, and it doesn't matter.
Well, I think that has happened before. I think it can happen. It will certainly happen in football's World Cup. There'll be some 4th place teams who have better points than those that go through from 3rd place.
Van Buren just organising the field on the sweep, which Roderick doesn't play. It's another one of those that just hits that spot and bounces and goes away from Roderick, so he doesn't play.
I know they've got no runs to play with, but I'm surprised there's only 1 catcher in place.
Van Buren into Roderick, sweeping, missing just past off stump. Between his attempted sweep shot and his pad, I think, and through to Bracey. Again, those watching via the pictures will have a better view than I do. And Buren Bars beats the outside edge that time. Yeah, still plenty there. But as I say, again, agonisingly just not quite enough runs for Gloucestershire to play with. And as I say, that's been the case really for their last 4 matches now. Van Buren in now and defended by Roderick back to the bowler.
Well, as you said, even 130, 140 might have been a testing target, especially if they had to score them at a fair lick.
Would have been harder for Swanepoel, I think, to come out and play with as much freedom as he did. Oh, that's a good shout for LBW, which is turned down by the umpire.
No, you can't do that. Can't do that, Graham Van Buren.
Well, I'll see whether the umpires have anything to say, but the appeal was certainly a extravagant one.
It was more than an appeal in the end, I'm afraid. There you go. They all do it these days.
I was going to say, I don't think the umpires are going to say anything.
It's on the toe. I can see why he thought it was out, but
it's a slider in from Graham Van Buren. And the ball back in his hands. Bancroft back to slip. 57 for 3. As He moves in again and bowls, and that's cut into the ground by Roderick, who tried to get into as low a position as possible to cut it, and even that still wasn't enough. So the end of a maiden over from Graham van Buren, 3 for 27, 57 for 3.
Well, he takes his cap from the umpire very politely, Graham van Buren, but I often wonder, because umpires, particularly at this level, will all give each individual decision on its merits, but you just sometimes wonder whether subconsciously they are affected, I think, negatively towards the bowler if the opinion is a bit too vociferous, whether that makes them less inclined to give it out. As I say, I'm sure they would just give it out if they think it's out now. Then the umpire's having a chat, not about this, I don't think. There's something. There's a square leg umpire, I think it's called the... Now what's this about? I don't think it's about what's been going on the field. It could be, of course, but I don't think it is, because they're not talking to any of the players.
I've no idea. I can't imagine it was anything to do with what happened at the end of last over. I think Steve O'Shaughnessy seems to be looking towards the Gloucestershire captain, but I don't think he hasn't really said anything. Not that I could see anyway. Odd one. The notebooks haven't come out, so I don't think anything has come of whatever was said.
That one is play it back to the bowler. There's no rum.
I think usually you see the notebook come out if there's any possibility of anything untoward.
Might just have been trying to clarify something that we're not aware of. Anyway, it's Clark putting right arm over, and that's gone past the outside edge. Hose playing at that. Wicket keeper whips the bails off. As you mentioned earlier, Bracey manages to do it without demolishing the stumps, just knocks the bails off, but he was safely in his ground, Adam Hose. And 30 runs acquired, and credit to Gloucestershire. Worcestershire been made to work for them. There's never been much doubt they'd get them, but they've been made to work for them. They're not going to get them easily. Clark bowls, and that's driven to the offside for no run. Good tumbling stop from Luke Charlesworth. And Gloucestershire playing this right to the end. 57 for 3. You'd hope they would, but sometimes you see teams just lose the spirit a little bit and lose focus, but Gloucestershire certainly haven't done that. And that is edges it and caught it slip. Yes, the umpire's finger goes up. I don't think it had to, because Hose was already walking. So Adam Hose goes. They have got a 4th wicket with 30 runs still required, and they really are making Worcestershire work for these. Wicket for Clark is 57 for 4.
Let's have a look at the replay, because I had a feeling that came off something from Bracey and then went to Bancroft, but unfortunately I've only seen it from side on, so I have no idea. It just seemed to come off very slowly. I'll get a... Oh no, here we go. Here's the one we need. Look there. Yeah, I think it's off the almost the, as it were, the thigh of the thigh pad of Bracey.
5th catch of the match for Bancroft.
The thigh, just enough pace in it to get to Bancroft. Yeah.
So Hose goes for 2. 57 for 4. I wouldn't say Worcestershire are up against it, but there'll be a few in the change room thinking, please don't make me have to come out and bat.
So we've now seen 13 wickets in 70 overs today, having seen 7 on day 1, 6 on day 2, and 6 on day 3. No, it was 8 on day 2, that's right. 7, 8 and 6, and now we've seen 13 in just over 2 sessions worth of cricket. We're a little way after tea, but basically 2 sessions in half an hour.
26 overs to go, 30 required, 6 wickets needed by Gloucestershire. Unlikely, but not completely improbable. Clark tossing the ball from one hand to the other. Comes into bowl to D'Oliveira. Oh, keeps a bit low. D'Oliveira turns it round to mid-wicket for no run. Heavy leg side field now, as we've seen for much of the day, both teams. It's a leg gully, a mid-wicket. There's almost a second mid-wicket behind the closer one. Mid-on is up as well. Just a couple on the offside. There's a slit there, so plenty of room to score runs on the offside. But you missed nicking off. That one is played down into the ground by D'Oliveira. There's no run. Worcestershire tantalisingly close now. 30 more runs required. They're 57 for 4. Plenty of time. And boy, are they using it to get these runs and get the win.
The more wickets that are taken, the longer it goes as Worcestershire become more and more inhibited in terms of the shots that they feel they can play. Matthew Waite might be a character to come out and just think, I'm just going to absolutely back myself to time a couple of shots, and then it's basically
it's raining at Taunton.
Wow. Well, it's not exactly beginning to cloud over, but it's not the unbroken sunshine we had earlier on. Van Buren bowls reverse sweep. Again, it's reverse swept to first slip. Just can't really middle it with the bounce and the unpredictability in terms of how it's going to turn. And one bounce to Bancroft. Phillips just moving a little finer on the reverse. Van Buren to Roderick forward and making sure he's again head over the ball and defending to the offside.
Well, that would add to a bit of drama if a big rain cloud was suddenly to arrive. Middlesex are going well at Canterbury, and we mentioned Zafar Gohar earlier, scored a half century.
And Buren bowls inside edge. There is no short leg, and they'll come through for a single. The shy at the stumps hits at the non-striker's end, ricochets off, and out to Ahmed, who's coming off the boundary to back up. So a single and 58 for 4. 29 needed. Every run feels a bit of a scramble now.
Middlesex needs 65 to win now, 166 for 8. That one's going right down to the wire. What a match that is at Canterbury. County Championship cricket is great stuff, it really is.
It looked there, and Chesley Street looked beautifully poised coming in. Now they are going to put the short leg back in. I don't think he would have taken a catch off that last ball. I think it would have gone short, but especially for the new batter, D'Oliveira, they had to have somebody else in there, and D'Oliveira is on strike now, yet to get off the mark. And well, Van Buren's now saying, okay, you can sweep or paddle fine to get runs, just moving Clark a bit squarer, and D'Oliveira is forward and is able to keep that one out, no problem at all.
Well, let me just say, in terms of the County Championship, when you hear people criticise it, if I can be so bold, I suggest most of the ones that criticise it actually don't watch it.
And Buren is in and defended into the ground, into the leg side, and Borman stoops down to pick up.
A lot of them probably haven't watched a County Championship match since 1986 or something.
There's an awful lot of rain on the radar.
Oh, you get excited by the weather now, yeah? Okay.
Not really. Van Buren bowls, and that's whipped away into the leg side. This could well be 4. It's a long chase for mid-on, and it's not a chase that will be won by Luke Charlesworth. The ball beats the fielder to the fence. Well, it's still not seemingly that close, but there is rain around, but 62 for 4 with 25 more required. I don't think it's going to come in time for a draw for Gloucestershire.
As I mentioned earlier, this is the only county headquarters without floodlights for various reasons. So light can be an issue, but I don't think it's going to be. Worcestershire need 25 to win. Gareth Roderick is trying to force them home. Again, we mentioned it earlier, it can be so frustrating for the field side in a game like this when they get a few wickets. Might end up with 5 or 6 wickets and think, if only we had 50 runs more. That's played back to the bowler, there's no run, and it's as low scoring as this. You set the team 87, you're thinking, if only we managed to set them 140, that would have been interesting. But Still was Gloucestershire battling away. 1 for 12 in 5.1 overs. Clark now as he bowls. That's turned down, plays it well. Roderick hit that down on the ground with a shortish leg there, hovering. Roderick goes on walkabout. 16 off 38 balls from him. He does have that. I'm not suggesting I'm no meteorologist, but it does have that feel of a storm somehow on its way. I don't think one's forecast though. In comes Clark, and that's on the other side. There's no run. Actually, quite impressed that I said meteorologist this late in the day. It's a 62 for 4.
It does say 50% chance of rain at 5 and 70% at 6.
Maybe Brett Oliveira has been told that. Better get a move on, Brett.
Middlesex are 9 down at Canterbury.
Oh, well, so they are.
Needing 64. Gohar's still there on 52, but Tom Helm has been given LBW to Milnes for 4.
That one is turned again down into the ground by Roderick. There's no run. Looks like Durham are heading for victories at 104 required. Still 6 wickets left.
You need a couple of quick ones there, Northamptonshire, don't they? Because otherwise, wickets in hand, Durham can just go on the attack.
In fact, they at Taunton pretty much say the First Division is done and dusted then for this round of matches. That will be the only draw from the first from those 5 games. That one is turned round. That's he's not going to get any runs. Roderick got beat the first fielder, but a tumbling stop by Will Williams. Of course, if I was Gloucestershire, I'd be in there. I'd be in the ears now. There's rain coming, you know. Better get a move on.
That's going to be the only draw of the round full stop, isn't it?
Yes, unless it rains here.
Unless somehow Northamptonshire and Durham gets very tight and they have to block. I suppose it's possible still.
Yeah. Clark bowls has turned round to mid wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 62 for 4. Another over goes by. It's not. Well, it's 23 overs left. 25 required. Just the time and the potential for weather. It's just Worcestershire not making this easy on themselves. The umpire's looking towards the dressing room with a walkie-talkie in that. Well, they're going to have another chat. I don't have no idea that there's something.
I think now it's the ball.
Okay, yeah.
Is it?
Possibly, yeah.
Has he got those? Has he got the? Yes, he's got the calipers out. So Gloucestershire want the ball changed.
Yeah.
So that'll be another brief delay, and it's not been changed. Didn't imagine it would be. It's not exactly as though it's been hammered to all parts of the ground. 64 in 20 overs. Swanepoel, I suppose, gave it a bit of a battering a couple of times, but they will get on with it with 25 more needed. Now they're not even going to have that fielder behind square on the leg side anymore, so that whole region's available for D'Oliveira as Clark moves into a short mid-wicket, as that's left alone. And Van Buren's line has been so good in this game. He has had a fantastic game with the ball. Admittedly, he's had plenty to work with, but as he bowls now, sweep and a miss. That was perilously close to a little toe ender that could have gone anywhere. A little feather through to the keeper, top edge. D'Oliveira lunging after that sweep. Bancroft, having seen that, is going to leave mid-on wide open now, and we want a deep backward square on the boundary. Well, not on the boundary, but halfway to it. 62 for 4. Van Buren in wide, cutaway, beats Phillips, but there is the fielder on the boundary. Phillips after it at cover point, just couldn't quite get there, but Williams will keep it to a single. 24 needed.
It underlines how difficult this is. Even with Bears, Swanepoel coming up the order, they've been barely able to score at 3 and over.
Yeah.
Which was always going to be the potential problem for Worcestershire. That chasing runs on here is hard work.
Van Buren to Roderick now, and stretching on to the front foot, and There's no run as the ball dribbles off to Miles Hammond at cover. He then sees Van Buren drop the ball, but run off after it, get back and bowl again. In round the wicket, reverse sweep and missed, and everybody's probably looking up to the heavens. Roderick's thinking, I should have hit that. Gloucestershire are thinking there are any number again of ways that Roderick could have been caught somewhere there. And once again, it happened a lot yesterday where a lot happened and nothing happened, but today we've had far fewer of those instances. Van Buren bowls, oh goodness, that's a shot from Roderick which he's gone reaching off after the ball, followed it, did his best to nick it, and then couldn't do so as Bracey takes. And Graham Van Buren, another fantastic over, 11 overs, 3 for 33. First time this season where he's had a pitch where he can actually be the attacking spin option, and he has produced a career best performance with the ball in the match, but it still looks likely that it's going to be in vain with 24 required and 6 wickets in hand.
Couple of good stops from James Bracey behind the stumps, and that over as Clark comes in to bowl to Beretta D'Oliveira. Slipping pace, couple of catches on the leg side, but D'Oliveira leans back and just prods that next one away. It's only 24 to win. It's they're grinding towards their target. Come on, Brett, hit 4 sixes and finish this in spectacular style. I don't think that's going to happen, but Clark, who's been miserly, going less than 2 and over, and has a wicket. To boot, he comes in to bowl, and D'Oliveira tries to turn it around on the leg side, gets a leading edge, ball falls to the ground.
Always find a way for it to go into the last hour.
Yeah.
I always say this with Gloucestershire, it just, as long as I've been covering them, it always seems to go to the last hour, even when you think it can't possibly.
And perhaps Gloucestershire will offer a draw at 5 o'clock, see if Worcestershire bite. Clark comes into bowl, right arm over, D'Oliveira pushes out to the offside. It's quickly swooped on, they're not giving them easy ones here. Gloucestershire has plenty of space for boundaries, particularly on the offside, but they've got to penetrate the inner field to get runs, and they're having some difficulty doing that. At 63 for 4.
Also, I had it stored up in my mind, and as usual things escaped, but it was Graham Van Buren's 150th first-class wicket, the last one.
Clark into bowl, and that's turned round, and he's beaten the inner field there. You only get one. There's a field on the only boundary fielder down the long leg boundary is able to field that, but Brett D'Oliveira gets another precious run. He's on to 6, 23 required, 64 for 4. Yeah, sometimes with these low targets you see a team come in and blast it away pretty quickly, lose a couple of wickets, but still get there quickly. That hasn't happened here. Gloucestershire making Worcestershire work for every run. Graham Van Buren is now having a chat with the bowler. Keep chatting, we might get some rain here. 64 for 4. Coming down up the M5 from Taunton. Clark, number 33. Into bowl, and that's all help down the leg side. There's a despairing dive from leg gully, but it's 4 runs for Roderick. He moves on to 20, and every 4 is a little bit of a dagger in the heart for Gloucestershire. 19 required to win now.
Especially like that, where it was in the air, and they do have that trap set similar to the one that Bancroft was dismissed earlier, where you really felt Gloucestershire were going to be in serious trouble when that happened, and this one not going to hand, and worse than that, to the boundary.
Next one is just clipped through, and that's beaten the dive of the fielder. It will be pulled in, but they'll certainly have time for 2. That will just be 2 for Roderick. Eventually it's hauled in by Joe Phillips. Drinks are coming out, so they managed to get it to the drink session of the final.
Oh no!
Or was it just for just one fielder's come out? She may just be for one of the batters has asked for a drink. And the umpires have another chat. I think Gloucestershire are sort of declining to take the drinks break, but I guess the batting team are entitled to one if the umpires allow it.
I think presumably there'll be one in about 10 minutes, an hour since tea, because they've taken a mid-session drinks break, so there may still be one more stoppage.
That was just a quick swig there. 70 for 4, 17 required. In theory, 21 overs minimum of left.
The ground staff are wheeling some more covers over there. I mean, they'll probably need them at some point. But
you really are wheeling this way. There'll be Gloucestershire supporters putting their umbrellas up in a minute, all around the ground.
I'm just stating what's going on. The ground staff are unfolding some covers as we speak out at deep mid. Wicket cut and caught behind. 70 for 5, and D'Oliveira goes. It's 4 for Graham Van Buren. And Gareth Roderick, pardon me, it's D'Oliveira. Sorry, I'm looking at the scoreboard, which has Roderick on strike, but it is D'Oliveira who's walking off. And he tried to cut at that one, got a thin edge. Ball went straight up in the air from Bracey. There was no doubt from Gloucestershire that there was an edge on that, and Graham Van Buren now has twin forfers. A chance at his first-class fifer.
Yeah, disappointed there, D'Oliveira, not with the decision. He was disappointed with the shot. It was not a great shot by him, and he knows he's crossed with himself. It just puts a little bit of pressure, just a little, on the rest of the team. 5 wickets left. They're still 17 runs away. He's gone for 6 of 13 balls.
Who's coming out now? Ethan Brooks.
Well, he usually gets on with it, Ethan Brooks, so this might
precipitate
push things along one way or the other.
Precipitate?
No. But
the end. So yeah, I mean both Waite and Ethan Brooks, you'd think would look at this and just think, well, you know, the strength is to play a couple of shots. Mind you, he was so confined to just a couple of shots in his first innings. Ethan Brooks, 66 off 233 deliveries.
I mean, it's probably not going to boost the confidence of Worcestershire's top order very much. I mean, think that 35 runs were scored by number 9 Bears Swanepoel, who's pushed up the order. 0 for Latigan, 5 for Libby, 2 for Hose, 6 for D'Oliveira. Only Gareth Roderick of the senior batters has made any significant contribution. And the bowlers will probably be muttering in the change room after. It's all down to us again then. 70 for 5. But Graham Van Buren's enjoying himself. 4 wickets.
I assume that was the official drinks break there, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, Aman Rao is wandering off with those drinks carriers. And Ethan Brooks facing it. It's not gloomy, but it's certainly not what it was.
Definitely not.
And the skies the clouds are very high, but
well,
a bit darker than they were.
Maybe Gloucester should bring a couple of quickies on the bowl bouncers just to make the umpires worry about safety.
So 17 needed to win. Sounds so simple. 5 wickets in hand.
Well, Gloucestershire might fancy winning this year.
Van Buren round the wicket, bowls to Brooks. That's plopped down into the offside, and Van Buren who bowled so much at Ethan Brooks in the first innings and couldn't quite find a way past. He must have beaten him a good, well, I don't know, I think 10-12 is probably a bit pessimistic. But it was Christian Clark who ended up getting him out.
Confirmation in the first division that Somerset versus Warwickshire is a draw.
Van Buren in, reverse sweep, top edge, Bancroft can't get there. One-handed effort off his fingertips. He got something on that running back over his head, and he just could not hold on. It would have been a wonder catch, but it's one run. 71 for 5. My word, if that had been caught. then
yes,
really things would have got interesting.
Terrific effort. Just getting quite gloomy now, I have to say.
It is, yeah. I almost didn't want to say, just in case I was being accused of overplaying it, but
accused you of anything, Ed.
it is quite dark. Van Buren in, paddle sweep, and no run, just firmly enough to the 45 that they didn't fancy it.
It's adding to the pressure for Worcestershire. They really do need to get on with this now.
Yeah. What a strange finish. I've seen some weird games this season. Really weird. I mean, the last 3 especially. 71 for 5, 16 needed. And here comes Graham Van Buren in and bowling, turn bounce. He wanted a cut shot there, did Roderick, and then realised the ball was way away from him. Backed away to give himself the room, and then backed away so far that the turn and bounce meant he could barely reach it. And Bracey takes. Miles Hammond gives the ball a bit of a polish. Steve O'Shaughnessy's got his head in his hands at square leg, thinking, no, this can't be up to me to take the light meter out, because of course they don't even have the security net of any bad light in the first 3 days to fall back on any base reading here. Back into his crease and defending is Gareth Roderick. There is no run. It is 71 for 5, 16 required. There are still theoretically 20 overs remaining, but judging by the radar and the way that things continue to get a little darker, I'm not sure that we'd get all those 20 overs in anyway.
No, Worcestershire need again, it's a very easy game to play from sitting here, but they need to get on with this now. It's been very difficult. That's the problem. It's been very difficult for them to score at any sort of rate. Bayers Swanepoel had some success doing that without playing too recklessly, but other than that, the batters have really struggled. Gareth Roderick is doing okay from that point of view. 22 off 50 balls. It's hard work for him, but they need but it might just be me, but these chats seem to be taking a bit longer now.
No, I think they are.
Captain and bowler.
I think every other side in the country will be doing exactly the same thing.
So, the thing is, they don't want to rob themselves of a victory. Could still happen. Got 2 quick wickets now, and they'll be really wandering.
Wind's getting up.
In comes Clark to bowl and slip in place. That's push up the offside. You can see the batters are getting restless now as they both look for a single there that they knew wasn't there. The shout of no does come from Roderick at the non-striker's end, but they both desperately wanted a run there. 71 for 5. Ethan Brooks, who does go for his shots. I think he's going to have to here. I had a slight pop at him against Middlesex. Well, it's not commentary to be fair, but against Middlesex he got out. As he goes for a big shot there, he's got that one away. That's a terrific shot from Ethan Brooks. Has that gone? No, it's gone for 4. I was saying he played a very, was it against, am I getting the right game? There was a match where he played a really odd attacking shot at just a time where he didn't think it was needed. However, now it probably is, and even if he gets out to 1, I don't think anyone would criticise him too much, but he got that one away, and that's 4 vital runs, 12 required to win, 75 for 5.
It's a great shot. He's not slow, Christian Clark, to get down on one knee and sweep it. It reminded me of the Malloy shot that he used to play against the Seamers.
Gareth Roderick's gone down the pitch to have a chat with Ethan Brooks. Maybe he's guessing what the bowler's planning next ball, I don't know, but he's giving him some intelligence. Clark into bowl, and it's just pushed out to the offside. They'll get a single there. That's good cricket from Ethan Brooks, having hit the 4, just make sure he gets something off the next ball. 76 for 5, 11 required, every run being applauded now.
Almost now the fact that they have to go for it should, you'd think it ought to free them up really, because rather than sort of being sitting ducks a little bit and going into their shells, they've, as you say, nobody would blame them if they got out playing an attacking shot, because they need to get this wrapped up if you're Worcestershire.
Clark into bowl, and that's defended by Roderick. That might be the chat they've had between them. I'll hold up one end. Gareth Roderick will say obviously get any runs he can get, but if he stays at one end, then Brooks is licensed to have a go at the other, with other batters, notably Matthew Waite still to come. But they do have to push on now, Worcestershire, or this could be taken off them. Look at some of the sort of lit LED advertising hoardings are looking pretty bright at the moment.
Well, there was a sudden flash, and I realised what it was. It was the advertising board changing over there.
In comes Clark. Always going for a premeditated ramp shot there, Roderick, so that rules out my suggestion. It didn't come off. He was trying. You can see what he's trying to do. There's plenty of room there behind the stumps. If he could make contact, he's going. In fact, he has forced a change in the field with that shot, even though it didn't come off. Gloucestershire not going to allow him to score runs there easily. So Fineegg has gone back to the boundary. 76 for 5, 11 required. Daylight disappearing rapidly. Clark into bowl, and he turns that around to back of square leg, Roderick, and gets a single. Probably the only problem with that fielder moving about there is it made an easy gap for a single for Roderick. He's on to 23, 77 for 5, 10 required.
I suppose it is down though to the stage where you have got to drag this out for as long as possible for whatever, at least, you know, maybe force a really big shot. There's another discussion now between Roderick and Brooks, actually, who probably realise that Gloucestershire are going to take a while to set the field here, and I wonder what that was. Let's get it done this over. I doubt it was that, really, because it's going to be spin bowling this over anyway, so you'd think they're bound to get, well, they're going to get this over in, that's for sure. But it is now really quite gloomy out there. 77 for 5, 10 runs required. As Van Buren bowls, paddle sweep. There's an appeal for LBW, which is not entertained for too long by the umpire. Bat on it, I assume, and they take a single to short fine leg, so now single figures.
The thing I would say is if it did come off, there are sort of brighter clouds overhead, so I don't think they'd call it off straight away. We could be in for a very tense sort of wait to see whether they manage to get back on for even one over.
Yeah, so I said we'd be waiting for over an hour from where they'd go off if they did. 78 for 5, and Brooks on strike on 6, and he doesn't bowl there. Graham Van Buren. Cat and mouse. I mean, if Brooks is going to sweep or reverse, he's just looking for a little tell to see what Brooks is going to do, and he didn't do anything. Van Buren is in. Oh, that shoots along the ground, and Brooks gets down well. He did that superbly in his innings. In the first innings, actually, Ethan Brooks, he got several that stayed very low, and he was really quick on his feet and
did very well
and
there.
Got down. He had several of those in his 66 in the first innings.
Kent have beaten Middlesex by 49 runs.
Oh, turnaround continues for them. Round the wicket, Van Buren, width outside the off-stump, cut away and not timed and well stopped, sprawling away to his right by Joe Phillips. Really strange feel to this game, because Gloucestershire need 5 wickets to win or tie with 9 runs left, and yet it still feels that there's a fair amount of jeopardy on this, given just the general conditions that they're playing in.
That's been really hard work for Worcestershire. They've not looked fluent at all.
Van Buren bowls. Oh, it's gone right through everything, nearly hit the helmet, and it's going to go down to the boundary despite a furious pursuit from the substitute fielder Alfie Johnson, and it is 4 byes. Well, it gets so much harder when the batter starts sweeping, reverse sweeping for the keeper. It turned, it bounced, it completely did Ethan Brooks, but Ethan Brooks managed to do the keeper as well. It was almost 5 in one go, but now it is 5 to win at 82 for 5. And one way or another, Worcestershire are on the brink. I'll hand over to you, Clive, with 5 needed.
Okay, Van Buren round the wicket. Let's play back to him. Van Buren shy at the stumps, but batter had stayed where he was. So that little break for Worcestershire, that will give him a lot of relief, lifted a lot of the tension. just underlying the Gloucestershire was just a little bit short. The reverse sweep slap there by Brooks, and well, I'm not sure the throw went to the right end there. They got the singles, well run by Roderick. The throw went to his end, but Brooks was a little bit on the back foot. Probably would have got there even if the throw had gone to the bowler's end. And it's one more precious run. They're counting them off. 4 required to win here for Worcestershire. So the table's going to be, if Durham look like they're going to win, 70 more runs required, 6 wickets left, so they'll be on 149. Kent will be second, 30 points behind Durham on 119. Umpires are coming to have a chat. Surely not about the light, goodness me.
No, I think it's the ball, is it? The ball's been presented.
This might be a slight, dare I say, a slight delaying tactic by Gloucestershire. It's
Just
gone through it very easily.
The natives a little restless.
Yeah. Durham will be 30 points clear at the top. It's the second place everyone's scrambling for, really. Kent 119, just 2 ahead of Northants. Then Derbyshire and Middlesex both 20 points off second place in 4th and 5th, and then Worcestershire further 4 points behind. So 24 points off the promotion places on 95 in 6th. They'll move above Lancashire, who, if there was a 3rd division, would be in danger of falling into it. Clark comes into bowl, and that's whipped away. Is that going to be the winning runs? It is. Scored by Ethan Brooks, who just clenches a fist and holds his bat up, and Worcestershire, they made hard work of it. Gloucestershire made them work for it, but Worcestershire have got there to win by 5 wickets. Gareth Roderick finishes 24 not out. Van Buren 4 for 36, but Worcestershire win by 5 wickets. They will take 20 points, Gloucestershire 3. So there we are. It's been almost down to the wire, but Worcestershire have got over the line.
Well, we did have an exciting conclusion, perhaps not quite in the way that I was expecting, but they are victorious, Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. As you say, they fought hard to defend what little runs they had for themselves. Fantastic game for Graham Van Buren, best career match figures, and gave Gloucestershire a glimmer, especially when he removed Latigan 3rd ball. But the game, whilst there are several points I think you'd say where, I mean, on day one with Frank was saying that it was one of those pitches again where you felt maybe 40 or 50 runs either way. If one side were 40 or 50 short, the other side maybe got 40 or 50 more, and I think that sort of happened on first innings. And again, as with a lot of games recently, Gloucestershire have ended up being behind on first innings, trying to come back into the game. And today, the cluster of wickets lost between 81 for 1 and 112 for 7 is what has seen Gloucestershire to their 4th consecutive defeat in the county championship. It still feels as though they're not a million miles away, but Worcestershire have outplayed them in this game and thoroughly deserved to take the win. It would have been really they'd have been robbed if there'd been an issue in terms of light at the end there.
So there we are. It's back to the short stuff with Gloucestershire in a good position there, so they'll get some relief, I guess, from the difficulties of the championship by playing in a format where they're going well this season. And Worcestershire got the big game against Warwickshire on Friday, because you can hear all the games online. Only one game still in progress. It's the one between Northants and Durham. So if you want to follow that, it's on the cricket page. You can follow that to its conclusion. Thank you so much for being with us over the 4 days here, with Worcestershire victorious by 5 wickets on the final day, having chased down the 87 they required for the loss of 5 wickets. From Ed, Frank Watson and myself, Clive Eakin, I'll say a very good evening and thank you again for being with us.